So here's the deal. This story is about a guy who seems like an average student, but secretly he's a genius doctor, a great cook, and the world's best assassin. In short, he has countless personalities. A green-eyed, brown-haired man with glasses named Su Shun sat at his desk, nervously drumming on its surface and contemplating the fact that he was an ordinary college student. New discoveries allowed yesterday's student to turn his dream into reality, and now every 7 days, he lives a new life with a new identity. And now we see not a miserable student, but a man in a chic two-piece suit. He is accompanied everywhere by a long-legged secretary, because now Su Shun is not just anyone, but the chairman of the company. 100 banknotes are flying around all corners, because they have accumulated so much that Su Shun just does not know what to do with them. If he wants, scattered. If he wants, ignite the fireplace, because now he is the best killer. Soon he got tired of killing people and eliminating evidence, because sometimes you need to show the good sides of your personality. So Su Shun became a prophet, whose name became known throughout the land of the rising sun. Every person from small to large, regardless of rank and position, turned to him, the genius Seer, to decide his fate. However, even this soon bored our hero, and he decided to retrain as a chef from the next week. Always on the job, and his stomach is not empty. From a small age, fascinated by space fiction, the young man secretly always dreamed of becoming an astronaut. Flights to Mars and Venus resonated in his drawings, so it's no surprise that his next identity is that of an alien rebel. Could it be that only he, Su Shun, is given the ultimate right to reconcile warring civilizations? All these weekly transformations and changes bored the young man a little. The only side effect was that the false memories from the previous week were superimposed on the current week, and sometimes Su Shun couldn't realize who he really was. But then the young man remembered the beautiful students and other lovely and angelic creatures he had encountered on his life's path, and all the troubles instantly disappeared. Is there anyone in the universe, he asked himself, who would not want to live such an exciting life? After all, everything is available to such a half-man, half-god. To cross 4 oceans, to go around the world, at least to conquer all the aliens and take control of the universe in his own hands. Although, who knows? Maybe it's better to be a monarch, like a king? No one on Earth knows that without having been in his skin. However, Su Shun himself is convinced that nothing is impossible for him, and he is ready for the royal throne. It was June outside. The hot sun so heated up the dormitory box that it was unbelievable to sit inside. In addition, the glare from the sun seemed to penetrate not only through the glass, but also through the walls and ceilings. Only the few people hidden in the shade of the lone trees in the alley seemed peaceful. But what is it? A street fight? You're just a fucking lowlife from 18th Street in a small town. I get more money for my daily expenses than you spend in a year, shrieked the voiceover character, scattering $100 bills and flicking his opponent on the nose. Here, this is your reward, asshole, he yelled. All in the best traditions of the genre. A young man of athletic physique with the habits of a bully, his opponent, a nerd with glasses, a girl, the root cause of the scandal, and naturally, a crowd of onlookers. The bully dismissively says, "From now on, stay away from Enzijing. You're from a different world." "Got it, dog?" asks the botanist his enemy. The gawkers take the rare opportunity to shout out, "Yeah, look at you! How dare you compete with Wang Tang for the prettiest girl in the class? Don't you know that his uncle is the vice-chancellor?" "I don't know what Enzijing saw in you," echoed by another. "Wang Tang is very confident. He has tons of money. He is much cooler, ha ha ha. If I was as hungry as him, I would have gone to work as a dishwasher a long time ago." 2 guards in strict black suits are escorting a certain gentleman. Drenching himself in sweat, perhaps from the heat, perhaps from nerves, the 3rd escort obligingly informs, "Mr. Lee, please come this way. Su Shun is here, but I don't know what he did to offend you so much." And so the showdown over the beautiful Enzijing moves to the school. The students notice Mr. Lee walking towards them. Is that Mr. Lee from Qingyuan International Company? Yesterday in class, the teacher was talking about the incident at their place. Yes, I remember. It turns out that one of the executives of the main enterprise of Jiangzhou province came to our school. And then, against all expectations, Mr. Lee and his entourage bow to the floor. "The corporation is unstable. We ask Mr. Lee to come back soon and take charge. We need you." Naturally, all the gawkers froze in place. No one could understand what was going on. "Who's the gentleman here, Su Shun?" Even more drenched in sweat, the man in Mr. Lee's entourage allowed himself to modestly remark, Su Shun, from your corporation? You must be mistaken. He's just an ordinary poor student who came from a small town." "Shut up," shouted Mr. Lee. "Mr. Su Shun is the sole heir of the corporation. How can you say that?" Now it was Wang Tung's turn to be nervous. Barely managing his emotions, he could barely manage to utter, "Nah, air, is this a joke?" And none of the gawkers could believe what was happening before their eyes. How can this beggar? They thought. It was as if Sushun had been reborn. He decided to show the rich boy his place and, slapping him on the cheek, said admonishingly, "A goose is no match for a pig, asshole." Of course, the lovely Zijing couldn't help but notice the wonderful transformation of her acquaintance, and she thought for a moment. A completely new feeling flared up in the girl, because now Sushun was not just a cute student who couldn't fight back. No, a simple slap had elevated the student in her eyes, giving him the status of a hero. And a hero should be treated with a special attitude. So the girl, without a moment's hesitation, let the new feelings that were overwhelming her overwhelm her from head to toe. Wang Ting had only to keep a sneaky eye on the lovers. Embracing each other, they were ready to twirl in a dance for not just a day, for eternity, especially since there was much that was unspoken and unspoken. But service is service, and Sushun, despite how good he felt with the girl, abruptly released her from his embrace and turned around. There was a reason for this. The security team had given the command, "Let's leave," and Sushun could not reply other than, "Got it." It was only now that Wang Tung seemed to wake up. "What kind of bullying is this?" he asked in Ziking, stomping his feet. The girl only smiled mysteriously in response, rubbing her cheap mascara with bitter and joyful tears. Meanwhile, the college was in the middle of a heated discussion about the latest news. "Sushun is just an ordinary poor man. How did he become a rich heir?" "Shut up. Do you have the right to call his name? Call him Chairman Su." Sushun couldn't help but hear this kind of talk. Smirking contentedly, he thought, "Yes, he's right. Just 20 minutes ago. I was actually a poor student, but..." And just 20 minutes ago, Sushun read the news report. Sensation! This morning, the president of Qingyun Corporation, Zhao Chengming, died in a car accident. The main enterprise of this province faced an incredible disaster. Pensively leaning on the desk, the student thought, "Well, horror, although I don't really care." And then he felt a strong pain in the back of his head. The paper lump had completely confused him. His deskmate, naturally, couldn't miss the moment, and snapped a sarcastic remark. "It seems your hostess has started teaching you again." Barely recovering from the pain, Sushun found the strength to turn around and found Ziking gesturing desperately at him. "Brother," said the student in the blue t-shirt, "I'm saying that there are so many people in the class sitting on their phones, but for some reason the head teacher only noticed you. I think she's been interested in you since freshman year. You really don't notice it. Do something about it. She's an annoying girl." Sushun could only reply, dropping his head on his desk. "So what of it?" Sushun continued. "What can I do about the fact that she is interested in me?" So many people envy you and you do not know your happiness," continued the neighbor. But Sushun's thoughts were different, as he was only trying to be arrogant and cold towards this girl. "Why don't I know?" he said to himself. "I just don't have the money for her." And then something happened. It seemed as if all the forces of the universe were acting on his brain, and someone, an inner voice, an alien mind, something else, began to speak slowly. "Congratulations to the host for activating the strongest system, binding system, binding system." The same voice reported that the system had been successfully bound. The host can change to a new personality every week. When activated and performing a new task, the host gains random skills for a long period of time. The omnipresent voice couldn't stop talking. Sushun tried to comprehend everything, but there was no way he could understand that such a thing was still possible. Change identity. He thought, "Master can say the command change identity to get a weekly identity." The voice continued to ventriloquize. "Identity changed. Current identity. Chairman of Qingyun International Company. At first glance, you remain an ordinary student, but you hide a serious position. The sole heir of Qingyun International Company, due to the death of the company president. From today, you officially succeed him in this role. The personality skills that Sushun has acquired: commercial acumen, leadership character, calm temperament. Personal task: the president of the corporation died in a car accident. As a young chairman, you will face his deputy. Please find out the real cause of the president's death within a month and return the right to manage the company." The flash seemed to blind Sushun, and he thought, "Is this all a dream? Chairman of Qingyun Company? Am I really?" Sweat continued to trickle down his cheeks, penetrating past his scruff and into his sleeves, and it distracted him from his thoughts. Then Zijing came running in and demanded an explanation. "Why are you ignoring me?" What could Sushun say to her? Just because his mind was going through a change? "Headman, it's just that my mind is in chaos right now, you're not..." He timidly tried to evade. Sushun, have you forgotten what I told you? That voice brought him down to earth. Oh yes, he hadn't forgotten. Wang Teng had been nothing but trouble lately. Stay away from NZ King, don't you get it? Wang Teng continued to spew sparks. His angry look and clenched fists spoke volumes. Wang Teng simply had to show this brat where not to go. So, while in the luxurious seat of the charter plane and leisurely sipping red wine, Sushun asked Mr. Li, "Is it? Have I really created a new identity for myself? Even other people's memories have changed. Now we'll have fun." Sushun winked to himself as he leaned against the porthole and saw his reflection. He now had something to think about and dream about. At this time, a conversation was taking place in a penthouse in the city's business district. The girl said to her companion, "I just got the news that Li Tao has already returned from Sushun's school. Our people were a little late." In response, her companion only smirked contemptuously and replied through his teeth, "Back is back. It's just a little kid. He can't do anything." A large oak table, an ashtray with 2 cigarette butts. On the table is a note that reads, "No one can stop me now." Judging by the sign on the table, it belongs to the vice chairman. Someone off-screen chuckles gloatingly. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Li, looking at the notebook. This is Vice President Chung Hua, the second person in the company. He was originally the first candidate for president after Mr. Zhao's accident. But since Mr. Zhao left all the shares to you in his will, he is not eligible to take over. So he hates me now, Su Shun decided. The system gave me a month to find the true cause of Zhao Chengming's death, and it seems that the clue lies in him. The most important thing now is to establish my authority in the company. Mr. Li supplemented the information. Cheng Hua is known for his ruthlessness. He already had quite a few enemies among the high-ranking positions, but they all mysteriously disappeared. You still... Student, be sure to be careful. Really? Su Shun asked. Then I should definitely meet him. Right now, all the members of the Board of Trustees are waiting for me in the conference room, right? Tell them to go to the main entrance. What? Huh? The main entrance. At the same time, a limousine was driving leisurely in the business district of the city. The driver was instructed, and then turn right at the crossroads. We'll have tea and milk. Tea? With milk? The driver asked absent-mindedly. The irritated man in the green suit, furrowing his brow, strongly resents. What the hell? He told us to come down to meet him, and he is still delayed for half a day. Is he playing with us? Not all his interlocutors supported this view. Zhou Chuan, watch your language. That was an order from the president of the company. Don't be rude to your elders. If you don't like something, leave. Zhou Chuan couldn't stand it. President or a student? Are you all crazy? He has no ability or qualifications. Why would he become the president of the company? In my opinion, only Mr. Chung can take that position. That's right, one of the twin brothers, who had been standing in the shadows until now, confirmed. Mr. Chung is the real president of the company, said the other one. What are you doing? A member of the board of directors exclaimed. President Zhao died recently. Don't you want to fulfill his last will? The person chosen as President Zhao must have special qualities, his interlocutor added. The twins immediately began to bicker with them. Old stubborn, you're the main scourge of the company. Retire already. Already lost your teeth, but you don't want to leave, shameless. Chung Hua, standing aside, thought, bunch of old men, sooner or later I'll deal with you all. At this moment, the limousine slowed down at the curb, and Su Shun, wearing a fancy suit, deliberately slowly approached the waiting staff. Ah, everyone's here, he said, finishing his tea from a paper cup. All the better. I won't have to wait for anyone. A man with a beard hurriedly approached the chairman. Mr. Su? We've been expecting you. My name is Chung Hua. The men shook hands firmly and Su Shun uttered, I know, Deputy Chung. Glad to meet you. I hope to cooperate with you. Nothing of what was happening could not pass by Zhou Chuan, and he muttered, no wonder he was late. It turns out, he was just riding for tea and milk. And already out loud defiantly said, Mr. Su, I advise you to go back and continue to play computer games. Business is war. Here you do not belong. Su Shun tactfully decided to clarify. Deputy Chung, I just arrived and am not yet familiar with the situation. Is this your dog? Chung Hua, trying to soften the situation, tried to hint. Mr. Su, you should not say so. He is not. Zhou Chuan's face turned red with anger. Barely restraining himself, he said, Say that again. This was clearly a mistake. And in the next moment, Zhou Chuan was already lying on the sidewalk, not understanding how this milksop had managed to knock him out with one punch. If this dog doesn't belong to Deputy Chung, but it dares to bark at me, Then it should be beaten, Su Shun said, watching his opponent, who now dared not even breathe air without permission, let alone stand on his feet. By the way, there's a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. I'm waiting for everyone there. With these words, Su Shun and Mr. Lee left, leaving everyone else in a daze. You're not playing by the rules, kid, Zhou Chuan thought to himself. Fine, then I'll show you how to really play. Entering the room, Mr. Lee and Chairman Su Shun saw a girl in a black suit. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, this is your secretary, Liao Oi. She is absolutely reliable. If you need anything, just tell her, Mr. Lee explained. Su Shun immediately took advantage of the offer, and the authority given to him. Prepare 3 cups of tea for me in the conference room. Cups of tea? The secretary asked in confusion. Upon arriving at the conference room, Su Shun was pleased to find that all 6 seats at the conference table were already occupied. 3 of the people present were already familiar to us, Mr. Lee, Zhou Chuan, and Vice Chairman Cheng Hua. Su Shun walked to his seat at the head of the table. Good. Everyone has arrived on time. I am satisfied. In front of each of them, except for the chairman himself, were the necessary papers and a glass of water. Only he demanded 3 cups of tea. After looking around the meeting, Su Shun said, "Let me first introduce myself. My name is Su Shun. From today, I am the president of this." Suddenly, one of the men present at the meeting, with evident ill will, decided to speak out. "President Su, on the subject of your inheritance. I wish he hadn't done that. I guess his life had not taught him to listen to his seniors until the end." At the same moment, without waiting for the end of his sentence, the enraged Su Shun threw one of his cups at him, unable to find anything else at hand. "Didn't your parents teach you that you shouldn't interrupt other people?" All the members of the assembly were shocked by what they saw. No one could utter a word. Everyone's thoughts were chaotically changing from one to another. Even the stern Mr. Lee, who was wise and knowledgeable, lost his temper for a moment and dropped his drink. "So," Su Shun looked around the audience with a triumphant smile, "I am the president of this company from today. That's it. I'm done." Deciding to let the staff speak, the newly elected president asked, "Does anyone else have any questions? Then I'll ask. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Silence reigned in the hall, and no one dared to oppose Su Shun. "Ask, don't be silent," Su Shun continued to encourage them. "If anyone has anything to say it. I'm easygoing." The people present only lowered their heads, like a student in class who was afraid of being asked. Vice Chairman Chung had been staring at him intently all this time, studying his gestures, manner of speech, and demeanor. Although President Su is still very young, he is still very charismatic, he thought to himself. "Haha, since President Su is done talking, then I'll give my thoughts on the matter," Deputy Chung said cheerfully, although he had a different thought in his head. President Zhao was right to choose him as his successor. "Okay, Deputy Chang, please speak." President Su Shun had yet to finish this sentence, and then Mr. Lee was startled to see that the deputy had picked up one of the teacups meant for the president. Vice Chairman Chung began to speak leisurely, punctuating each word. "President Su is very young and has great promise. With such a director, our company is sure to succeed in many things, and I am indeed very happy. But we have dozens of people working for us. It will be useless to persuade only us to do something." There was an ominous silence in the air. Everyone was silent. "But if President Su can achieve something incredible," Deputy Chung continued. "For example, if he gets a big deal from Taishan Corporation, then no one in the company will dare to doubt your abilities." Mr. Lee could no longer control himself and exploded. "Come on, everyone knows that Taishan is our worst enemy. You're sending President Su to sign documents with them? How is that possible?" Deputy Chung could not bear to be treated like this and raised his voice. "How dare you shout at me?" He threw a glass of tea and milk at him in anger. Mr. Lee caught the glass on the fly without apparent effort. The tension in the conference room was rising and seemed to have peaked. Everyone was silent, afraid to utter a single word. President Su Shun broke the silence. "I will take this project." His words impressed Mr. Lee, who clearly did not expect such an act from the president. Only Vice Chairman Chung could not hide his satisfaction. "Good. You are very courageous. But don't take too long to negotiate. A month will be enough for you, I hope." President Su Shun said confidently, "A week is enough. Break it up." "A week?" Mr. Lee thought with horror. With a cold-blooded glance around the room, President Su Shun ordered his secretary, "Liao Yu, follow me." Mr. Lee, appealing to prudence, shouted after them, "President Su!" "Ha ha ha. Good. There he is, our President Su. It's a deal." Deputy Chung cheerfully exclaimed. "Li Tao, thank you for bringing him here. We were able to appreciate this idiot," he continued. Two other members of the assembly stood behind him and quietly watched. When they saw that Deputy Cheng was winning, they began to echo him. He has no milk on his lips yet. What business is he in? Fighting with Mr. Cheng is seeking his own death. Everyone laughs at him. And as if to confirm their words, Cheng laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! At the same time, the oldest and wisest members of the council were sharing their thoughts. How could President Zhou choose this jerk? The situation is hopeless. We need to quit immediately. And only Li Tao was sitting at the table and concentrating on something. Finally, he made up his mind and called President Su via video link. President Su, you can't, he began. Oh, I was just looking for you, Su Shun interrupted him in a serene voice. Tell me finally, how did President Zhao die? The question clearly took Mr. Li by surprise. He didn't hide his bewilderment. President Zhao? He was in an accident. The police have already determined that. But President Su could not be so easily dismissed. With his hands folded in front of the monitor, he demanded, I'm not interested in official reports. Tell me everything in detail. Damn it. If it really was just an ordinary accident, the system wouldn't have made me investigate it, Mr. Li thought to himself. Okay, I'll do what I can, he said aloud. This morning on his way to the company, President Zhao collided with a truck at an intersection and died. The driver of the truck takes out garbage from the construction site every day at this time, so the accident was not intentional. Where is the driver now? Su Shun asked. He has been detained and is now at the police station. We must act immediately. Su made a decision. I need you to go to the police station right now and follow this driver. There's no way something can happen to him. A terrible hunch pierced Mr. Li. He still couldn't dare to ask, is something wrong? Do you really think that, while various thoughts chaotically replaced each other in Mr. Li's mind, Su Shun, leisurely sipping his coffee, said, It's not scary to anticipate in advance. It's scary to be unexpected. Got it. I'll go now, Li Tao exclaimed. Leaving the office, he ran into the president's secretary at the door. President Su, all the information about the president of Taishan Corporation, Mr. Anantian, is here, Liao Yu said, handing the president a puffy bag of papers. Taking the bag in his hands, Su Shun thought absent-mindedly for a long time. When he looked at the papers, he couldn't understand how he knew Anantian. I think I've heard this name before.
And then President Su Shun had his hunch confirmed. He saw An Ziking's picture on one of the sheets of paper, and the document said that she was the daughter of the president of Taishan Corporation. Holy shit, what a coincidence, Su Shun exclaimed.
At this moment, a certain girl, while taking a bath, asked her interlocutor, Are you saying that this Su Shun actually became the president of Qingyun Company? Is it really the evil truth? Maybe it's a lie, she thought aloud. He's gone from loser to handsome in an instant. She held her head in disbelief. Unread messages on my phone. I'm so angry 2 days ago he was laughing at me. If only I had known. And Zijing, daughter of the president of Taishan Corporation, wails bitterly. Suddenly she decides to get some fresh air. I'm going to go for a little walk. Walking down the street in her underwear and open cloak, she causes astonishment. It's already getting dark outside, and Ziking feels uneasy. She fastens her cloak and looks around fearfully. It is starting to get cold. She hesitantly stops under a street lamp, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, a young man rushes at her from behind and embraces her. Hey, beautiful. From surprise, the girl can't resist and only shouts, Ouch! For some time, she tries to throw off the attacker's arm, and at last she succeeds. She throws him to the asphalt with a powerful throw, and only at the last, inevitable moment did the girl recognize him. It's me, shouted Su Shun, already in the inevitable flight to the ground. Really? The girl clasped her hands together. Su Shun. And Ziking couldn't forgive her mistake. She was going around and around. I'm sorry. You came so suddenly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Calm down. It's all right. Su Shun barely spoke out. However, what a heavy hand. He exclaimed later when he recovered a little and was able to accompany An Ziking. Hey, it was your own fault. Why did you attack me? Su Shun found something to answer instantly. Why do you beat me up when I sneak up from behind, but do nothing when I come up to kiss you from the front? The girl was silent. Only a slight blush on her cheeks gave away her feelings. It seemed like it was time to talk, and An Ziking ventured. I really didn't think. You've avoided me for so many years since you were a child, and today, why did you decide to find me? Su Shun realized that now he could honestly and frankly lay it all out. I used to be a poor tramp and couldn't provide for your happiness. But from today, I am no longer that poor tramp, Su Shun. I will give up everything for your love. And Ziking's eyes opened wide. At the same moment, her whole body seemed to sparkle with happiness and finally found peace of mind. "Uh-huh," and Ziking could only say. Su Shun consoled her affectionately. "Don't cry, silly girl. I want to ask you something. Is your dad really the president of Taishan Corporation?"
An Zijing, still sobbing and wiping her tears, said, "Yes. 5 years ago, he set up his own business and founded Taishan Company. I told you so." She asked angrily, "Don't you remember?" "Ha ha ha. I remember. I remember, of course I remember," Su Shun hurriedly assured her.
However, there was a completely different thought in my mind. "You talk every day. How can you memorize it all?" Su Shun said out loud not what was on his tongue. "Now, I want to get a firm foothold in Qingyun's company, and so I need your dad's help. So..." A phone call abruptly interrupted their conversation. "President Su, the driver of the truck that was involved in the accident with President Zhao, has committed suicide." "Where are you?" Su Shun shouted. "I'll come right away. Are you leaving already?" "What's wrong?" the girl asked. Already running away, holding the phone near his ear, Su Shun turned around and shouted, "I will call you tomorrow morning." The girl remained standing on the path, as if seeing him off. Thoughts swarmed in her head, the image of the man she loved still standing in front of her eyes. "Damn, we never got to talk." Ziking thought and couldn't hold back a nervous laugh. He. "Company." Su Shun summoned the limousine. While waiting for transportation, he had time to think about a lot of things and spread out a little. The sudden headlight that blinded Su Shun confused him. He realized in time that something was not going according to plan, and he jumped aside sharply. "It's a hit and run!" he realized. A sharp scraping of metal made him turn around. Su Shun was watching in horror. A yellow car collided with his limousine and swerved to the side, and was now rapidly gaining speed. Now that was really dangerous, Su Shun thought. It was hardly a coincidence. The assassination of the president, the suicide of the driver. "President Su, are you all right?" Mr. Li shouted, jumping out of the car and interrupting his train of thought. Office. Liao Jun appears in the office doorway and reports the situation. The driver failed. Li Tao suddenly appeared and saved the kid's life. Mr. Chung, having an intimate conversation with a girl, calms her down. "Never mind, I just wanted to scare him. I'm not so stupid to kill 2 company presidents one after another. Today was a warning, but I hope that he will realize that it is time to put his tail down," Mr. Chung triumphed. At the same time, Su Shun, recalling the events of the day over a cup of coffee, said, "Today was a warning. Someone wants me to give up." Mr. Li couldn't stand it anymore and pounded his fist on the table. "Son of a bitch! If I hadn't arrived in time, there would have been consequences." "Okay, tell me about the incident," Su Shun asked. "The driver was actually under control," Mr. Li began. "But suddenly he committed suicide in the detention center. When I arrived, he was already dead." "Yeah, my opponent is really tough. He left a suicide note in which he said he had no money to pay for the damage, and would pay with his life," Mr. Li continued. "Where's the driver's family?" Su Shun continued to ask. "He got divorced a few years ago and lived alone. Be sure to double-check. This could be an important lead in the case." Su Shun continued to collate the data. If someone hired a killer, the trump card that made the driver agree to give up his life could only be a relative. "Yes, I'll find out right away."
It was warm outside, and the trees stretched their branches toward the sun. The large, beautiful mansion with its well-kept garden and flowers was a model for the neighbors. It seemed just as cozy and peaceful within the walls of the house.
Inside, however, the idyll has been disturbed. Likshu, the wife of the landlord, and Nantian chides him for being too careless. Eat. All day long you eat. Are you even interested in your daughter?" Anantian calmly asked. "Is that all you're worried about, or is there something else?" "Yes, more. Ziking is chasing after some hungry man every day. How is that even possible? Xiao Cheng waited for her all night yesterday and still does, but she just refused to come back. What is this, a riot?" "Mom, why have you been yelling since morning?" An Yun, An Zijing's brother, asked. Behind him, a young man in a red suit walked into the room. "Auntie, has Ziking not returned yet?" Han Xiaocheng asked. "She'll be back soon. You have breakfast, I'll hurry her up." Lixue suddenly rushed over. Han Xiaocheng felt awkward and said, "If An Zijing really doesn't like me, I'd better leave." But Lixue assured him otherwise and convinced him to stay. "You what?" A little later, a confidential conversation between the 2 young men took place. "Come on, how can you, Leader Xiao, lose to a poor student living only on bread and water?" "But after all, it's just an asset that doesn't deserve much attention," Han Xiaocheng objected. Joyful, still hovering in the clouds, An Zijing came with her companion Su Shun to introduce him to his parents. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." All four of them waiting for her were dumbfounded. How dare this beggar and ragamuffin come into their house? What had he hoped for? You what? Who do you think you are?" "Hello, uncle, aunt. My name is Su Shun. I am a Zijing boy. This is the first time I came to see you, and I didn't bring any gift, just bought some fruit from the bottom of my heart." With these words, the young man put the bag on the table. "Boyfriend?" John Yun interjected. "What kind of nonsense are you doing with some redneck? What do you see in him anyway?" He grabbed the bag and threw it back into Su Shunyu's hands. "Take your trash and get out of here. You don't belong here, brother," Ziking said pitifully. "Uncle An, you have a beautiful family," Su Shun said. "But have you failed to raise a son?" Frowning, John Yun said, "Say that again." "Shut your mouth, you disgrace." The head of the family echoed him. After cooling down a bit, he asked the guest, "Su Shun, I admire your sense of affairs, but why did you do such a crazy thing today? You're no match for Ziking. Go away." Su Shun himself realized that the matter had gone too far. Not knowing how to make amends for his mistake, he thought for a long time and finally began to speak. "Actually, let me say a few words." A young man suddenly interrupted him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Xiaocheng. I am the young manager of the Kangshan Steel Company, and I will be the president of the company in the future." What a familiar moment, Su Shun thought. All this has already happened to me once before. Not the card. Not the card. Don't take out your bank card. I beg you. At the same moment, a blue plastic card fell at his feet. "There is 1 million on the card. Take the money and leave." No, Su Shun thought again. I don't want to sink to his level. What's next on the plan? Now it's slap time? Ziking was clearly unhappy with the situation. Han Xiaocheng, usually you don't shut up and say that you don't care about money, and you don't introduce yourself as the leader of Shao. So why are you so eager to reveal your identity today? "I just want to point out some people's insignificance so that they don't dream of the beautiful swan," Xiaocheng declared, looking arrogantly at Su Shun. He already knew what would happen next. The guy would pick up the handout and leave with his tail between his legs. It was always like this. Ziking was horrified to see Su Shun bending over to pick up the plastic card. She watched his actions with resentment. The warm feelings in her soul were gradually supplanted by coldness and contempt. Xiaocheng was also watching Su Shun with a smile. Anticipating his victory, he remarked, "Ha ha ha, look, this kid knows how to prioritize." Su Shun's eyes narrowed and turned into slits. He slowly walked over to Xiaocheng and put the plastic card in his jacket pocket. "This is the money your father earned with a lot of hard work. You shouldn't throw it on the floor just like garbage. You have no right to throw away his money." There was silence in the room. Nantian and Lixue watched with interest. "How strange," thought Xiaocheng. "I have humiliated him. Why is he pretending so strangely?" The next moment, he snapped out of the silence. "None of your business. I'm a young CEO of a company with a market value of 30 billion. Who are you? Tell me, in front of your aunt and uncle, let them choose who is worthy of their daughter." "All right," Shun said meekly. "I'm the president of Qingyun International Company." "Ha ha 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 ha. Did you hear? He's president? President?" Nantian kept an unwavering expression the entire time of the fight, only for Lixue to start crying, and Jianyang's tears to appear as well. "You? The president of Qingyun International Company?" Xiaocheng continued to mock, scattering the fruit from Shun's bag all over the room. Doesn't look like it." Su Shun mocked his opponent. "What are you talking about? Why didn't you say you were the Supreme Lord in the first place? How can a bastard like you be the president of a company? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Their argument was suddenly interrupted by a TV news report. After the sudden death of former President Qing Yun, according to his will, yesterday, 19-year-old Su Shun took over as the new president of the company, where he will now take this commercial aircraft carrier. Time will tell. According to our sources, Qing Yun has a market value of $130 billion. Here the owner of the house, Nantian, could not contain emotions and also roared with bitter tears. "So it turns out you are the same Shun, the new president of the company Qing Yun." Su Shun, happy that everything was in place, turned to Xiaocheng. "Director Han, we should definitely work together in the future." "Ha ha 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 ha. Yeah, we will," Xiaocheng muttered under his breath. "I just remembered that I have something urgent to do, so I'll be going. Bye." He hurriedly retreated and slammed the door. Xiaocheng's quick departure made a difference, and his recent foe Jian Yin quickly changed his ways and put his arm around Shun's shoulders in a friendly manner and winked at him. "Ha ha ha, son-in-law. I knew at first sight that you were an outstanding person." "You flatter me," Su Shun smirked back at him. And Nantian could not find a place in the house, Everything turned upside down. Nonsense. As soon as he heard about the money, he's already a son-in-law? Am I dead? Meanwhile, Lixu changed her behavior. Shun, sit down. You want to eat? Uncle An, I'm actually here on business today, Su Shun said. Qingyun Company is looking forward to cooperating with your Taishan Corporation. Funny, doesn't anyone know that I will never do business with Qingyun in my life? If you're an ordinary poor man, I can't hate you. But if you're the president of Qingyun Company, then don't ever come to my house again. Father, why are you doing this? And Ziking cried out in anger. That's out of the question! Nantian turned his back to her and ordered, Show the guest out! Smiling dazzlingly, Su Shun kindly said, Nothing. I have already sent people to find out the reasons for the conflict between Qingyun and Taishan. Damn, old man, why don't you do something good for business? Lixue shrieked, unable to hide her irritation. To find out? Anantian snorted contemptuously. And what did you find out? According to the results, when you and Mr. Zhao were young, you wanted to talk? Shun Nantian interrupted abruptly. No problem. Let's go to my office. I'll sign it right away. Thank you, Uncle. Shun thanked him fervently. And Nantian gave him a friendly hug and said, Ha ha ha. I immediately realized that you are an outstanding person. Thank you. Your son has just praised me as well. The mother and daughter looked at them with bewilderment. Su Shun finally got brave enough to ask, Uncle, did you really compete for a girl with Mr. Zhao when you were young? Shut up. If you dare to tell my wife about this, I'll kill you. Vice Chairman Cheng, sipping his coffee, asked unhappily, What? He signed the contract? No way. Yes, and Nantian has to make an announcement at the board of directors in 2 days. His interlocutor confirmed the information. What are we going to do? Cheng slammed the cup onto the table with all his might. The spatters flew all over the surface. It's illogical. Taishan has been feuding with our company for a long time. How could he agree to this kid's demands? As far as I know, he's having an affair with Anantian's daughter. They're classmates. Fuck, Chung yelled. Why didn't you tell me this important information earlier? I just found out. Do you want to follow through? There's no need, Chung said. It's just a little kid. You think I'm going to panic? I've already figured out how to deal with him. He smirked gloatingly. Meanwhile, the system activated in Su Shun's brain warned, There are still 4 days until the deadline date. Master, please complete the task as soon as possible. Thought Shun. Even though the treaty has been signed, it is more important for me to find out the truth. A panting Li Tao burst into the office. President Su, as you expected, I found something extraordinary. The driver has a daughter. 3 years ago, she went to study abroad, and since then he started working as a driver at this construction site. The truck driver suddenly had the money to send his daughter abroad. Shun started to guess. I think someone bought him, and the enemy is very tough, planned everything for 3 years. Why can't we find this source of money yet? Li Tao pondered. But you are right, the enemy is very cunning and ruthless. There is no way to avoid him. I have already summoned bodyguards. From now on, they will be with you all the time. Bodyguards? Mr. Shun was perplexed. Come in, Mr. Li called out. At his command, 3 shouldered guys entered the office. All 3 of them were of the same height and weight, all with the same shoulders, the real guards. Hello, President Su! They shouted in unison. President Su, don't worry. They are all elite retired military special forces, Li assured them. Their physical stats and loyalty levels are very high. Good. Thank you for the favor, Shun said uncertainly. By the way, I have one more question for you, he said. Li released the guards until further notice. You may step out. Su Shun showed the shared photo on the tablet and asked, Who is this person? Isn't his level too low to stand next to Chen Hua? Why didn't I see him at the last meeting? This person's name is Liao Jun, Li said. He is not a member of the board of directors, but he is very close to Chen Hua. It is said that many shameful things Chen Hua does are done by him. You could say he is Chen Hua's most loyal dog. You want to start the investigation with him? He's like a rock. I'm afraid that... No, I was just curious, so... I asked, Shun replied. His brain began to pick up on another connection. Liao. He tried to remember. At this moment, Su Shun's secretary ran into the man in question in the office corridors. Liao Jun was smoking and seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. What is it? You can't even say hello to me when you meet me? I told you before. Stop following me around in my company. Ha, Liao Jun hummed. I wanted to contact you outside the company, but did you answer my call? And anyway, stop talking nonsense. I have urgent business with you. It's not my job to help you. The girl tried to avoid him. Liao Jun grabbed her hand tightly. Don't try to be arrogant with me. If it wasn't for me, would you have become the secretary of the chapter? Believe it or not, I can kick you out of here tomorrow. Let me go! Listen carefully. My father is at an impasse. If you don't want me to die, you have to help me. His nervousness was transmitted to the girl. Now Liao Yu was starting to sweat. Tired to death. Su Shun stretched out, stretching lazily. Hello, President Su. Good luck to you. The 5 guards bowed to the chief. Where are you going? We're going with you. Work is finished, said Shun. I'm going home. Brothers, work, cried out one of the security team. Yes. A loud response came from all sides. Really, very energetic, Shun noted to himself. Let's escort President Su home to bed. A command was heard. Entering the office, Su Shun said goodbye to the secretary. Liao Yu, I'm leaving. Goodbye, President Su. President Su, she suddenly shouted back as if she had remembered something important. What is it? My car broke down. Can I bother you and ask you to take me home? But if it's too much trouble for you, I'll call a cab. Okay, come on. I'll drive you. Shun agreed. It was starting to get dark when the limousine pulled up to the destination. One of Su's men gallantly opened the door of the executive car. Do you live here? Su Shun asked, looking around with interest. Thank you for bringing me here. Come on, I'll take you inside. Liao Yu couldn't say a word out of bewilderment. Only a single, huh? Could slip out of her mouth. Su's face, which had been good-natured a moment before, suddenly became hard and he seemed angry. What's the matter with you? I brought you here, and you won't even give me a drink of water? Sure. Sorry. Liao felt awkward and let him pass. 2 twin brothers were keeping watch in the bushes. They were instructed to report everything they saw. Shit, they've entered the house. Brother, do we have to go with them too? Idiot, do you have any brains? Apparently, President Su will be drinking this water all night. After passing through the room, Su and Liao crossed the threshold and found themselves in the bathroom. It was chaotic, with toothbrushes on the floor, socks on the wash basin, and so on. You really seem to be putting all your energy into your work, Liao Yu said. And now our heroes are already talking nicely in the living room. Shun, spreading his arms wide, accidentally bumps into the bodice that the hostess forgot to hide, and says with a smirk, It seems that you really spend all your energy on work. Instantly flaring up, Liao instantly took her item of clothing from him. Don't touch it. I'll give you some water. Once in the bathroom, Liao remembered the instructions. Find a chance to be alone with him, and then let him drink this medicine. He will faint, and then you have to take some hot photos with him, understand? After thinking for a while, Liao cried and threw the pill into a glass of water. Su Shun, meanwhile, while waiting for her, walked down the corridor and looked at the pictures of relatives that were hung on the walls. President Su, your water, Liao said in an emphatically cold tone. Where's your mother? She's at home. With these words, Liao Yu handed the glass to Su, praying that it would be over quickly. That's how it is, Shun said leisurely. To be honest, I wanted to ask you something. What is your relationship with Liao Jun? The girl instantly covered with sweat. What are you talking about? We are not related to him in any way, just namesakes. Ah, I see. That's how it is. And Su Shun put a glass of water to his mouth. God, he's going to drink, Liao thought in despair. Su Shun drank the contents of the glass in one fell swoop, and nothing happened. Thank you for your hospitality, rest and I'll go, he said cheerfully. President Su, a girl suddenly shouted. I wanted to consult with you on a matter.
Liao tried her best to hold Su back, a persistent thought in her head. The drug hasn't taken effect yet. We can't let him go. Yes? It seems you don't intend to let me go today. No ... IT quote S, not like that, the girl whispered.
Su returned to the living room and sat on the couch, crossing his legs. So what's your question?
At the same time, the president's guards were idly chatting. Suddenly a phone signal cut through the silence. A message from President Su? The senior thought, perplexed. The text was as follows. Turn off the internet signal in the entire house. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Here we go, exclaimed the chief of security. Guys, let's get to work. Worm, take 2 guys and pull out the internet cables going to the house. Boulder, kill the signal from all the towers in the area. Hurry up. Yes, sir. The men responded immediately. And here we are in the living room again. Su Shun was fed up with the suspense, so he asked a question. So, what do you want to ask, Liao Yu? Well, sort of. The girl obviously hesitated. Shun himself could hardly contain himself. His body began to produce sweat. Suddenly, everything became clear. It seems to be an aphrodisiac. Does she even know about it? Shun thought angrily. President Su? Liao asked. Aren't you sleepy? Apparently not aware of it, Su continued to ponder. So someone tricked her into taking an aphrodisiac while she thought it was a sleeping pill. If she herself is in the dark, then we are being watched by someone who knows. Liu Hu, hurry up, he begged mentally. Liao Yu noticed that not everything had gone according to plan. President Su, are you all right? But she had a different thought. Why won't he fall asleep? And his face is all twisted. Maybe I overdosed him? The internet signal was still active, and that made Shun angry. You don't seem to be looking very healthy, said Liao sympathetically. But to herself, she thought triumphantly. There you go, hee hee. In a nearby room, Shun's detractors crowded around the monitor. They were eager to receive the provocative materials. The show will start soon. Ah, haha. We will soon find out what our young president is capable of. Wow, your forehead is burning, Liao Yu exclaimed. Meanwhile, the aphrodisiac effect was getting harder and harder to fight, and Shun found himself unable to take his eyes off her lush bust. What a fool, he thought. As Su fought the growing nosebleed, he looked around and finally caught a glimpse of the fading internet signal. Unhappy exclamations came from all sides. Shit, Liao Jun said. How come? This was supposed to be the best part. Fucking internet. Immediately, Su Shun jumped up and threw Liao Yu onto the bed. Ah! She shrieked in fright, annoyance and frustration at the same time. You're so stupid! You don't even realize how you've been used! What? The girl's pupils dilated wide. She didn't want to believe Su. Get me some ice! The more the better! Hurry! How exactly was I to be used? Liao asked confused. A guard, concerned about the president's excessive absence, entered the house. President Su! He called through the closed door. President Su is in the bathroom, taking a shower, Liao explained. Whoever, but the guard did not have to explain for a long time. It turns out, he is one of those who do it very quickly. He grinned understandingly, looking at Liao evaluatively, and she squealed, Shove your dirty jokes you know where! Oh, pew. Zun came out of the bathroom in his robe, taking a breath. President Su, you're still young and don't know the ins and outs. You have to do it. The guard tried to sneer. You better shut up and get busy. With what? The bodyguard was surprised. There's a hidden camera in the room. Find it! Were you going to secretly videotape the whole thing? The guard jumped on Liao. What camera? I don't know anything about it. Stop talking, just find it, Shun urged his bodyguard, dressing as he walked. By the way, did he tell you what kind of drug it was? He asked Liao. Sleeping pills. Silly girl. Did you think taking a picture of me sleeping would compromise me in any way? Obviously, they wanted hotter material. It was an aphrodisiac. They wanted to put you under me, you know? No way, the girl shrieked. Only now did Liao realize that she was just being used against the president. Found it, shouted the bodyguard with joy. The hidden camera was hidden in the socket. So it's all true, the girl said half-voiced thoughtfully. Keep looking. There should be some in the bedroom too, Su demanded. Your own father is willing to sacrifice your honor for his own gain. It must not be a good feeling, Shun said. But how did you know about it? I just said a hunch out loud and it seemed to be true. Liao Jun is really my father. 15 years ago, he left me with my sick mother and went to another woman. 3 years ago, I came here to earn money. I had no one here. I was desperate. And then I met him by chance. He was already in one of the lower management positions in the company. He helped me get a job. That's how I avoided starving to death in a back alley. As much as I hate him.
But you still can't refuse his request, right? 3 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom. The bodyguard interrupted her train of thought. They were going to muddy your good name. President Su, this is outrageous. After seeing all this, do you still have doubts about him? Shun asked. I don't believe that he did it. He was misled too.
Now the bodyguard could not contain his anger. Did you get your brains pinched by the door? I'm going to eliminate Manhwa, said Su. To do that, I must first find a way to get close to Liao Jun. I'll need your help to do that. If you don't want to do it, I won't force you. That's it, we're leaving. President Su, are we done for the day? You want to go and kick Liao Jun's ass? Okay, hey guys, shut up. Liao Yu was flooded with memories. She remembered looking for a job. Get out of here! We don't have a job for you! We don't need you. Go away, don't block the entrance. You don't know how to do anything. You've got some nerve coming here to apply for a job. It was like this wherever Liao went. Sitting in a puddle in the pouring rain, flipping through papers no one wanted, she howled in grief. "Oh, Mom, Liao Yu." A man who stopped next to her asked her. It was her father, the only one who helped her at that moment. Liao thought, "Anyway, in this world, you are my only family man. I want to give you another chance." There was a lively conversation behind the closed office doors. "Liao Jun, I have met many ruthless people in my life, but you are on a different level. I admire you. Turning your own daughter into a pawn and leading her by the leash for 3 years, that's foresight. I hear you two have a bad relationship. So how did you get her to submit? Simple. I asked the bosses of every company she sent her resume to turn her down. And when she was already in despair, I appeared on stage. At such a moment, she was willing to listen to me for everything. Ah ha 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 ha. Cool. There's a reason Mr. Chenhua values you so much as his right hand. You're very good. Will you show us the tape tomorrow? Jun asked. No problem. I'll send people to pick up the memory cards and then I'll send you the video for you all to check out. Ah ha ha, catch your drift. Liao Yu heard everything. Her lips were trembling. President Su, the bodyguard asked. Liao Yu betrayed you in the most brazen way. Why didn't you get rid of her? It's always been the hardest thing for people to break up with their relatives, and I'm just her boss. So why would she betray her father for me? But I was amazed that even my secretary was Chenhua's man. President Su, you don't have to worry about us. My boys and I are steadfast in our loyalty to you, the guard assured me fervently. I know. I'm pleased with the way you're doing your jobs. If you work with someone, don't doubt them. And if you doubt someone, don't work with them. I trust you 100%. The bodyguard was struck to the core by his words and thought to himself, so that's how it is. At such a young age, he controls a multi-billion-dollar empire and yet is able to trust his subordinates unconditionally. Watching Shun through the rearview mirror, he continued to ponder. He is surrounded by strong enemies, but he doesn't show a shred of fear. At the same time, he constantly maintains a working attitude. Judging from the way his eyebrows are slightly tensed, he must be dealing with serious business matters right now. How can someone so perfect exist in this world? Meanwhile, the so perfect got into watching entertainment content. What a freak. Is anyone going to be a streamer nowadays? After a while, the limousine parked in front of Shun's mansion. It was already dark, with only the moon and the clouds partially illuminating the surrounding area. Pick me up tomorrow morning, but for now you are free to go. Su let the driver go. Yes. When he was alone, Shun was lost in thought. There are only 2 days left to complete the mission. It's strange that I don't panic at all. I have to face serious problems, but I solve them with a cool head. Damn it. Is it because the system has given the current personality such a temperament? President Su. He was distracted from his thoughts by a barely audible voice. It was Liao Yu. Come in, he's a bastard. All these years I've been his pawn, the girl began. Such creatures don't deserve to live on this earth. He was willing to destroy me, so I'll do the same to him. I'll do anything you say if it'll help him get his revenge, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Remember, if you come to my camp, I will not require you to sacrifice yourself, but I will help you get what you want, help you get revenge on him. Do you understand? Yes, Liao agreed fervently. Liao Jun gave instructions to his subordinates over the phone. Wait for Su Shun to leave before coming in. Don't spook him before his time. I need you to take every last camera. Isn't that why you're here? Liao Yu asked, showing the cameras on her palm. Jun turned pale and covered in sweat. He realized that he had been tricked. You're like, not bad. Not only did you cheat me out of the drug, you also installed hidden cameras. What's that supposed to mean? I'm sorry. I let you down. Jun started to make excuses. It was Director Chen. He wanted everything to go perfectly. He gave me the wrong pill and installed hidden cameras. By the time I found out, it was too late. Don't worry. From now on, I will never let my daughter be treated so unfairly. When this is over, you'll definitely join the board of directors. By the way, did Su Shun discover these hidden cameras? Let's talk inside. I'm really tired. So what's up? Jun asked already indoors. This is very important. Tell me, did Su Shun get hooked? Tell me quickly. I'm dying of impatience. Liao Jun, who is this? A woman on the second floor asked. A colleague. She's here on business. She'll be leaving soon. Let's talk in your office. I don't even want to see that woman, Liao said. Daughter, what's up with Su Shun after all? Liao Yu remembered her boss's admonition. Remember, To make a game changer, you have to get to Liao Jun's computer. Jun was indignant to find the security cameras empty. What about the memory cards? You think I'm just going to give them to you? You owe me 8 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, you won't get them. You! Jun couldn't even say a word out of anger. Especially this recording might interest President Su as well. Liao Jun was sweating. He started frantically searching for a way out. Oh crap. This girl has everything we need in her hands. If we don't fulfill her demand, how will we destroy Su Shun? 8 million. Anyway, I'm not going to pay it out of my own pocket. Okay, he said out loud. Wait a bit, I need to consult my boss. I'll give you 10 minutes. My patience is wearing thin. Where's Director Chen? Get me him on the phone right away. Jun was getting angrier and angrier. Taking advantage of his absence, Liao connected the virus drive to the computer. Done, she said happily to Su. Shun sat the cipher technician at the table and told him, If you find what I need, I'll give you 8 million. I won't let you down, assured the technician. Su's employees were openly indignant at his actions. We spent all night looking for a computer genius at the boss's request just for this? Minus 8 million, and President Su is a master of throwing money around. If I knew how much they paid for it, I would have studied differently. I found one hidden folder. It's password protected, but it's not a problem, said the technician. Liao Jun walked hurriedly down the corridor and spoke on the phone. Okay, Director Chen. Transfer the money to my account, and after the record is verified, I will transfer it to her. With those words, he pulled the doorknob towards him and found Yu by the computer. What's going on here? What are you doing? You don't even put my mom and I's picture on the table. You're so heartless. Cut the crap. I have the money. I want to get the money first. Jun hesitated. He didn't want to give away that much money. How long will it take you to decide? I'm losing my patience. Bleeding with sweat, Jun made the necessary transaction and said, Don't you dare to heat me up, otherwise you will become my mortal enemy. By the way, the money has been transferred. Is it okay now? Turning her back to him, Liao Yu replied with a sneer. You are my father after all. I won't let you see something like this involving me. You just want to ruin Su Shun's relationship with Zijing, right? I've already sent the video to her. What? Jun turned red with anger. Do you take me for a fool? Give me the tape now. Otherwise you'll never get out of here. Jun grabbed Liao's arm sharply. Let me go. Director Chen, slightly worried about the recent events, called the secretary. Tell everyone. We'll hold a meeting of the interim board of directors soon. Got it. Shyly knocking on Su's door, she heard an invitation. Come in. President Su, Director Chen is asking you to attend a meeting of the interim board of directors. I see, Su replied. He thought, this is the moment of the decisive battle. Ouch! Liao screamed in surprise. Jun threw her on the bed. I don't have time for your games. I'll give you one last chance. Where are the memory cards? At that moment, the phone rang in his jacket pocket and Jun was distracted. Director Chen, I haven't received them yet, he said. Yes, after all, I already said I sent them to Zijing, Liao Yu replied, crying. What? Zijing came to our company? Qingyun Company disrespects Taishan so much that its president gave horns to my sister? Zhang Yun shouted frantically and slammed his fist on the table. Why don't you say anything? If you still think you can continue to take care of my sister, then you're an asshole. Director Chen was smiling contentedly. The conflict was clearly satisfactory to him. What an accurate observation. Finally, all the dreariness of the situation of the past few days began to dissipate. Director Anne, Su said, please calm down. If you have something to say, I suggest we talk about it privately in my office. That's what he gives, Shun thought. I didn't ask him for such a passionate performance. He denigrates me so sincerely, as if he really has a personal grudge against me. Director Chen decided to intervene and escalate the confrontation. Come on, President Su. As a member of the board of directors, you were wrongfully accused. So, we should all demand justice together. Right, Jun began to agree. We need to get to the bottom of this. You want justice? Come in, everyone. Su-kun invited us in. At the same moment, the room was filled with journalists and reporters shouting, We're from television. President Su, do you have anything to say about this? Give us a comment. The guards tried to push them out in their usual manner. You can't come in here. There's a meeting going on here. But Director Chen suddenly gave permission. Let the journalists in. Let them film. The presence of the media will prove that the good name of our company is not afraid of slander. Do we really have to take this step? Asked Su for the first time confusedly. I just want to give you a chance to whiten your reputation. And Jiqing was at the center of the event. She was a bit unaccustomed to speaking in front of a huge audience. She opened her notebook and said, You can see the true picture of what happened on this screen. Look, Director Chen smirked as he anticipated a swift reprisal against his opponent. This is what happens to those who wage war with me. Liao Jun did not share his optimism. A bead of sweat covered his face. And then the video feed from the laptop started. Jun and Chen were talking. Old Zhao Chengming is too much of a nuisance. Get rid of him in the next couple of days. The driver is fine. We can do it tomorrow at lunchtime. Now Principal Chen was already sweating and tried to stop the disclosure. What is this? Close the laptop. Don't film anyone. But it was too late. Or make it clean. He must not survive, Chen continued in the video. Don't worry. I've practiced this maneuver many times. This footage confirms the premeditation of the assassination. So President Zhao's death was not an accident, but a cold-blooded assassination. What am I paying you for, you freeloaders? Director Chen shouted. Do you want to keep your jobs? Quickly smash all the cameras and phones. His horror grew, unable to believe the loss of the empire. Now it was Su Shun's turn to act. He called his bodyguards. Your exit! Yes, sir! Take those guards out. Don't let them interfere with the journalist's work. Hey, Sixes, get out of here! Director Chen's guards were advised to get out of here while still giving them a couple of slaps for better understanding. So, said Su. Director Chen and his deputy Jun were arguing with each other. You dared to install a hidden camera in my office? I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to save a trump card for my own safety. Liao Yu set me up. The doors of the room opened wide, and Li walked in, accompanied by the police. You two are suspected of organizing the murder of Zhao Chengming. You'll have to come with us. After handcuffing Jun and Chen, they were led out of the hall. Phew, I think it's all over, Shun thought. We played our parts well, didn't we? Well, I'm the key character in this play, and you were just a supporting puppet in my background, Junyun decided to clarify. Congratulations, the assignment is complete, the activated system announced. To retrieve this week's identity, give the command Retrieve Identity. Retrieve Identity, Su Shun cheerfully exclaimed. Extraction successful. A new identity has been obtained. A top assassin. In addition to being the president of Qingyun Company, you also have another secret identity. A killer nicknamed Lord. Traces of your work can be seen all over the world. Your glorious name is passed from mouth to mouth by military dictators, drug lords, politicians, etc. No matter who you hunt, there is no escape for the victim. Subsequently, you have decided to retire and live a quiet life, but your enemy is on your trail. Soon the peaceful life will be over. Personality skills. Stealth, disguise, insight, minimal healing skills, excellent shooting and hand-to-hand combat skills. Task: resolve all troubles related to the new personality, survive. There is no time limit on completion. Warning: once extracted, the personality will be valid permanently. After completing the task, the skills of this personality will remain with you forever. Su Shun and Li Tao were sitting at the table talking. The latter said, "The police have confirmed the authenticity of the video, which means they can't get away with premeditated murder. They're facing at least life in prison." "Death penalty," Su said lazily, holding a ballpoint pen in his hand. "What? Did I hear you? I want them to be sentenced to death so that there will be no uncertainty from now on. Organize it." "Yes," Li replied with lightning speed. He thought, having met a sworn enemy in business, he takes the opportunity to destroy the problem physically. Though he is young, few can compete with him in determination. As he left the office, he closed the door behind him. After he left, Su got bored and looked for something to do. Throwing down a few pieces of paper, he threw a pen at them. To his surprise, the pen pierced the center of the sheet. So much for the skill of a first-class assassin. "You want to compete with me?" a surprised bodyguard asked. "Yeah, hit me with all your might," suggested Su, who had summoned him to his office. "Oh well, I've heard that the rich have such quirks." "Then hold on." The bodyguard put all his strength into the powerful punch. But contrary to his expectations, Su remained standing and his own arm was pierced by a hellish pain. "President Su, you look like you're wearing armor. I think I've broken my arm." "I'll look for a sparring partner somewhere else," Shun thought. Shun came to the gym with a ring, spun around, and as if by accident dropped a phrase. "These will be too easy to beat." "What did you say?" the coach asked him. "Kid, I personally raised these fighters. You think you can beat them easily, or are you just talking shit?" "No, I'm not here to shout bullshit from the audience. I'm dead serious. I'd beat them easily." "Are you sick of living, kid? Will you risk going out with me one-on-one?" "Sure, thanks a lot," Su agreed happily. "How does a chubby guy like you have the nerve to talk all this nonsense? If I don't kick your ass tonight, I'm going to close this place down. Don't be so overdone, it's just a sparring session. Several respectable-looking men entered the room. One of them asked, Mr. Han, are you happy with this place? Well, it's okay. I guess I didn't put all this money into your business for nothing. Han? Sue thought. What's he doing here? The opponents in the ring greeted each other. I came here to test my strength. Thank you for agreeing to fight, said Sue. Shun saw his opponent whispering with the stranger who had just run up. What? The trainer asked in surprise. What's the matter? What's the matter? Sue asked. Nothing. Meanwhile, the coach had something to hide. A man from the club told him, Mr. Han said that if you break this kid, he will give you 1 million. There was clearly something to think about. Well, let's exchange fighting experience, my friend, said the coach. And he thought to himself, tough luck, kid. Now you're the guarantee of my life. And he began to invite his opponent to fight, hitting his gloves against each other. Han Xiaocheng stood outside the ring in the crowd of observers. He asked him, What can you say about this fighter? I brought him from overseas for a fortune. His nickname is Wild Monster. He used to fight illegally, and he's killed a lot of souls. You'll see, it won't take him 10 seconds to break that boy's leg. But the fight didn't go according to plan. It could be understood by the lines of those talking. How did he dodge? Your fighter hasn't eaten porridge since morning? Does he know how to hit properly? Han's interlocutor tried to justify himself to him and rehabilitate his reputation. Don't worry, boss. It was nothing more than an accident. And he lashed out at the trainer. Get your shit together. Otherwise, I'll send you to sell your ass. And in the ring, the trainer, who had won many victories, could not overcome this fat guy. What's going on? How can you... I really want to test my strength and fighting skills, so hit at full power. The trainer in the ring was thinking, I see. You like to fool around. But when you decided to play cat and mouse with me, you made the worst mistake of your life. If you ask for death from the bottom of your heart, I won't deny it to you, he shouted. The audience cheered him on and cheered him on. It was clear that the trainer was a crowd favorite. Here we go. The monster's awake. Come on. Ah, I envy his muscles. Han Xiaocheng and his interlocutor also became visibly animated. That's it. My fighter is warmed up. There's no stopping him now. Especially to such a little sparrow. Heh, heh, heh. That's what happens when you take my girl away from me. Coach began a lightning-fast series of attacks. Na, ha, kia, haya, ha. But none of his strikes reached the target, and a tired-looking Sue asked, Can you be faster? Or is that the speed limit of your punches? You can't, huh? Were you born in the year of the rat? You're running all over the ring. Can you even hit me once? His trainer encouraged him. As you wish. In the next second, the trainer screamed in maddening pain. Ah, my arm! Han Xiaochen, who was watching the fight, gasped in surprise. Wow, I'm powerful. Sue looked at his gloved hand in amazement. And his opponent, lying defeated in the ring, was writhing in hellish agony. I'm going to die of pain. Call an ambulance. Let's get out of here. There's nothing more to do here, Han said to his interlocutor. Hey, Han Xiaocheng! A voice suddenly came from the side of the ring. Me? The owner of the place turned around, startled. Sue. President Sue, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Young man, keep your distance, Han's personal guard demanded. Han Xiaochen, you recently asked your man to pass a message to my opponent, and I heard everything. It, S. Just a simple misunderstanding. Han excused himself, almost crying. So it's the first and last time. I'm not interested in you, but if you plot against me again, I'll kill you. Do you understand me? Of course. Good. I hope you remember my words and don't do anything stupid again. Su Shun left the room with a dismissive wave of his hand. Goodbye, President Su. Goodbye, President Su. Han and his entourage bowed to him. Han Xiaocheng was criticized from all sides. Who was that? He easily knocked out 2 of Han's bodyguards and slapped him in the face. The strange thing is that Han didn't even move. Wasn't he considered the most reckless of the Golden Youths? Han clenched his teeth in anger. The audience seemed to be getting very angry. That's it. Now his tough guy image is gone. He's just another spineless boy with a silver spoon in his mouth. And how much attitude that rag had. While passing by an internet cafe, Shun called Ziking. Beautiful. Do you have time to have lunch with me? Actually, I'm studying. Listen to me. If you keep skipping classes like this, you'll be expelled sooner or later. I've already had a chance to talk to the rector, Sue said. Next week, I'll donate $3 million to the university to start an educational foundation, and he'll help me with the session in return. You're so... On the roof of the skyscraper, the gunman stood and coldly discussed the victim. Unimaginable, the Lord turned out to be so young. What does it matter? He will soon become a corpse anyway. Looking at Shun through the telescopic sight of the sniper rifle, the girl noted, "It took so long to find him." Shun turned directly in her direction, and the assassin girl flinched in surprise. "What's wrong?" her partner asked unhappily. I think he saw me." "What? How could he see us from this distance? And where is he? Where did he go?" The atmosphere of war, thought Sue, hiding behind the corner of the house. Did Han really send someone after my head? No, he couldn't have done it that fast. Apparently, the old detractors of my new identity are already here. Su Shun's villa. The bodyguard reports, "President Su, I have added 30 more guards as you requested. We've also installed infrared sensors around your villa to secure the perimeter. If anyone comes near here, they'll know right away." "Okay, well done. You can rest now." Yes, the sniper team in the car continued to maintain covert surveillance of the subject. He's stepped up his security. No wonder he's retired if he's resorting to such primitive methods of security. Once the best of the best, the overlord is no more. Shun leafed through the pamphlet and pondered. The use of such methods of defense should put their guard down. We need to convince them of the presence of cheese in the absence of a serious mousetrap, and then break their spines in one move. The main question is how to choose the best moment to lure the snakes out of their burrows. Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. The caller was unknown. "Hello?" Shun answered uncertainly. "Lord, how are you doing?" But that voice, Sue realized. It belongs to Tony, the Lord's agent. Why is he suddenly contacting me? Didn't the Overlord retire? "Tony," Shun rebuked him. "How did you have the guts to call my number directly? That's not the way things are done in this business. Or have you forgotten the rules? Please don't get me wrong. I went against our rules for a reason. I have a big order for you, and it's easy to fulfill." "Really?" Sue was surprised. "Tell me. The target is in China, not far from you. The main thing is that the client was exorbitantly generous. He's paying $5 million. And who's the target? If they're willing to pay such a huge sum for him. The president of a corporation. Nothing serious. It's a piece of cake for you. I'll email you the target's information." "Oh, those rich people," Shun chuckled as he checked his email. "Spending as much as $5 million for just one head." The laptop screen gave out the required information. Name, Su Shun. Identity, President of Qingyun International Corporation. At that time, Tony was lounging on the beach in the sunlight. His eyes were attracted by the girls in bikinis who were swimming and talking to each other. "Let's go there." "Ah." "Well, Lord, are you interested?" Agent Tony asked. "The name of the customer." "Lord, but the information about the customer. Hurry up. One way or another, I'll still get what I want. Or do you naively think I won't get you?" "That's right," Tony said, frightened out of his wits. "Of course I'll tell you everything I know. To hell with the rules. The customer is also from China. His name is Han Xiaocheng. He's the son of the owner of a group of companies. Han Xiaocheng. You've been trying to get yourself killed for a long time. Lord, I had nothing to do with it. You have to believe me," Tony kept saying. "What are you so busy with? Why can't I reach you?" Zeking asked when she came into the office. "Zeking? What are you doing here?" Sue asked. "What am I doing here? And who offered me dinner as a thank you?" I forgot. I'm sorry." Zeking angrily grabbed his arm and defiantly turned away. "Do you know how hard it was for me to get a reservation at that restaurant? If we miss it, you'll make it up to me." "Of course I'll make it up to you." Zeking saw a big crowd outside Sue's mansion and asked, "Why are there so many people around your house?" "Boss, are you going somewhere?" a bodyguard asked. "Yeah, take a few guys and follow us." The assassins continued to follow Shun, hesitating to make a public move. "There's no point. It's too early to make a move today. Based on his actions, he's already spotted us. Let's wait for reinforcements. There's no hurry." At the same time, Zeking, in her dazzling white dress, continued to openly resent. "See, I knew we wouldn't make it in time. They have this rule. If you're half an hour late, the reservation is canceled. The next available reservation is only a month away." Su Shun stepped aside to make a phone call. "Right. Who is at the M Grand Hotel?" "No, I don't want to expand the business. I want to eat there tomorrow." "Okay, make a deal." "What are you doing?" Zeking asked. "I'm buying this place. Let's eat here tomorrow." When she got home, a saddened girl said to her companion, "Sit anywhere you want. I'll make you some noodles." "Nobody else at home?" "Brother is abroad. Mom and Dad are in a meeting." "The switch is behind the sofa. Turn on the light." What are you doing? Ziking exclaimed when Sue turned on the light and started kissing her. Don't do that, the girl said helplessly. Wait, you're not going to... and tried to protest as she felt Shun unzipping her dress. Don't. I'm not ready yet, Ziking whispered. Don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle. Sue convinced her and kissed her. At that moment, Ziking's parents entered the room. What are you... The head of the family began his interrogation, finding his daughter lying on the bed. Mom, Dad, didn't you go to the meeting? The meeting was postponed, and thank God, said Anantian. If he had time to put his pepper in your cabbage. Ziking said, It's not like ... it quote s, not what it looks like. Hello, you've got it all wrong. Sue tried to justify himself while buttoning his fly. We were just looking for a light switch in the dark, and we tripped and fell on the couch. And the switch was right there. I'll know. Did you unzip your fly to make it easier to find the light switch? Do you think I'm stupid? Shrieked the angry parent. I just have low-quality pants. Well, I have more to do. Good night. Gone. The curses from the side of the house echoed towards Shun for a long time. It's the boss, the bodyguard said melancholically, smoking a cigarette. Boss, you finished so quickly again. The driver couldn't help but sneer. You're free to leave me alone. The angry Shun pressed the gas pedal to the floor with annoyance. I've already let the guards go, and still no killers. I guess I can't go after them today. No matter, I have one more excellent outlet to relieve myself. Entering his enemy's office, he asked the guard, Is Han Xiaocheng here? None of your business. Don't get in the way, the guard said with a powerful blow. Damn, I should start controlling my power, said Shun. Immediately, a second bodyguard pistol-whipped him with a shout of, Die! Sue easily intercepted his arm. The bodyguard asked in surprise, What's the matter? What's wrong with my gun? Son, it's too early for you to play with these things, Sue slapped him. You're done for the day. Outside the office door, Han was having fun with the girls, and the noise distracted him. If you don't shut up, I'll break your legs. Shun entered the office with a dazzling smile. Shit! What are you doing here? Han shouted, wrapped in a towel. The girls shouted, Ah! This is a matter of personal revenge, Shun said. All uninvolved people are asked to leave the room. You're full of energy, I see, since one at a time isn't enough for you. President Sue, if you're interested, I can personally select a few elite girls and send them to your address. Once again, I apologize for the events of today. It was very generous of you not to escalate the conflict. I didn't come because of what happened this afternoon, Sue said. Don't be afraid, boss, we're already here, the thugs who burst into the office shouted. With their appearance, Han had clearly become bolder and was no longer crawling around begging for mercy. Ah ha ha, you're suicidal. You should have thought of coming here alone. Wow, it's like you've been waiting for my visit, Shun cheered up the crowd. You let me go in public. Did you think you could get away with it? I'd just gotten the boys together, and you're the one who walked into the mousetrap. I'm glad you were so quick to do what you had to do. Teaching a poor chicken like you a lesson didn't give me a sense of victory, Sue replied, sitting down calmly. About a dozen thugs armed with pipes and clubs were just waiting for the signal. He won't shut his mouth even before he dies. Kill him so that he can never smile again. Everyone pounced on Shun, but after a few minutes the attackers were on the floor. What kind of nincompoops are you? Stop him, don't let him. Han was tearing up. The next moment he could only squeeze out a K. Sue had a firm grip on his throat. I don't think you finished, Shun said. Just a few seconds and... What kind of monster are you? Don't you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Su Shun, if you have balls, kill me. Otherwise you and I won't be finished. Even if you're unkillable. Can you guard NZ King 24/7? One call from me and she'll be kidnapped. And then a couple hundred guys will run her around in circles. You stop hitting me. If you touch NZ Jing, Sue warned, I'll find 100 ways to make your life scarier than death. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. You're just the president of the company. Or do you already think you're God? Shun Han tried to insult me. Your worst decision ever was spending $5 million on my head. How did you know that? Impossible. I found an elite agent, only he and a hitman called the Overlord could know about it. How did you... I am the Overlord. Sue attacked his opponent. Having hiding behind the sofa, Su-sun with a grin admitted that Xiao Chen had prepared well. He angrily said that they would not shoot at the boss. The young man frowned. It seems that Xiao Cheng told the truth and a third party hunted him. The owner was pounded with fear. He was barely able to get the phone with shaking hands and stated, stammering that he was calling the police. Xiao-chan leaned out too high, so Su-sun pulled the guy down. At that very moment, another bullet flew over his head, breaking through the glass. Xiao-chan was scared even more and cried out with horror. For the first time in his life, he was so close to his death. Su-sun turned to him and said with a grin that he was now ready to believe, this is really not the guard of Xiao-chan. The man experienced several feelings at the same time. Tears rolled with streams on his cheek. His own fright gave rise to a new malice to everything. Su-sun carefully leaned around the corner of the sofa. Since these were not the people of Xiao-chan, most likely these are killers, whom he noticed during the day. As it turned out, the assassins did not take their eyes off him. An accurately released bullet would hit the forehead right if the guy did not hide his head behind the sofa. A white porcelain vase scattered to smithereens. Xiao-chang once again realized that these guys are not going to joke. Having stood up from the sofa, the young man accurately determined that the shooter is on the roof of the building opposite. A fair-haired shooter frowned at his victim. He lowered the cone-shaped hat low so that the solar glare did not interfere. The man was clearly visible that from the shelter in which he put at least a dozen bullets, a dark silhouette separated. Johann grinned. If Vladika decided to try to slip away from him, this is a rather bad idea. He transferred the sight to the door of the building. Now it remained only to wait. The shooter knew perfectly well that only one exit. Su-sun did not appear. Killer had already begun to wait from tension. He thought angrily that the victim disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, something pierced into the left collarbone of a man. The stain quickly spread out on a gray t-shirt. Overcoming the pain, the shooter displeasedly extracted an extraneous object. He stuck quite deeply, the man cried out. At first, it seemed to Johann that it was a small dart. When Killer realized that such a pain was caused by an ordinary wand for food, he was surprised. Su-shun looked sternly at the opponent. In his left hand, several more sticks were prepared. The shooter realized that he could not defeat the opponent and clamped the check in his teeth, which shot the cable. While the cable was unwinding on a carbine, the man managed to figure out that Su-sun hit him with a stick from 200.5 meters. The young man watched Johann perplexedly and muttered under his breath that the mercenary decided to just leave without finishing his job. The shooter began to go down quickly. He learned well that you should not fight with an opponent if the forces are not equal. The man squeezed the wound. An insignificant wand for food caused hellish pain. It was necessary to just escape from the battlefield. Su-sun was not going to allow Johann to escape and kicked him into a solar plexus. The shooter grimaced in pain. The young man sarcastically stated that he should not leave so early. They have not yet played enough of their men's games. The man clasped his teeth with anger. He realized that he should get the enemy from the game as soon as possible. Otherwise, he himself would die. Having felt for the gun, the killer pulled it with lightning speed and took the fuse. There was a quiet click. Johann with a grin shot at his victim. Everything could have developed in a completely different way, but he had an advantage. Suddenly, the man realized that he had not hit the guy. Su-sun disappeared somewhere, leaving only a cloud of dust. He appeared as if from nowhere, hitting the arrow with his foot on the head. Killer's eyes almost from the orbits did not get out of hellish pain. Losing consciousness and expectorant blood, the man managed to think that he was caught a really serious opponent. Su-sun grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the roof of the building. The shooter tried to weaken the steel grip. Johann tried to squeeze out a smile. He admitted that the guy was not in vain considered king of killers. He has a talent. Su-sun grinned, asking why he was talking about this in the past tense. This title now belongs to him. The young man threatened to unclench his fingers and drop the enemy from the roof if he does not say the name of the customer in the next 10 seconds. The blonde pretended to agree to tell everything. In fact, he just tried to win the time and weaken the grip. When Johann said in a hoarse voice that he was ready to report the name of the customer, his left hand slipped with lightning speed to the scabbard on his belt. The man made a lightning attack towards the enemy, but the blade flashed too early and gave it out. Su-sun opened his fingers. The blonde's body flew down from the 5th floor of the sports complex. The shooter looked at the enemy in surprise. The guy's tie fluttered with a strong wind. Su-sun squinted, looking at the falling blonde, and said that he himself would find the customer. The young man raised his head and looked up thoughtfully. There's nothing more to do here. They will soon begin to look for it. Johanna, of those few seconds of fall seemed to be an eternity. He mentally said goodbye to his life. Fortunately, the parked van at the entrance softened the blow. The shooter landed on his roof. The group of Johann reacted instantly. Several people opened a runaway fire on the roof of the building. Dozens of bullets drummed by the fence on the roof. Some flew up. Su-sun foresaw this and managed to move away. Rizzo longed for bloody revenge. She demanded to immediately find the Lord. You cannot allow him to leave. The capture group jumped out of the black van. George thoughtfully watched his subordinates, folding his arms over his chest. Rizzo helped Johann go down and asked how he feels. He answered in a weak voice that he would live. Just broke a couple of ribs. The cries of the fighters came from the roof. The senior group reported by the walkie-talkie that in the building and on the roof of the Lord was not found. The girl clawed her teeth angrily. She could not believe that the guy was able to run away, despite their numerical superiority. George reluctantly admitted their defeat and said that it was better for them to leave quickly. The police will soon be here. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly took their places in armored black sedans and vans. George took a place near the driver. Rizzo helped the wounded Johann climb the back seat. The shooter admitted a weakening voice that the Lord is very strong. The girl said that Johann himself would tell boss. Gaining speed, armored vehicles, one after another, quickly left the territory of the fighting club. The driver of the first sedan did not even assume that an illegal passenger hid under the bottom of his car. Su-sun lowered his head a little and grinned. The shooter himself will bring him to the customer, without even suspecting it. By evening, the procession stopped at the guarded villa of Caleb Wilson. Johann reported to boss that they had returned. Behind Wilson's back on a soft bed, one of his slaves struggled. Puffing a cigar, the boss angrily slapped a three-fingered hand across the table. 3 fighters stretched out in front of Wilson. Johann apologized for trying to cope with the Lord without reinforcement. There were 2 patches on his face. Gypsum was laid on his right hand. The man vowed to bring the enemy's head if he was given another chance. Wilson fiercely exclaimed that after 3 days he sailed on his liner. By this time, either a guy or all 3 will die. He angrily added that he should not be disappointed. Immediately after these words, the video screen has gone out. The fighters froze. George scratched his head puzzled, noting that now they should not be mistaken. Rizzo suggested grabbing the girlfriend of the Lord. Su-sun furtively watched them from behind the bushes. He knew that Caleb Wilson lost 3 fingers when he lost to the Lord on the races. The young man squinted slyly. If this type is so craving for personal revenge, they can play with it again. And Su-jing at that time was sad over the book. She was already preparing for bed and only waited for the phone to charge. When a call from Su-sun was heard, the girl reminded that it was already too late. He, in response, invited her to go to the cruise. Zi-jing immediately started. She had long wanted to visit the liner, but it seemed a pipe dream. There was still quite a lot of time before sailing, so the next morning young people settled in a 5-star hotel. The first thing, Zin ran out to the small balcony to admire the view from the 15th floor. Grabbing the fence, the girl exclaimed admiringly that it was really very beautiful here. She slyly winked at her lens when she made a selfie, and asked how the young man managed to find such a wonderful place. Su-sun went out onto the balcony, smiling barely noticeably. He noticed that there are still many places in the world that are much more beautiful than this. The young man hugged Zi-jing tightly and stated that they could go where the girl would want. She blushed and tried to break free. Su-sun, in response, pressed her even more to him and kissed her tightly. Zi-jing reciprocated him, having giggled in embarrassment. The girl said that she wanted to go to the shower. After that, she intends to head to the beach. The young man invited her to eat a little at first. Zi-jing laughed. She is not so hungry. Su-sun thoughtfully watched the shower door. Behind him, the chiseled silhouette of his girlfriend was guessed. From this type, the guy rose pressure, nasal bleeding opened. Su-sun muttered that he was too noble. Zi-jing shouted from the shower that he should not chat with himself. The young man went out into the banquet hall and sat at a table densely forced by dishes. The waiter brought smoked fish chopped by slices. Su-sun called Liu Hu and asked about business in the office. The security chief immediately answered the call. He stood by the window and looked down thoughtfully. The man said that everything is fine so far. The people of Chenhua still continue to watch the office, thinking that Su-sun is still inside. In fact, instead of him sat a guy in a blue suit with the same red hair. They could be distinguished only by eye color. Having finished the bell, Su-sun grinned. A 3-fingered old man does not even suspect that instead of a hunter, he had a sacrifice. A girl with a bowl of bowls stopped near his table. She waved a friendly hand, apologizing for the invasion. Yan Yu-jo embarrassedly asked for permission to sit down nearby, as there were no more free tables in the hall. The young man smiled in response to her and casually pointed his finger at his free place. He had nothing against the stranger. Several guys in the neighborhood sternly watched the beauty. The brunette stared at her boyfriend in displeasure. 2 young people delightedly discussed a pretty brown-haired woman and how lucky the guy next to whom she sat. The brunette in a black dress got in earnest, noting that her companion did not even pay attention to her. Yu-jo noticed all these gaze and love on the left and continued to be thoughtfully eating fruits. It seemed strange to the girl that the neighbor did not even look at her. He sat opposite and simply enjoyed food. Yu-jo decided that the guy was just embarrassed to look at her. The girl grinned. She suggested that in this way the stranger was trying to arouse interest in her person. To the surprise of Yu-jo, everything turned out to be completely wrong. As soon as Su-sun finished the meal, he silently went out from the table. The girl could not believe This guy really came out from behind the table without saying a word and calmly wiped his lips with a napkin. Yu Zhou stared at a strange stranger. The girl noticed that Su Sun only looked at her once. The young man noticed how the stranger squinted at him, but decided that this was due to the fact that he stained his clothes with food. There were several young people by the window. When Su Sun passed by, he heard their admiring exclamations. The guy went to the window. He realized that the transatlantic liner of Caleb Wilson finally arrived at the port. The ship seemed huge compared to small yachts moored by the pier. One of the interlocutors admitted that he would be glad to be on board. From the height of the hotel, several decks and many sun loungers were clearly visible to them. The second man sarcastically stated that for this, it was necessary to be born in a rich family. At the next window, the brunette admired the liner at sunset and begged her companion to quickly take several photos. Su Shun grinned gloatingly. He waited 3 whole days, but now the fate of Caleb Wilson is in his hands. Everyone waited in line while 2 employees checked the tickets at the pier, letting them in. If they had a ticket, the girl asked Shun if he had them, because they were bought a year in advance. Shun opened his mouth slightly to answer, but a man walked past him, touching his shoulder with his shoulder. The man turned around, looking unhappy and telling him to watch where he was going. Shun raised his hand, asking for his forgiveness. The guy's mustache looked realistic, as if he had always had it, and the corners of his lips lifted, creating a smile. He winked at the girl, taking out 2 airline tickets with a smile on his face, telling her that he had them. The girl's eyes opened wide, paying attention to the tickets that the guy was holding. She was surprised to ask him how he could. Shun covered her mouth with his hand, looking slightly nervous. The girl looked at him with dissatisfaction. The guy asked her not to make noise and be quiet. He came close to her ear, saying that he had checked this guy in advance, and he was involved in illegal gambling and making dirty money. The girl listened to him carefully, while her eyes opened wide. Shun asked her if such a scoundrel could enjoy life, and Zijing began to think about his words. Expressing seriousness on her face, she opened her mouth to say something. Her eyes shone with impatience, and instead of the usual pupil there was a star. She enthusiastically said that in this case, they need to go faster. There was a smile on her face. She blossomed at the guy's words, grabbing his hand and dragging him towards the ticket check. Anne said that if they were late, the liner would sail away without them. Shun was not surprised by this reaction. With a neutral expression on his face, he thought that the girl was very suggestible. Wealthy people stood near the guy. Shun decided to look at them out of the corner of his eye, noting to himself that the passengers were not simple people, and after the arrival of the liner almost no one got off. But there was a large queue lined up inside which looked like a closed party. Shun grinned insidiously. An ominous aura appeared around him. Looking straight at the liner, the guy thought that it didn't matter what Wilson's idea was. He would still outplay him. A glass of red liquid was thrown into the guy's face. He closed his eyes so that the drink wouldn't get into them, expressing discomfort at such actions towards him. The glass rolled further, leaving drops on the floor. The man sat and looked at him. There were girls opposite him. He asked the guy if he was here to spend a vacation. Wilson looked angry. Flames burst around him, depicting true emotions. Poking at the guy, he asked where the Lord's head was. The guy began to wipe his face from the drink that had been spilled on him. He calmly looked at the man and replied that his people had prepared an ambush along the way of work, and if Shun did not die, then his limbs would at least turn into puree. The girls did not leave his side. One of them poured a drink into the glass. Wilson angrily continued to address him, saying that if he screwed up again, he would not see the sun tomorrow. The girl and the guy came into their room, saying with a serious expression that everyone had come on board. The man's hand held onto a beautiful cane, which was covered with some kind of stones on top. Wilson stood up, his face changing into a polite one, and with a small smile he replied that he would go greet the guests. The hall was huge and well lit. There were a lot of people, which is why each of them crowded, waiting for Wilson to come out. And Zijing looked at the girl who was smiling. She asked with interest why everyone was crowded here, and they bought tickets purely for the sake of chatting in the lobby. Shun looked at the other people who were next to him, calmly answering that people get tickets in order to gamble big, and as soon as the liner starts moving, then the fun will begin. The girl shuddered, expressing surprise at this answer. Her eyes looked like 5 kopecks. She said that in this situation, they urgently needed to leave. Shun looked at her with a small smile, hugging her and assuring her that everything would be okay because he was nearby. The girl stared at him in amazement. People were excitedly talking about something. Yan Yuro came out from the corner, looking somewhere with interest, being away from others. The guy immediately noticed her, looking warily in her direction and asking himself why she was without company and whether she came to play. People, having heard the address, began to look towards the voice. With smiles on their faces, Su Shun and Zijing trembled. The girl was interested in the speech, while the guy looked carefully. There were guards next to Wilson, carefully watching everyone from above. He held a glass of drink in his hand, kindly saying that the next 3 days on his ship would be the best for them. Wilson looked at the people with curiosity, a small smile appearing on his lips as people shouted his name. Su-shun looked at him confidently while people shouted next to them. A smile appeared on his face from his plans. He thought to himself that these days would be Wilson's last. The girl who was watching the game kindly asked the players if they were going to raise the bets, while behind her the man threw the cards on the table with excitement on his face. The man held cards in his hands that only he could know about. Looking at them calmly and without expressing any emotions, he said pass. Another man also looked at his cards, looking at them calmly, trying not to show his emotions, and also passing. Another player held cards in his hands, looking at them with a smile on his face, raising the bets. Shun was sitting and playing something on the machine, looking at him with a bored look. The girl looked at the people who were gambling and asked him if they were playing Beat the Landowner. The guy said that they were just passing the time, because the liner did not enter international waters. The guy directed his gaze in the other direction, with a serious expression on his face, thinking that Wilson was careful, and it would take a lot of time to find him. Shun turned his head away. Behind him stood Yan Yuruo, who was playing with the man. She looked joyful. Yan Yuruo held the money in her hands with a smile on her face. Blushing slightly, she blossomed and began to say with an exclamation that she had won. The guy, hearing her voice, directed his penetrating gaze towards Yan Yuruo. Because of the victory, Yan Yuruo offered to play again. The man with a smile on his face told the girl that luck was smiling on her, and at this rate she could get rich. Shun continued to carefully look in her direction, smiling slightly, and noting to himself that she was just a girl from a rich family. The man turned to Wilson, pointing at the monitors, saying that they would be in international waters in an hour. Wilson was looking towards the monitors, holding a cane, and there was another guy next to him. Wilson poked at one of the screens where Yan Yuruo was and asked the man who she was. He immediately looked with interest towards the monitors, paying attention to her. There were cards on the table. The girl looked very pleased, talking about something with delight, and from her reaction it was clear that Yan had won again. Wilson continued to look at the screen while the man in the list tried to find her, carefully flipping through the pages and answering that he would check. Wilson watched with interest, saying that it was not worth checking. The man stopped looking in the lists and turned in his direction, confused. A smile appeared on his face. He looked as if he was planning something and said out loud that it doesn't matter who she is. Since the girl is on his liner, then Yan Yuruo belongs to him. The men in black stood behind her. One of them approached her and kindly said that their boss was inviting him to have coffee with him. Yan Yuruo smiled contentedly, answering that she still had 2 more cards in her hands. Realizing his words, the girl turned in his direction, opening her mouth and eyes wide, expressing her amazement and staring questioningly. She turned away from them, changing her face, holding 2 cards in her hands. She said that she didn't know their boss and let him drink coffee with someone else. In her direction, unnoticed, they put a knife in her back, threatening her with this action and answering that he just wanted to get to know her. The man continued to hold the weapon, looking at her and asking her to follow them. Yan Yuruo trembled from such actions, holding the card in her trembling hands. From excitement, beads of sweat appeared on her face. She blushed and looked at them with some apprehension, asking if they didn't even imagine what would happen to them. The man continued to smile kindly at the girl, answering her that she needed to go because the boss's patience was not unlimited. Yan Yuruo walked ahead, looking sad, while 2 men walked behind her, directing her to the right place. One of them smiled. The other was closely watching everything. An Zijing cried out in satisfaction about her victory. Blush appeared on her face. Shun turned towards Yan Yuruo and watched closely, without answering the girl. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, looked at the monitors Wilson was looking at, noting to himself that the girl had courage since she came on board alone. The guy continued to look at the screens until he saw something that made him flinch and stare at what he saw. Shun, holding his hat with his hands, began to leave the room, walking along the red carpet. A waiter walked past him, carrying glasses of drink. The guy, looking at it, asked to show the face of Shun, who was wearing a hat. He carefully began to fulfill the request that was stated. The man typed something on the keyboard, checking each camera. He said that his face was not visible on any of them, and he managed to avoid getting his face into the lens of dozens of cameras. From such an answer, the guy shuddered, not believing his words. Poking his finger at the monitor where Shun and An Zijing were sitting with his back to the camera, they were playing some kind of game on the slot machine. He turned to his interlocutor, saying that Shun had been sitting in one place for a long time, and the cameras had never managed to catch his face, which meant that he was doing this professionally. Beads of sweat began to appear on the guy's face. His expression was astonished, and he realized that Yan Yuruo had a bodyguard. Yan Yuru was forcibly dragged to Wilson. Despite all the words about letting her go, the men held her hands so that she would not escape, and there was dissatisfaction on her face from the whole situation. One of them walked into Wilson's room, bowing his head as a sign of politeness and telling him about Yan Yuru's presence. The other man continued to hold her hands, turning them a little behind her back. He was slightly indignant at this behavior and said that he would give her money. Tears appeared in the corners of the girl's eyes. She replied that her family already has a lot of money. Shun carefully leaned out from the corner, looking carefully at the whole picture of what was happening, finding Wilson's location, noticing to himself that he was an old pervert. Shun confidently decided to leave the place in which he was hiding, as if on a stage. A fishing line appeared in front of him, and when he saw it, the guy's eyes opened wide, forcing him to stop. Behind him, someone was holding a fishing line in his hands. His gaze instantly darted back, causing him to fall into a slight daze. The guy stopped the wire near his neck with 2 fingers. He mentally asked himself the reason for this wire here. Johan was unhappy that the guy stopped her so easily, pursing his lips at such an unexpected action. The man, still dissatisfied, decided to use his knee to aim at Shun's lower back, slightly forcing his body to bend forward. The guy's gaze changed to a penetrating one, still looking out of the corner at the man who was behind him, telling him to look at his abilities. He moved his leg back closer to Johan's leg, lifting it so that the man lost his balance. The man's eyes widened. Shun aimed his elbow closer to his thigh, pushing him back. Still holding the wire in his hands, Johan was in a daze. Shun called him worthless. He abruptly grabbed his hand tightly with both of his hands. On his palm, there was a wrapped wire that the man was holding. Shun held him and pulled him forward. Johan flew above him, with a shocked expression on his face. From such shenanigans, Shun's hat flew off, landing on the floor. The man plopped down on the floor, his expression showing pain, his teeth chattering slightly. He mentally asked himself where the bodyguard got such a reaction and dexterity. Shun clenched his hands into fists. Even without looking at the man he had just knocked down, he told him to get up, because he had not played enough yet. Johan raised his head in his direction, trying to look at his face. Shun looked straight at him. From his voice and expression, one could understand that the man had disdained him. As soon as other people began to approach them, asking about the noise, Shun immediately began to leave from there, leaving his hat next to Johan, who was looking at his back. A concerned man approached him, asking about what had happened. Johan rose slightly, resting his hand on his knee, continuing to look dissatisfied. He frowned, beginning to suspect the so-called bodyguard of something, noting to himself that he had seen his face somewhere before. He turned to 2 men who had come to the noise, with a demanding expression on his face, saying that Wilson was being hunted and it was worth strengthening security, not letting anyone outside in. The men accepted his words. Yan Yuru pressed herself against the wall, trembling with fear. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. Wilson gradually approached her, and on one of the tables there were glasses of booze, as well as the bottle itself. Wilson looked at her with a wide smile, addressing her as a beauty and telling her not to be nervous, and nothing bad would happen. The girl looked back worriedly, trembling with fear and practically crying. She begged him to let him go. She still stood near the wall, never ceasing to tremble. Wilson only began to stretch his hands towards her, responding with a laugh and telling her not to resist. Yan Yuru quickly moved to the other side, slightly lifting and bending her arm, hitting the pillar the vase was on, causing the item to swing in the other direction. The vase could not stay in place, falling and breaking into many large or small pieces. Small tears accumulated in the corners of her eyes. She cowered and cried out in fear, asking for help, hoping to be heard. The 2 men who brought her to Wilson entered the room, opening the doors wide and holding weapons in their hands. One of them asked worriedly if everything was okay. Both held their weapons closer to them. One of them looked wary. The man yelled at them in displeasure for their actions, asking them what could be wrong and threatening to throw them overboard to the sharks if they bothered him again. The men began to leave. One of them smiled broadly and told the other that the boss should have fun as he pleases, and their task is to watch the door, past which no one can slip past. The man approached the girl even closer. She turned away from him and slightly moved in the other direction, with a cautious expression on her face, again asking for help. Wilson was amused by Yan Yuro's reaction, looking at her with contempt, as if she were some kind of thing. He added that the louder she screams, the more it turns him on. Jun held onto the rope, heading towards Wilson's room, his foot clinging to the floor. He said that it was time to teach the man a lesson. He flew into his room, holding onto the rope and breaking the window with his foot with a characteristic sound, and letting a couple of glasses into the room due to the impact. Wilson, looking at this, opened his eyes wide. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, making him feel in some kind of danger. He turned his head, opening his mouth wide and screaming, his face showing that he had become terrified. Wilson's face met Shun's fist, punching him hard enough to draw blood while he still kept his mouth open. The men stood calmly near the doors, guarding them, not reacting in any way to the screams of their boss that had just been heard. One of them asked, as if suspecting something, "What does it mean, rather, because he never spoke loudly like that?" The man with a smile only answered that he would do the same. Wilson's face was covered in blood and fresh bruises. His nose began to bleed, and a tooth flew out from behind his mouth. Shun squatted in front of him, saying that he didn't expect the man to be so weak and to pass out in one blow. Yan Yuro stopped trembling, but her tears did not disappear from her eyes. Looking at Shun in surprise and asking who he was, the guy flinched from her voice. Shun, with a smile on his face, took off his mustache and glasses, kindly reminding her that they ate at the same table a few hours ago, wondering if she had forgotten him after such a time. The girl, hearing his words, began to confidently move forward with her steps towards Shun. She ran straight into him, continuing to cry, her face turning red from tears. The girl said that he had no idea how grateful she was to him. Shun looked at her with wide eyes in a daze, not knowing what to say to her words and such a reaction. From one of the announcers in the room, a voice was heard that addressed Su Shun, saying that they know that he is on board, and if he wants Enzijing to remain alive, he should come to them. From such words, the guy was horrified. The liner was sailing somewhere along the desired course. From above, there were beach umbrellas and seats on the liner, and a seagull flew past the liner. Many guards stood waiting. One of them was holding a weapon in his hands, and further away from them were other persons, holding Enzijing hostage. A light bulb shone on the elevator, attracting the attention of those nearby. Each man in black pulled out his weapon, pointing it towards the elevator that was about to open. The elevator door began to slowly open, and the light bulb above it still continued to shine. The elevator door began to open, revealing Wilson's clothes, which were tattered. There were no numbers on the elevator sign. It just glowed green, indicating that the elevator had arrived. Shun stood behind Wilson, holding his shoulder and looking at him with a wicked smile. The man's face was beaten, expressing panic. His hands were shaking, and he ordered everyone to immediately let go of their weapons. Shun seemed to be hiding behind a man who was surprised by what was happening. Shun looked towards the man who was holding Enzijing hostage, saying that he was not completely useless. Johan put the gun to the temple of the shocked girl, who had tears appearing at the corners of her eyes. She turned to him while the man thanked him for his kind words, speaking about the camera footage, and noting that this was his most disastrous case, leaving the girl alone. Shun winked at them, replying with a small smile on his face that he had absolutely everything under control. Johan pointed his gun towards Wilson and Shun. The girl was still in a panic. Beads of sweat were dripping down her face. The man said that he was in a hopeless situation. Shun silently, holding Wilson next to him, looked back at them without reacting. Shun held a knife to the man's neck, asking him if they were his subordinates. Saying that they were not listening to him at all, Wilson flinched and raised his hands, telling them to put down their weapons. He turned to Rizzo and George, who were still holding their weapons. The man asked them if they were deaf and ordered his men to let go of their weapons. Johan's face changed, looking at the boss with contempt and asking him for forgiveness. Rizzo glanced at Wilson out of the corner of her eye, telling him that Johan was more generous than him. She turned to them completely, with a smile on her face, saying that after his death, the three of them could equally divide his assets, and the offer turned out to be tempting. The man's eyes bulged slightly, and with horror on his face and anger, he began to yell at them, remembering how many years they had been feeding from his hand. Johan asked him to shut up and said goodbye to him, shooting towards Wilson and Shun without any hesitation. The girl screamed, turning to Shun. Tears came from her eyes. She looked at them with concern. The bullet began to fly in their direction. Shun's gaze was turned to it, forcing them to become confused and come up with something. He flew around the corner as fast as he could, hiding from the bullet he might get. Shun managed to hide around the corner, while Wilson was hit directly in the forehead, as if it were his apple, causing him to fall to the floor. Shun pressed himself as close to the wall as possible as they began to attack him further, trying to hit him. Johan turned to the Lord, holding the girl closer to him, extending his hand forward and telling him to be brave, go out and accept his death. The guy was still hiding near the wall from the bullets, pointing his hand towards the weapon that was closer to his leg, thinking that Wilson was gone. But the notification about the completion of the task did not come. He opened a few more weapons that he hid under his jacket, grabbing one of them with his hand, thinking that many people would not survive. Johan followed Shun with fury on her face, not allowing him to leave, and Zijing still looked worried, her mouth parted as if about to say something. Many of his subordinates rushed at Johan's order, shouting, their faces filled with indignation. Shun came out from the place where he was hiding, not hesitating at all in front of them and pointing several of his weapons towards Johan's subordinates. 2 weapons hit 2 men straight in the hearts. One of them was in a daze, having not predicted such a turn of events. In the next one, the weapon also hit an important organ, contaminating his jacket with blood. The man froze in a daze, Another subordinate, with anger and some apprehension, without delay pulled the trigger of the weapon, aiming towards Shun. Shun looked attentive, calculating everything in his head and trying to prevent all possible hits by moving at a good speed. He grabbed the body of one of his subordinates when several bullets flew at him. They hit the man, leaving traces of blood and new holes. Johan didn't believe what was happening, opening his mouth slightly to shout about it, looking irritable. The girl's eyes opened wide and her pupils narrowed. Redness appeared under her eyes from tears. The tears still did not leave her face. She also could not believe what was happening. The man, holding a weapon in his hands, looked exhausted, not expressing any emotions on his face. Shun still held the body of his subordinate like a shield. It was on his shoulder, not looking to the sides but only straight. He pointed the weapon in the other direction, throwing it clearly from his hands. The knife flew straight into the lantern, breaking the glass into small pieces, continuing its trajectory. The weapon ended up in another lantern, also breaking the glass into fragments and hitting the light bulb. Shun leaned over, continuing to think about something. A man nearby shouted in surprise. Many began to shout about the light, warning where the guy might be. Shun continued to swing his weapon towards his subordinates, again releasing the knife at the desired target. It hit two people at the same time, staining the areas of impact with their blood. One of them opened his mouth in shock. The second did the same, slightly raising his free hand to the site of impact. George's face was sweaty. He tried to panic and shouted to everyone to stop panicking in close ranks, because Shun was alone, and there was nothing to be afraid of. George's eye opened wide. He flinched and stopped saying anything further. Shun was behind him, looking carefully and pointing the weapon with a blade at his neck. George opened his mouth in amazement. The guy thanked him for indicating his location. The subordinates immediately noticed Shun shouting about where he was, pointing weapons in George's direction. One of them ordered to release fire. George began to stop them with a shout, raising his hand as a sign that they had stopped. No one had time to listen to him, shooting at him more than once. The bullets hit him directly. Shun ran out from George's back, while he bent over backwards, raising his head. George's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were small, and instantly flew out of his mouth. Blood. Rizzo, seeing this picture, furiously began to shoot at Shun, saying what kind of George it was. The bullets that were shot from Rizzo's pistol flew past Shun's head. He said that at any other time it would be a pity to kill someone like her. Another bullet flew past his neck. He moved away in time so as not to be hit. Another bullet flew past his face as he looked piercingly towards Rizzo. A red stripe appeared on the girl's neck. Blood spurted out to the side, and she opened her mouth in silent shock. Rizzo fell to her knees, clutching her neck as more blood came out of her. Jean stood in front of her, saying that she was no comparison to his current girlfriend. Johan, observing everything that was happening, angrily shouted at him to stop, asking if he heard his words, grabbing Zijing closer and bringing the barrel of the gun to her head, threatening that if his movements only made the girl worse. A weapon instantly flew in his direction, heading along the trajectory that Shun needed. The knife hit the gun straight, knocking it out of Johan's hands. His hand trembled. He closed one eye, looking towards the gun and gritting his teeth in surprise. Shun looked dissatisfied, his eyebrows furrowed and his mouth opened slightly, answering him that he had not heard. Beads of sweat formed on Johan's face from the panic on his face. He began to scream, calling him the devil and not understanding how, in such lighting, Shun accurately knocked the gun out of his hands. Shun suddenly appeared behind him. With a sly smile, he replied that he was the Lord. The man's face turned blue, and his mouth opened in panic. Johan's head, as well as his gaze, went towards Shun's voice. His face was still blue. He looked terribly scared. The guy continued to talk to him further. Shun snatched an Zijing, who was in Johan's hands. He shuddered. The guy asked him the reason for the doom of the risk girl, and why he took her overboard. The guy closed her eyes so that she couldn't see something terrible. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Without hesitation, as if without making much effort, he passed the weapon over Johan, who did not have time to really say anything, but only stain everything that was possible with his blood. The guy replied that they had no chance to harm an Zijing. Shun closed his eyes, sighing in relief and raising his head upward, his thoughts being that the task was finally completed. Many mechanisms appeared before his eyes. A voice congratulated him on completing the task, and in order to get a new personality. This week he needs to give a command. Shun began to give a command, talking about extracting a personality. There was a mechanism in the center, giving information that a new identity had been obtained. In addition to the president of the Qingyun Corporation and the best killer, he began to be able to communicate with spirits, predict, establish a connection between heaven and people, and calculate events in the human world 300 years in advance. Shun, listening to all this information, shuddered with bewilderment on his face, asking what this mysterious reward was, saying that every time the system tries to bring more horror. The girl asked him what he was talking about. The guy still kept her eyes closed. Tears were coming from her eyes. She asked if it was safe and why he closed her eyes. The guy looked at her carefully, holding her face with both hands, answering that she was no longer in danger and he wouldn't want her to see a lot of blood. And Zijing worriedly asked about the people who were here. The guy smiled calmly at her, trying to calm the girl down with his appearance, telling Zijing that they were a bunch of bad people. The liner stopped near some hotel. There were quite a few police cars on the pier that were not going to be allowed onto the liner. One of the policemen with a serious look shouted into the loudspeaker, warning everyone to remain in place, and they arrived here on a call, receiving information that illegal gambling was being carried out on board. The people on the ship were incredibly angry and dissatisfied, asking where the police were from and who had ratted them out, and had Wilson not promised complete confidentiality. Shun came out of the plane, turning to the policeman and saying that he was the president of the Qingyun Corporation, and it was he who called the police. The girl was next to him. The police kindly thanked him while the guy showed some piece of paper. While Shun and An Zijing were on the pier and chatting about something with the policeman, Yan Yuruo looked at them, still on the liner. The policeman invited Shun to take him to the hotel. The guy thanked him with a smile on his face, saying that if they had any questions, he would be happy to help the investigation. Yan Yuruo pouted, remembering the moment when Shun knocked out Wilson, thereby saving her. She asked if he was leaving and what she should do. The guy turned his back to her, answering that he saved her because he was passing by. And since she was not afraid to get on board alone, then the girl must be responsible for her safety herself. And she herself needs to decide where to go and what do. The girl looked into the distance. She looked upset, telling herself that even when she was right in front of Shun, he still didn't look at her. Shun stood at the entrance to the room, leaning against the wall and telling An Zijing that she should go to bed, and he would be in the next room, in which case she should scream at him. The girl was looking somewhere, looking as if she had been torn out of her thoughts. There was concern on An Zijing's face. She turned in his direction, saying that she was scared and wondering if bad people would come back for them again. The guy smiled his pleasant smile, putting his hand on his chest and saying that he gives her his word of honor and no one will dare to touch her. The girl, looking at him like this, opened her mouth slightly and noticeable embarrassment appeared on her face. And Zijing turned her head a little, looking very red and saying that she was still scared and she wouldn't be able to sleep alone. Shun looked at her, not understanding the meaning of the words. Shun turned his back to her, as if about to leave, calmly asking if she would be calm if he stood guard at her door at night. The girl shuddered from such a question. And Zijing's face was still glowing red. A few drops of sweat ran down her face, and in response to his words, the girl called him a fool. The girl awkwardly, still blushing, asked him if he was waiting for her to speak directly, reminding him that tomorrow they were leaving home, saying that he had one last chance. Shun, hearing her words, did not understand what was happening. It was already dawn outside the window. The sun's full rays entered the room, illuminating it well. And Zijing opened her eyes slightly, looking like she had just woken up. She began to scratch her eye, closing it and touching it closer to the corners of her eye with her fingers. Shun looked at her carefully, asking if she woke up. The girl blushed when she saw him, giving him a positive answer. She held the fabric of the blanket with her hand. There was still confusion on her face. She asked with interest when he woke up. The guy looked at her carefully, saying that he woke up about 20 minutes ago and was waiting for her to wake up. The girl averted her embarrassed gaze, touching her cheek with her hand. She asked why Shun was waiting for her. A satisfied smile appeared on Shun's face. His face also turned red, answering her why he was waiting for her to wake up. And Zijing opened her eyes wide, looking at him in amazement, also looking flushed and not fully understanding his words. Shun looked at the girl enthusiastically, holding the blanket in his hands and lifting it. The girl's legs were not covered with a blanket. They were neatly placed on top of each other. Two birds were sitting on a tree, similar in color to each other. They were close to each other and seemed to be cooing among themselves. On the so-called board, it was written what kind of building it was. It was a university. Trees stood next to it. The sun passed through them, flashing its rays. The car stopped near the university. A figure got out of the vehicle, heading closer to the building. And Zijing's face showed embarrassment. She dressed up beautifully and smiled kindly and said that she was going to go. The guy looked at her from the car window, smiling slightly and saying that she should call him if anything happened, and he would meet her in the evening. The girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye, still embarrassed, but confidently saying that she wouldn't let him go anywhere tonight. Shun, at these words, opened his mouth wide. Sweat formed on his face, and his eyes looked the size of 5 kopecks. He asked himself whether it was worth buying vitamins to restore strength. A man was sitting on the stairs, Next to him there was a sign on which something was written, and a little higher there was another man, hiding his hands in his sleeves. He said that people should not pass by. He sat on the floor, leaning his elbow on the table next to him. Yin and Yang were drawn on his sign. People passed by him, while the man said that he was telling fortunes by the face, predicting success in his personal life. The old man shuddered when a sign appeared next to him, which was placed. It said that the predictions were infallible and their accuracy was guaranteed. Shun sat down on a chair, looking like a fortune teller, especially choosing such clothes. He looked at the old man with interest, crossing his legs. The old man turned his attention to him, examining him and the sign itself, noticing the inscription and saying that now their generation does not know how to do anything, even deceive. The guy looked at him kindly, responding to his words by saying that the old man was wrong, and he really had the gift of prediction. This infuriated the old man, answering that only the last fool would believe him, and they were business colleagues, because he had been warming up people here for 30 years. He turned his back to Shun, saying where the world was heading now, to which Shun felt a slight aftertaste from such words, mentally saying that words won't convince Grandpa. The guy walked along with the girl. Her face was slightly covered with blush. He asked her about going to the cinema to see a new film, which everyone praises. The girl said that she was already tired of cinema. The girl pouted slightly, her attention focused on something, causing her face to flush. Shun held some kind of coin between his fingers, luring people to him with interest, asking if they would like him to tell fortunes for the future. The girl's eyes formed into hearts. She looked at him with admiration. Her face still looked red, wondering if the guy really knew how to tell fortunes. The young man sharply grabbed her by the shoulder, pulling her towards him and saying with disapproval that Shun is a swindler, and you can't be so naive. The girl immediately turned her attention to his hand. At his words, the corners of the guy's lips rose, creating a smile on his face. He suggested that they first tell their fortunes and see there whether he was a fraudster or not. The guy looked at him with irritation. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, and with interest, without changing her face, said that she wanted to try. She bent forward towards Shun, raising her hand and wondering if he was reading his hand. The guy's hand clenched with anger. Shun's hand began to reach out to her hand. He pointed 2 fingers, intending to tell fortunes, and answering the girl positively about fortune-telling on the hand. The young man's hand collided with the hand of the girl and Shun, stopping both of them at the same time. The guy lightly touched the inside of the palm of the guy with his fingers, who told him to tell his fortune first. He was burning with anger, looking unkindly at Shun, who did not understand the reason for this behavior. The guy said that if the prophecy did not come true, then his shop would be smashed to pieces. The guy began to stretch his palm towards Shun. The girl watched them with interest, as did the old man who was sitting not far from them. Shun looked at the guy with a calm gaze, asking him if he would blow him to pieces. The guy angrily asked him if he was scared. The girl began to stop him, telling him to stop and get out of here. He continued, saying that if he was afraid to tell his fortune, then let him collect his trash and get lost. The old man began to stroke his beard, looking towards Shun, calling him young and stupid, saying that today life would teach him a lesson. Shun agreed to the young man's words, trying to look polite. He said that if the prediction did not come true, then he would do as he saw fit. The guy laughed right in his face, mocking him and telling him that he was brave. Sadness was expressed on the girl's face. She opened her mouth slightly, turning to the guy with the words that there was no point in measuring strength. Shun put on his glasses, looking into the guy's palm, asking what he wanted to know. Having received the answer that any event that would happen to him today, the old man and the girl looked at them in surprise. Shun looked intently at his hand, answering that he saw bloodshed, which meant that the guy would be beaten today. His words made the young man laugh to the point of tears that he began to tap his knee and say that he has a black belt in Taekwondo, and he declares that he will be beaten. The young man continued to taunt him further, pointing his finger at him and declaring that he would come again tomorrow, and they would get even with each other. He began to leave, telling the girl to also follow him. She turned around, covering her mouth with her hand, and saying that it was better for Shun to lay low for a while and not come here again. Shun grinned at her, bringing his bent hands closer to his face, saying that he wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow and everything would happen much faster. In one of Shun's ears there was an earpiece that could apparently transmit some information to him and himself. The guy walked in front of the girl, walking much faster than her, while she walked somewhere behind him. He held her hand, irritably asking if she liked Shun, telling her to stop staring at him, and they would go to the movies. The girl pulled her hand away, looking outrageously in the guy's direction, repeating that she didn't want to go to the cinema. The guy looked at her with displeasure. His eyebrows frowned and his teeth clenched. Turning away from the girl's side, he gave a good slam into the back of the man in front of him. The young man rubbed his forehead in irritation, asking if the man forgot his glasses at home. The man was much taller, like a rock. He glared at the young man, not hiding his displeasure. Behind him, everything was on fire, which made the guy flinch. The man's eyebrows furrowed, and he continued to glare with his irritated gaze. More tall men crowded around them, saying that the guy drove into their leader. This would be the end for him. The guy and girl huddled next to each other, looking scared. Shun was looking at his phone with interest, passing the time, holding his head with his hand closer to his cheekbone. The old man opened one eye, asking him if he had played enough, telling him to pack his things and get out. The guy was returning, his face was beaten, he was shouting for Shun. The old man turned his head in his direction, looking questioningly. The young man fell to his knees, knocking them on the ground, his hands also touching the ground. The guy's face was very badly beaten. He, with tears in his eyes, asked Shun for forgiveness for not recognizing his insight, asking if he could still tell his fortune. Shun smiled kindly at him, asking him if he fully admitted that he was right. The young man gave a positive answer. The old man looked in their direction with great surprise. Shun said that he has a rule where he makes no more than 1 fortune per person per day. He extended his hand towards the girl, saying that he could tell fortunes for her. The girl's hand ended up in Shun's hands. He began to enter with his fingers, asking what she wanted to know. The girl's face looked red. She brought her fist closer to her mouth, telling Shun to tell fortunes for financial well-being. Shun looked at her palm with a penetrating gaze, continuing to look into her hand. He held the girl's hand in his hand, continuing to insert his fingers. The guy asked to tell her full name and date of birth for a greater prediction. Wang Ying's face did not change, continuing to look at Shun, answering him when she was born and that she was a second-year pedagogical student. Shun stared at the girl, his hand going to his chin, answering with interest that Wang Ying was waiting for good news of money. The guy looked at Wang Ying with a beaten expression. He asked her if she had bought a lottery ticket. The girl just shook her head, giving a negative answer. Many people paid attention to the girl's bag from which some sounds were coming. Wang Ying took her phone out of her bag and beamed with happiness when she learned that her scholarship application had been approved. Still beaming with happiness, the girl ran up to Su, grabbing his arm, and said that he was God. Su awkwardly said that she could read everything in her hand, while the young man stood behind them, looking at this picture. The man looked into the distance. He was asked if he would have to take care of the girl, to which he angrily said that it was just a performance. Many people crowded around Su, asking him to tell their fortunes, promising something in return. Shun looked at them in confusion. Shun put his hand on his chest and replied that he didn't want everyone to know about his gift, so he tells fortunes to 2 people a day, and today's limit has already been exhausted. Shun began to leave, holding a poster in his hands. The girls turned to him screaming, asking if they could add him on WeChat. He continued to walk somewhere, thinking that he had stirred up interest, and they would do everything themselves. There were many buildings around with different floors, from small to high. The guy was in the room, and warming up his body in order to sit down at the computer. He did not understand the essence of the new skill, medium. Shun stared at the screen. He thanked for the instructions that were displayed to him and asked himself if everything that exists has a soul, asking if plants also have a soul. The guy decided to check and touch the plant, expecting to see something. His eyes opened wide as he began to see the plant's memories. The girl was sitting at the table, intently doing her work on her laptop. She was holding the phone in her hands, looking at something on the smartphone with admiration. The girl, listening to the music, was doing something with the fabric with joy on her face. She looked very happy and satisfied with the food that was on her fork. The girl watered this plant. She took good care of it and even talked to it. Shun came back in surprise, removing his hand from the plant and trying to digest the information. The same girl turned to him, holding sheets of paper in her hands and asking him if Shun needed her. Shun began to leave this place. He answered her that she was not needed and told her to forget about it. The girl stared at him questioningly, not understanding the reason for this behavior. Shun went out and stood near the door, thinking that if he touched the object, he would be able to see everything that was in his field of vision. He looked somewhere into the distance, continuing to think about something, thinking about his possibilities. In his head, Shun looked devious, imagining something that was not very good. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and said that he shouldn't think like that, because he was a positive character. Shun turned his head, his face flushed, and looked as if he was preoccupied with his thoughts, thinking that nothing would happen if he tried once. His phone vibrated in his jacket pocket, bringing him back to reality. Shun took out his phone, looking at it questioningly and going into the application where there was a message. And Zijing wrote to him, inquiring about his plans for lunch and saying that his uncle had arrived from abroad, and his parents wanted him to have lunch with them. He stared at the phone, asking with interest if this was an official introduction to the family. There were people sitting at the table. These were members of Zijing's family, and Shun himself was sitting next to her. The uncle kindly said that I don't love them yet. Zijing managed to grow up and become a beauty. The girl thanked him while the woman next to him laughed. The woman smiled, covering her mouth with her hand and saying that they did not know that the girl had found such a handsome boyfriend, telling Shun not to offend her, but to take care of her. The guy smiled kindly in response, telling them not to worry, and that he would take proper care. Li Hua turned to Shun, saying that since they would soon be family members, they should exchange contacts, because he could use some guidance in business development. Jun continued to behave kindly, answering that where should he give instructions and he would help if possible, thinking what kind of little Shun he was. Li Hua held a glass of drink in his hand, wondering where Su Shun worked. Shun began to eat the food, saying that he only had a small business. Li Hua said that over time he would succeed, and if necessary contacted him, saying that he was working with the Qingyun Corporation. People stared at Shun. He was not surprised by his answer and pretended to not believe it. He smiled kindly and extended his hand forward, saying that he would count on his support. Li Hua smiled happily, answering him positively. He extended his hand forward to shake Shun's hand. Shun looked at him with a penetrating gaze, including the medium in himself. Shun began to see pictures. The man was sitting and counting money. He was asked to play very believably, and he agreed to do everything beautifully. The same man was next to the girl. She was trembling and crying. Li Hua turned to him, which is why he looked in his direction in surprise. Her parents stood next to the girl, saying that Li Hua is a decent person and they are not afraid to entrust their daughter. She looked at him, her face turned red, and the man replied that he was a man of high morals and nothing would happen before the wedding. The doctor held papers in his hands, saying that he needed to continue taking pills because male impotence is not easily cured. Men stood nearby, looking different and wearing different masks on their heads, asking Li Hua about something. Li Hua asked Shun what it was, bringing him back to reality while Shun stood appreciative of such information. Li Hua still had a smile on his face as he waited for Su to answer him. Shun tried to act politely and not show his reaction. His hands trembled slightly, and he replied that everything was fine. Shun covered his face with his hands. Zijing put meat on him and asked if everything was okay. The guy replied that he had lost his appetite. He was disappointed, thinking that if he was exposed, he would face a public death, and he would not care if Li Hua was considered an outsider to him. The guy began to think further to himself, thinking that he had gotten into his head and ruined one fresh fantasy. The girls were lying on the bed wearing beautiful pajamas. The two of them had a red face. Yun, seeing this picture, was furious. Shun began to search his pockets and asked Li if he could use his phone because he had forgotten his. Zijing stared at him questioningly. Li Hua kindly extended his phone towards Shun, calling out the password 6 units. Shun smiled back at him, still kindly, and picked up the phone, thanking Li Hua. The guy stared at his phone with interest. The girl approached him and asked in his ear what he was up to, because his phone was in his pocket. Shun went into some application where the 4-digit password was located and entered the numbers 40 and 34. He saw a photograph where Li Hua was lying all red, and next to him were the very people whom Shun had seen in his memories. And Zijing flew away from what she saw. The guy said in amazement that he was a fan of bright entertainment. Li Hua started, asking in surprise what he meant. Shun asked everyone to look at the photo, pointing it towards the family. Looking at it, they looked shocked. They looked at Li Hua angrily, and Yu asked how long he was going to deceive her. The man wanted to ask if he was one of these. Shun threw the man's phone in his direction because he no longer needed it. Li Hua held it in his hand, shuddering in amazement. He asked how Shun knew the password for the folder. Shun tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with it, and said that he accidentally poked it a couple of times, and everything turned out somehow awkward. Li Hua began to get angry from his answer. The man's hands grabbed the edge of the table in order to do something with him due to the surge of emotions. He pushed the table with food towards Shun, saying that this was all done on purpose. And Zijing and the woman next to her stared at the table that was flying towards them, surprised and not knowing what to do. Shun grabbed the girl and brought her closer to him, just in time pushing the table with his foot with all his strength towards Li Hua. The table cracked in two. Li Hua held onto it and also received a blow, right in the stomach. The impact sent him flying straight into the wall and blood began to flow from his mouth. He fell to his knees and cowered, clutching his stomach and spitting out blood. Shun looked at him displeasedly, saying that he staged the attack to make himself look like a hero, counting on the inheritance of the An Yu family. Su asked when he was going to confess to impotence. Li Hua, hearing all this, asked him what he said with a shocked expression. An Yu stood next to a woman who pitied her. The man looked at him angrily and asked what else he was hiding from them. Li Hua was looking for something in his jacket, trembling and without changing his face, and asked who he even was. Shun looked unkindly as he introduced himself and said that the man could call him by his new title, Demigod Su and Seer. The house was beautiful and tall, showing that it was very spacious inside. Li Hua ran away from Yan Yu while holding a knife and looking angry. She said that the man would never appear in front of her eyes again. She was not afraid and threw the knife towards Li Hua. The man managed to jump behind the wall, and the knife flew into the wall, making a characteristic sound. Yan Yu hid her eyes behind her fists. She began to tremble, and tears flowed down her face. She continued to cry, and Zijing came up to her and said with pity in her eyes that she was lucky to know his true face before it was too late. Su smiled kindly at the man, apologizing for this scandal. The man replied that he was only doing them a favor. The man asked how he found out everything about him when Li Hua returned from abroad. The woman also did not understand, reminding him of the password. Shun, hearing such amazement, was pleased with himself, and said that he was just a seer while a piece of paper flew behind him. A ball of paper hit him in the back of the head. He tilted his head and began to touch the place where the paper hit. And Yu wiped away her tears while Zijing looked at him disapprovingly. She looked at him displeased, telling him to stop fooling around and sit down to eat. The guy was walking somewhere, looking to the side with some confusion. He stopped near the turn and said to stop hiding because he knew that they were following him. And Yu stood around the corner, clenching her fist and opening her mouth slightly when she heard the man coming out. She came out. Su Shun never expected to see Yu. His eyes opened wide and his pupils shrank. He asked what she was doing here. The girl looked straight at him, wondering if he really was a seer and could help drive out evil. Shun was surprised by such questions. His eyes were still wide open, and he asked again about evil. It was already dark outside. There was a car parked next to the house, and there was a stone path along the road to the house. And Yu began to explain that after returning from abroad, they lived here. Shun looked with interest and said that the place was excellent, and it was very beautiful here. He turned his gaze to her, asking if she could tell everything in detail. It was unpleasant for the girl to remember all this. She started with the fact that about 10 days ago, on the second night of her stay, and Yu was lying in bed, sleeping peacefully, when she heard some sounds outside. She turned over to the other side, opening one eye slightly to see something. She considered the noise to be crying. The wind passed into her room, blowing the curtains wildly. She stood up, stepping onto the floor with her bare feet. And Yu went to the window, the wind blew her pajamas, and she said that she attributed everything to the wind. Holding the curtains, the girl looked out the window and rubbed her eye. And Yu shuddered when she saw someone's silhouette inside the curtains. The girl was frightened, her eyes opened wide, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. And Yu grabbed her head, remembering all this. She continued that after a second the curtains returned to their place, but she was sure that someone was there. The guy looked at her with some confusion. His eyebrow frowned slightly. They began to walk towards the house. Shun asked to take him to her room to look around. The girl agreed and followed him. And Yu stood behind. Entering the room, she showed the place where it all happened. Shun went to the window, holding onto the fabric of the curtain, and began to look out the window. He continued to hold the cloth, closing his eyes and concentrating on himself, turning on the medium. Little by little, bright, small red rays began to gather around. These rays were near the spirit of the girl who was emerging from the trees. Shun opened his eyes in amazement, not believing what he was seeing now. Shun left the building, being in the place where he saw the spirit of the girl. The wind was strong. Shun turned his head in the right direction, looking carefully. There was a car not far from the path. Someone spoke to Yu and asked why she returned to this house. The lights were on in the car, indicating that someone was there. And Yu talked to her mother, looking through the car window, answering that she was confident in Su. Shun stood and thought that suddenly the ghost would take him with him. There was a rope with garlic on his wrist. The guy grinned at himself, asking if he couldn't outplay the spirit, since he was a seer. The guy was scared, turning his head straight. Beads of sweat began to run down his face. There was a spirit standing almost next to him. His silhouette was hard to see. He looked in numbness. His eyes opened wide, and Shun noticed that the cold was penetrating to the bones. The girl stood behind the guy. He was holding a rope with garlic in his hands. Shun turned towards the spirit, looking in her direction with disapproval and noticing the location. He began to run towards the spirit, holding a seal and a cross in his hands, saying that the spirit would now receive it. The girl closed one eye, looking in the other direction, and was holding something in her two hands. Shun was dumbfounded when he saw in front of him the girl he was now flying towards. He flew past the girl. She turned in his direction, and Shun continued to study her with interest. Shun plopped his face on the floor. The girl turned in his direction and, without changing her face, looked at him. He stood up, noting with displeasure that she was intangible, which made the situation sticky. The girl bent down to him, asking in surprise if he could see her. The guy looked at her in confusion. She asked if he could hear her. Shun asked if she could move into his body to be resurrected. The guy stood up. The girl grabbed his arm and exclaimed how great it was. Shun turned and asked if he could touch her now. And Yu, looking at how Shun stood, came to the conclusion that evil spirits were having fun with him. The girl stepped on the gas and reached for the gearbox, pulling it forward and saying that she would try to find her cousin a new guy. The spirit blossomed next to him, still holding his hand. Shun, seeing the car driving away, thought that as soon as something went wrong, Yu immediately took off. Shun grabbed the girl by the back of her clothing, saying that it was time for them to talk. He still held her like that, asking her what her name was and why she scared people. The girl turned away, saying how much she missed being touched. So Shun looked at her, answering that until she answered normally, he would not let her go. Chinju said that she died after falling from a cliff, and since she was neither seen nor heard, she decided to stay here because she had nowhere to go and did not want to scare anyone. Shun looked at her in confusion. Without answering, the girl asked if he could let her go because she told the truth. He let her go, the girl's feet landing on the cold grass. Shun asked her if she wanted to go with him. The girl shuddered at such a question. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to take her with him. The guy turned his back to her, answering that she had nothing to do here and let her live with him. The girl blushed and replied that she would not go anywhere with him and that she lived here as she wanted. She was not like a pet. Shun continued to stand with his back to her, saying that he wanted to help her take revenge. He looked at her with pity, wondering if she was okay with the other girl continuing to live a carefree life. Tears started running down the ghost's face. Her eyes opened wide. Shun said that he spoke for the girl who pushed her off the cliff. It was night outside. The house was 3 stories high and looked beautifully decorated. The guy closed the curtains while the spirit sat on the bed and looked at him. Shun turned to her and said that she would live here, and there was no need to fly at night and scare people. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her face was covered with a blush, and she asked if she could go to bed right here. Shun gave a positive answer and said that she should rest, and tomorrow morning they will go to take revenge. The girl, without changing her face, looked in his direction and agreed with him. She looked off into the distance, saying nothing more. The girl was sitting on a large bed by herself, being in an empty room. Shun lay and slept. He had various dreams, and drool silently flowed from his mouth. The guy opened one eye, looking down with interest. Seeing the sleeping ghost on his body, the guy opened his mouth wide in shock and stared at her. The girl rubbed her eye. She said that he woke her up. Shun stared at her and screamed, asking what she was doing in his room. The ghost's face was red. She sat down on her knees and said that because of the new place she was afraid to sleep alone. Shun looked at her in amazement, asking again and wondering what kind of nonsense this is if she is a ghost and has nothing to be afraid of. She lay on him, saying that since he brought her here, then he should be responsible for her comfort. The ghost lay on top of him, closing her eyes and trying to sleep, drool coming out of her mouth. Shun opened his arms wide, looking into the distance in surprise and mentally asking himself why he did this. The black car was driving somewhere, and there was a ghost and Shun in the car. The guy looked intently at the road, asking the girl if she remembered the way to her house. The girl looked carefully out the window, saying that at the next intersection you need to turn left. Shun directed his gaze in her direction, saying that they were best friends and she killed her purely because of the guy. Tears appeared on the girl's face. She lowered her gaze and said that she trusted her and could not think that her friend was capable of such a thing. Shun asked why she didn't go to her and why she had to live near the place of her death. The spirit replied that there was a strong amulet in her house that would not let her near her. Shun looked curiously, saying that this was an interesting detail. They drove up to a friend's house. The spirit was flying next to him while the guy called the house. Shun continued to press and look at the intercom. The girl asked how they would take revenge. Jun said that she would soon see everything for herself, and if something happened, she would help as soon as necessary. The woman opened the gate, displeasedly asking who Shun had come to see. He walked past her and with a small smile said that he was going to her husband. The woman displeasedly asked where he was and who invited him to enter. The woman extended her hand and rushed towards Shun, who was walking further, ordering him to stop. The man left the house and, looking into the distance, asked what was happening. Shun sat down at the table. The woman grabbed him displeasedly and said that the guy claims to know him and he came in without an invitation. The man came down and held some object under his armpit. The man angrily shouted at him to get out, otherwise he would call the police. Shun calmly asked if they would offer him water, extending his hand forward. The man was in silent shock when he saw the water bottle begin to fly towards Shun. The chair he was holding under his arm fell with a crash to the floor. The ghost was next to him, placing a bottle of water in his hands. Shun looked with interest at their reaction. The man opened his mouth wide, standing in a daze at what he saw. The woman was also shocked, opening her mouth wide and looking at Shun. This was exactly the reaction he expected from them. Shun looked away, saying that they needed to talk and taking a sip from his bottle of water. The man opened his mouth wide, looking at him in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face. He asked for forgiveness for their behavior and asked if their family was in danger of trouble. Shun looked serious, answering that while passing by he noticed a bloody mark, and usually this means that within 3 days the family will lose their home and relatives. The woman and man expressed the same emotions. They were shocked and asked if they would be ruined or if someone would die. The man fell to his knees, hitting them on the cold floor. The woman also fell to her knees, placing them together in front of her. They knelt before Shun, begging them for help, saying that they would build an altar and it would be honored by their grandchildren and their grandchildren's grandchildren. Shun calmly asked if there were other people in the house. The man bent down as if he was bowing and replied that his daughter was in the house. Shun looked at him seriously, telling him to call her. The man turned and immediately called his daughter's name, ordering her to come down immediately. Shun looked relaxed, crossing his arms over his chest and waiting for Zhao. Zhao came down the stairs, wondering why she was shouting like that. Having descended, she looked at her parents, who were kneeling. Zhao looked at them, asking the reason for them kneeling. The man looked serious as he ordered her to come over. The girl approached, saying something, until the ghost at the sight of her shuddered. She remembered how she stood on the edge and Zhao pushed her in the back. She flew down. Qinju was unhappy, clutching something in her hands that caused a vein to appear. She furiously walked towards her and extended her hand, telling her to give her life back. Shun looked at Qinju in confusion as she walked towards the girl. The girl said something. Qinju's hand stopped a couple of centimeters. She stopped talking and stared somewhere, looking questioningly. On the girl's chest hung an amulet that looked like a small light. Shun stared at the girl, mentally asking himself if this was a protective amulet. It was as if there was a barrier around Zhao. The ghost could not approach her because of the amulet. The girl seemed to be torn to pieces. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. She crossed her arms over her chest, covering herself. Shun was shocked by her appearance, and a fountain of blood rushed out of his nose. Her parents looked at him in surprise, asking what happened to Shun. The guy looked at them with a serious look and pinched his nose, from which blood was gushing. Qinju's face did not change. She was still in tears. She said that she had completely forgotten about the amulet that Zhao wears. Shun looked at the girl, frowning slightly and continuing to hold his hand near his nose. He asked her to stop. The girl turned to him and with tears in her eyes agreed with him. The parents stared at Shun in confusion, wondering if the guy had started talking to an evil spirit, and noting that the spirit was strong if it was able to injure Shun. Zhao continued to look at them all, asking what was going on here. The man grabbed his daughter's hand, telling her to stand with them. Shun calmed himself down and coughed, saying that he tried to push the evil spirit to the wall, but he would not give up so easily, and most likely, he would not be able to get rid of the bloody mark, and they would have to answer for what they had done. The man said that his whole family was counting on him, asking him to come up with something. Shun pointed at the girl, saying that her mark had summoned an evil spirit, wondering what she had done that the spirit of the deceased could not calm down and wanted revenge. Zhao was shocked by this news, staring at Shun warily. The father who heard his words also looked with his mouth wide open and afraid for his daughter. The woman could not believe his words, looking at him in amazement. Zhao stared to the side, fearing something. Her pupils shrank, and in her thoughts, she thought about Qinju. The girl was trembling with fear. She was in a panic and said that it was definitely Qinju, and she had come to take revenge. The woman, shouting, told her that she was talking because the girl had died long ago. Shin seriously asked who Qinju was, mentally noting that the two of them had known about this for a long time. The man, in confusion, said that his daughter had done an unworthy thing, accidentally pushing her friend off a cliff. Qinju shouted back, as if she were being careful, while Shun pretended not to know anything and asked for more details. The man began to say that the reason for their discord was the guy who loved Qinju. While climbing the mountain, their daughter pushed her in a fit of anger. The girl angrily said that this was all wrong and the guy liked her. Her mother replied that so many years had passed and she still did not admit her mistake, and because of this, they had problems. The girl angrily replied that the guy himself believed that he was unworthy of her. The man, unable to control himself, hit his daughter in the face, forcing her to shut up. Her father annoyedly said that now was not the time for this, and because of her, the family was in danger. Shun intervened in their conversation, drawing attention to himself and saying that her father was right, and they needed to return to the common problem. Qinju looked into the distance, saying that the girl killed her out of jealousy. The father leaned towards him, answering that the dead could no longer be helped, and the living needed to be saved, asking if he would protect them from Qinju. Shun began to think, saying that since she died 3 years ago, it is unlikely that she would not have come here during this time. But she did not harm anyone, asking if it was all about the amulet. Zhao handed the amulet into Shun's hand. The father said that he got it for his daughter, and most likely he helped them. Shun began to examine the amulet in his hands, asking where they got it. The man politely said that a monk had given an amulet from the Taoist monastery of Qingyang, Yunling City. The amulet shone. Shun thought that since the thing works, then there are other people who understand otherworldly things, taking the amulet for themselves. Shun said that the amulet is effective, but over the years it has lost spiritual energy. He will help for free, but he will take the amulet for himself to study. The man agreed and asked to help them. Shun said that in 3 years Jinju's soul has turned into an evil spirit. He has something to offer, but they won't like it. Concern was visible on the man's face. He asked what it was. Shun seriously stated that Zhao should surrender to the authorities, and then Qinju would calm down and he could easily get rid of her. All family members were shocked, the girl asked him again. Shun replied that he understood how difficult this decision was. The man restlessly asked if there was another way, and if something happened, he would increase the fee to 7 figures. He looked at them displeased, asking if they didn't believe him. Shun, after such words, began to get up from the sofa he was on. The guy began to leave, telling them to solve the problem themselves. His father stopped him and asked him not to leave them. The man held on to Shun tightly, telling his daughter that she would have to give up. Zhao was unhappy, shouting that she would never go to prison and asking whether Shun was capable of anything and whether he was any good. The man told her to shut up, because she was setting up the whole family. The girl angrily said that she would not give up. Her mother cried, touching her shoulder and telling her to think about her younger brother. The girl pushed her in the chest, pushing her away and responding negatively. Zhao began to run away from the room. The man looked at her actions in shock. He grabbed her tightly, saying that she would not go anywhere and the fate of the family depended on her. Zhao declared that he should let her go. Shun sipped his tea, commenting on how touching it was. While they called the police, Qinju stared at them in amazement. 2 police cars arrived near Zhao's house, and those inside asked who called them. The police looked around while the father said that it was they who called them, and 3 years ago their daughter killed a girl named Qinju by pushing her off a cliff. The woman told her not to blame them, because she would ensure their safety by sacrificing herself. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Her look was angry. She didn't think that her parents would do this to her. Zhao angrily shouted that her parents covered for her for 3 years, and this was also a crime. Her mother stared at her in numbness. The man angrily shouted that they knew nothing about her shameful act. Without changing her face, the girl said, since they hoped to get rid of her, she would drag them all with her to the bottom. The policeman stared at them, one of them asking the other if they had had too much to drink, the second only asking if they were telling each other off. Shun approached them, saying that this is true, and the parents helped their daughter escape from justice, and now they have contradictions, which is why they are shifting the blame onto each other. Shun said that he had evidence, putting the voice recorder in the policeman's hands. The man turned to Shun, saying that he was not a savior, but a saboteur, wondering who he even was. Shun turned to them, introducing himself calmly. Qinju stood nearby. There was anger on her face. The guy said that he was helping the spirit take revenge. All the family members stared at him in shock. Zhao called him a demon. The police dragged them into the car. The father asked not to take his soul. The girl spoke for Qinju. The policeman only said that the irremovability trick would not work. The policeman thanked him for the evidence and assistance to the investigation. Shun kindly said that this is the duty of any decent citizen. The police car drove away. Shun watched them drive away. The corners of his lips rose and his mouth opened, saying that the job was done and asking Jin how her mood was. She replied that she no longer had any anger left, but she was upset. Shun turned to her slightly with interest, asking why she was upset. Jinju brought her hands to her eyes as if crying, saying that she felt like she had lost her goal and had nothing left. The girl opened her mouth slightly when they began to pull her cheek. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. Shun said that her main goal was to help him. Shun looked at her seriously, saying that he had done a great favor and owed her a favor, asking if she would be his pet. The girl rubbed the place where she was held by the cheek. There were still droplets of tears in her eyes. She agreed to Shun's condition. Jin said that she would fulfill all his wishes and would not wear too much. The guy was in shock, and blood almost came out of his mouth. He grabbed her hand, saying how he would concentrate on work if she was like this. The girl's eyes looked like she would cry again. Jin asked if he rejected her from the very beginning. Shun smiled at her, saying that this is not what he meant. In his thoughts, it seemed to him that he had found another headache. A ringtone sounded in Shun's jacket pocket. Someone was calling his phone. While the girl was crying, Shun busily asked Li Hu what happened. He was told that one journalist was slandering, saying that all his actions during the transition were a skit. He asked whether they should discourage him from exposing him. Shun was curious. He said that they should not do anything, and he would come up soon. He stared at Qinju confidently, telling her to follow him because they had the same business. In the square, one man shouts that he does not believe in providence, and today he will expose the charlatan. Hearing this, people gradually begin to gather around the man. The man introduces himself to the camera as an investigative journalist. His goal today is to expose the fraudster. The male viewers of the channel are beginning to be indignant that they have been waiting for a long time for the Seer. One of the man's fans supports the journalist, for which he thanks him. A guy among the crowd notices a strange man in monastic clothes walking towards them. Dressed so as not to be recognized, Su Xiang slowly approaches the crowd of onlookers. His eyes were covered with dark glasses, and in his hands he held a stick with a white flag. Most people could not understand why the Seer was so young. Some began to suspect that he was really a charlatan and was thus trying to make money from them. Stopping at the square, Sue sits down on a chair in front of the crowd. With a kind smile, he asks people which of them came for predictions. The man with the camera confidently volunteers to be the first to make a prediction. Soo-shun offers the man several options on how he can tell fortunes for the man. The man, grinning, points the camera at the seer. He was not interested in the future. He asks to tell Sue about the past. Soo-shun looks at the man in surprise because it is much easier for him to guess using the past. The journalist mockingly declares that already at the very beginning the fraudster panicked and was not ready to predict the past for him. The man repeats that he wants to know the prediction specifically about the past. Sue, considering that since this is the man's desire, he does not dare to contradict, takes the man's hand and, concentrating, runs 2 fingers across his palm. Several frames from the life of a journalist flash through his head. In the first frame, he sees the man's mother holding him by the ear because the boy wet his pants. In the second shot, he watches a journalist trying to cheat on a serious exam. And in the third frame, the girl turns away from the man, not wanting to continue the relationship with him. Sue, having looked through the man's entire past, is slightly embarrassed, not wanting to reveal such details from the man's life. The journalist, pointing his finger at the seer, asks him to omit the dramatic pause and still tell him what he saw in his past. Sue, smiling, calls him by name, telling him a small part of the information that he learned about the man. The journalist's face changes a little, believing that the seer knew that he would come today and prepared all the information about him in advance. Soo-shun, surprised by such impudence, hints that he can tell more about him. The journalist laughed loudly at what he heard. He calls the seer a coward and that he does not know him at all. People who watch this begin to ask him to tell them what he learned. Smirking, Sue slowly and with all the details tells the shameful stories of the man. The man could not understand where the scammer could find out all this information about him. The seer also adds that he saw obscene material on the man's computer. Sue looks questioningly at the journalist, asking whether he has enough sensation for his live broadcast. The man slowly backs away, wondering if he is human or demon, because this information is impossible to find. Laughing, Sue calls himself a human, adding that demons would not walk around in crowded places during the day. People cannot believe that a person can find out such a thing. The man turns to the public and realizes that the seer knows everything about everyone. Sue also decides to tell the man about his horoscope for today. He warned him that he should often look at his feet, because he accused a decent person of charlatanism. The man is trying to convince himself that all this cannot be true. The girl's spirit flies up to the journalist from behind and trips him. The man stumbles as he steps back. The man falls face down on the ground, causing the entire audience to be surprised that the prediction came true. After seeing this, the spectators quickly surround the seer so that Sue can tell their fortunes. Smiling, Sue asks everyone to line up and come up one by one. In her room, a girl lies among soft toys and a servant stands next to her. The maid asks the girl to eat a little because she needs it. The girl doesn't want to listen and continues to watch the news on her phone. In her phone, she finds news about an unknown seer who can accurately predict the future or past. The girl looks at the seer in surprise, wanting to try to meet him. Resting in the office, Soo-shun, lounging on a chair, makes a languid sound of fatigue. The security guards standing at the entrance to the president's office are trying to hear what is happening in the boss's office. The security guard with a scar on his face does not understand what is happening in Sue's office. The second guard suggests that this is their boss's way of trying to relax and doesn't think he needs their help. The guards begin to argue about why such sounds are coming from the office. The security guard with the scar, a little touched, adds that their boss works hard for the company. At this time, Sue, closing his eyes, continues to make a strange sound while enjoying himself. Standing over Sue, the girl's spirit asks whether he's pleased with what she is doing. The girl massaged Sue's head. The ghost at the same time decides to ask the question why Soo-shun is engaged in predictions. She did not understand why he was trying so hard and wasting a lot of time. Sue agrees with the girl, adding that this is why he makes only 3 predictions a day. Thinking over recent events, Sue is puzzled why the system did not count the completion of the task because he received that very fame. There was a knock on the door. Sue immediately responded by allowing him to enter his office. Secretary Sue enters the room, confused, and says that he may have serious problems. Not understanding what happened, Sue asks again what could have happened. The girl hands the tablet to President Sue. On it was written the news that Master Joe himself took up the task of exposing the seer Sue. Taking the tablet into his hands, Sue calls him a peculiar person. Sue had heard a lot about him, calling him a neo-Taoist metaphysician. The girl emphasizes that this man is a respected person among rich people. The girl, worried about Sue's reputation, tells him that if he takes on this matter, it could end badly for him. Sue, having thought it over, declares that if he is the best of his kind, then he is obliged to meet him. The girl is surprised that the president is going to meet with Master Joe. The guy believes that this could serve as good advertising for him, because his name will be discussed even more often, and it would be stupid to refuse such a chance. Taking the tablet, the girl asks President Su to better disguise himself for the meeting with the master. No one should know his identity. Su, waving his hand, explains that he has everything under control and knows what to do. The girl calms down from what she hears. Heading to the exit, the girl once again reminds the president to be careful at meetings. The spirit that has been in the room all this time decides to call its owner. Su turns his attention to her. Lifting up the secretary's skirt, the spirit asks to look at it. Seeing this, the guy's nose began to bleed. The secretary quickly covers up and looks at President Su questioningly. The spirit of the girl laughs and asks if he liked it. Su, having wiped away the blood, begins to wave his hands, saying that it is not his fault. There are guards standing outside the door, hearing screams in the boss's office. They could not decide whether President Su needed help. The shot changes to show Su standing among the crowd, waiting for Master Joe. All the people are discussing the sudden visit of the master himself. The spirit, worried, decides to ask if the owner is angry with her because she wanted to please the owner. Su asks her to shut up. Seeing Master Joe approaching, the crowd loudly greets him. The master gets out of the car, accompanied by several guards. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, Joe proudly considers the slums, saying that he understands why people could believe the charlatan. With a confident gait, accompanied by several guards, Master Joe heads to the square, where that same Seer Su is located. The grinning man calls the Seer Su a youth, emphasizing that today they will decide who has the right to call themselves a master. The spirit of the girl flies up from behind to the master. The entire crowd continues to greet the well-known Master Joe. After pushing him a little, the man falls sharply down. The security, not having time to react, silently watch as their boss falls. The man falls face down on the floor. Su asks, with a smile, why he doesn't watch his step. The accompanying guards help Master Joe get up, checking to see if everything is okay with him. Su adds that before leaving, the master should have told his fortune first. An angry man with a flame in his eyes declares that he is rejoicing early because he came to expose the charlatan to everyone. Su-shun, continuing to smile kindly at the master, asks what he is going to expose. Master Joe calls the Seer Su a fraudster, emphasizing that he takes advantage of people's gullibility to enrich himself. Seer Su clarifies exactly how Master Joe plans to expose him. Master Joe offers to tell each other's fortunes and find out which of them can predict more accurately. Su points his finger at the master, asking him to choose what to tell his fortune on. With a grin, Master Joe calls him cool. Turning up his sleeve, the man shows the scar, asking where he got it from. People watching this were very surprised because it is almost impossible to recognize. The man feels superior to Seer Su. Sitting down on Master Joe's knee, Su asks to extend his hand. The man, grinning, thinks that he holds himself well, but he still considers him a fraud. Seer Su silently strokes Joe's palm several times. The man, not believing in the powers of the seer, invites him to surrender and bow to him 3 times, after which he leaves in disgrace. But a minute later, an answer to Master Joe's question comes from Su. He said that he received the scar due to negligence in childhood. This answer puts the man into a stupor. He did not understand how this was possible. People watching everything see the surprised man's face. They assume that Seer Su told the truth. Master Joe, still unable to believe it, lowers his head trying to understand how he could do this. But the man decides to lie, saying that it's all a lie and that he cut his hand 3 years ago with a knife. Poking him with his finger, he calls him a charlatan. Su's face changes to a gloomy one. He was outraged by the man's lies, saying that this joke would not go away so easily. Master Joe is a little lost in words, now offering to tell fortunes to the Seer Su. Getting nervous, the master senses a strange killing energy around Su, calling him a killer. Smiling, Su asks Master Joe to at least tell him when he will get married. The man warns that he is an expert in this and that the seer was wrong to choose this particular topic for him. Su extends his hand to the master. Taking the seer's hand, the master pretends to look into the future. Abruptly releasing the seer's hand, Master Joe's face changes to a frightened one. The man gradually moves back from Su. Master Joe, still amazed, decides to clarify the date of birth of the Seer Su. Su does not understand what exactly could have struck the master, telling him his date of birth. Having heard this, the master still cannot understand how this is possible. Master Joe bows to the seer, apologizing for his insolence. He adds that he did not immediately see his greatness, and asks not to hold a grudge against him. Seer Su was very puzzled because Joe planned to expose him, and as a result he also apologized. Su, still amazed by what he had heard, expected that the experienced master was planning to tell him something really worthwhile. The master's face was frightened. He decides to admit defeat. The public was even more confused, because Master Joe himself admitted his worthlessness. With a smile, Su still asks to tell people what exactly the master saw, because this is the only way they can close this issue. Master Joe, sweating, asks if he has to say this out loud. Su, angrily hanging over the man, still reads to tell everything he knows. The master is confused. The man falls to his knees in fear and begins to bow because he could not reveal the Seer's secret, adding that he will never give predictions again. The audience follows the former Master Joe with their gaze. A guy from the crowd asks where the master is going, so Joe sends him away and asks him not to call him master anymore. People silently look at the Seer, waiting for him to be able to explain the strange behavior of the former Master Joe. Seer Su calls this a simple misunderstanding, and although he is a fortune teller, he's not a demigod and cannot perform miracles. People attack Su and call him the new master, asking him to predict the future for them. A girl from the crowd shouts for Su to marry her. Su, realizing that for him this is the ceiling of popularity, invites the spirit to end this. The girl's spirit calls him incredible, specifying how he was able to pull this off. The guy hints with a smile that this is nothing for a killer of his level. An unknown person calls Master Su. Frightened, the guy says it's not him. Turning around, a cute girl stands in front of Su. He had previously met her. The girl wonders if he can accurately make a prediction. Pretending that he doesn't know the girl, Su clarifies what exactly the girl wants to know. In his thoughts, he did not understand how the girl could find him here. The girl, a little embarrassed, asks to find someone close to her. Su, I was wary. Su, smiling, asks the girl to name the date of birth of the person she is interested in. In his thoughts, he understood who the girl was looking for. The girl, blushing deeply, says that she doesn't know this, adding that she has this guy's porter. The girl shows a photo of Su Xiang's face, which makes him convinced of his guesses. The girl asks if he can still find this person. The spirit adds that Su has quite a lot of fans. Su, saying I give up, decides to take off his hat and glasses, showing his appearance. Su asks how she was able to find him. The girl says that she found his video on social networks and then immediately recognized him. Su Xun thinks that even though he is a demigod, he is still far from female intuition. The girl, embarrassed, covers her mouth. She wonders why Su decided to work as a fortune teller. Seer Su calls this a hobby, asking why the girl was looking for him. The girl says that there is nothing wrong with this. She wanted to thank her for saving her on that liner. Su was happy to help her, adding that maybe she still needed his help. The girl decides to say that she still has one more question. Su looks at her questioningly. Approaching shyly, the girl asks if Su has a girlfriend. Su Xun hands his business card to the girl. He explains that he already has a girlfriend, adding that she can call him if she needs help. The girl, a little disappointed, takes the business card from Su's hands, adding that it was already clear to her that such a prominent guy would have a girlfriend. Embarrassed, Su justifies that he is not at all what she imagines him to be. The spirit standing behind him is indignant that he is becoming very poor. The girl decides to find out whether he is engaged or just dating. Su doesn't understand why this is so important to the girl. The girl, inspired, squeezes the business card in her hands with the words that she still has a chance to compete for the guy. As she leaves, the girl says goodbye to Su, saying that she will not give up so easily and will try. Su Xiang was not very happy with this statement. The ghost starts pointing his finger at Su out of jealousy, saying that he is now involved with another girl. Su assures that this is not worth paying attention to. The guy was perplexed why the system, after Master Joe, never counted the task. Walking down the street, Su assumes that his real target is much larger than the average master. The girl's spirit obediently follows him. The shot changes to a confused guy trying to offer the master some tea. The master, with a rather gloomy face, decides to ask why the guy invited him to drink tea, considering tea just an excuse for a meeting. The guy falls to his knees, lowering his head. He begins to beg the master to help and restore justice, adding that his entire family was imprisoned because of Su Xun. The master asks if he is sure that Su Xun is connected with the ghost and how he knows this. The guy immediately states that his parents told and that they even know who the ghost is. It was the recently deceased girl, Qin Ju. The master comes to the conclusion that Su can interact with the spirits of the dead. The guy adds that after that, Su became too lucky, but he never heard of him being interested in the occult. The monk believes that Su really could not have known about the incident 3 years ago, concluding that it was the spirit who told him about his death. The master remembers that he heard about the Seer Master Su, asking what the guy knows about him. The guy says that he only saw a video of him and nothing more. The monk begins to suspect that Su Xun and Master Su are the same person. The guy is surprised by this statement. The monk believes that if a ghost bothers people, then it must be destroyed. He also adds that since Su serves the spirit, then he himself becomes a bad person. The master, heading towards the exit, asks to be taken to Su. There is a lonely canopy on the shore. A man sitting under it is fishing. His girlfriend is sitting on Su's lap. She is indignant that Su doesn't know how to fish at all. The girl doesn't understand why they sit on the shore of the lake and waste time on this. Su smiles and assures the girl that fishing requires time and patience. Su notices how someone came to them calling them a fish. In the background, there is a master with a guy. The guy is trying to understand how the master knew exactly where Su was. The girl is surprised to meet Wang Teng. The guy angrily shouts that Su stole his girl and he will pay for it. Su realizes that the monk has the technique of recognizing spirits. The monk calmly looks towards the couple. The girl's spirit is also surprised that the monk can see her. Su decides to ask the guy Wang Zhao if he is his sister. Taking off his glasses, Su suspects that it is because of this guy that he's not getting credit for completing the task, adding that the shooting gallery world is a small place. Wang, mocking Su, calls him a pseudo-god, adding that he brought a real monk from a Taoist monastery. The spirit tells her suspicions about the monk, assuming that he sees her. Su realizes that this is no ordinary monk. Taking the amulet out of his pocket, Su hands it to the monk. He assumes that this amulet was made by the monk. The girl's spirit, panicking, asks to immediately remove the amulet. Putting his fingers into a seal and preparing to expel the spirits, the monk says that this is an old amulet and it is of no value to him. Having activated the seal, strange waves began to flow from the monk's side, and the spirit suddenly began to be attracted to the monk. Frightened, the girl asks for help. At the last moment, Su manages to catch the spirit by the hand and pull him towards him. Girl Su, covering her mouth, looks in surprise at the incomprehensible shadow fight. The angry monk says that he will teach the guy a lesson for collaborating with evil spirits, adding that he does not care what sect he is from. Su pretends that he does not understand the monk, adding that he does not know any spirits, and if the monk continues to disturb him, then he may get into trouble. The monk makes another seal calling Su a street magician, adding that he will not tolerate such threats. At this moment, an unknown person puts a pistol to the monk's back with words out of nowhere. The monk looks in shock at the people in black clothes. This was President Su's bodyguard. Crouching next to the girl, Su addresses the monk, hinting that times have already changed, and his techniques will not be able to withstand his bullets. The monk indignantly calls the guy a sucker, adding that he does not adhere to combat ethics. A guard puts a gun to the monk's head and warns him to choose his words towards his boss. The monk, covering his head with his hands, fearfully asks not to touch him, because he is just an old man. The guy turns to the monk, not understanding why the great Taoist monk stopped because of some simple bullets. The monk, holding the guy's collar, shouts at him, saying that he is not immortal and, of course, is afraid of bullets. Su was not happy about meeting Wang Teng. He adds that he will correct the balance of grievances and complaints. The guy, falling to his knees with tears in his eyes, begins to ask for mercy because you shouldn't get your hands dirty about something like him. Su decides to ask his girlfriend's opinion, to which she replies that she would not like to see the guy again. Su asks the guards to take Wang to the police station and testify that he knew about Chinju's murder. The guard, hearing this, takes the guy by the collar. Taking the guy away, he continues to ask for forgiveness from President Su with all his might. The monk looks away from understanding what is happening. Su decides to explain to the monk that he is a law-abiding citizen and he did not plan to kill anyone. With the words that he should consult him, Su points his finger near his feet. Having sat down at his feet, the monk immediately voices his assumptions that this is the same Master Su, adding that he does not deserve such attention from a demigod. Su, smiling at him, adds that before he did not know at all about the existence of spirits, but the experience of the last 2 weeks told him a lot. The monk is surprised by what he heard because he had never seen before that a person could acquire such complex knowledge in just 2 weeks. Su, with a rather serious face, asks to tell him about the world to which the immortal cultivators belong because he suspects that they exist. The monk is surprised that Su knows about immortal cultivators, not understanding why he needs this at all. Su emphasizes that he himself knows very little about this topic, but he is very interested in it. The monk, wiping sweat from his face, suggests that Su simply read a lot of short stories, but it has little to do with fiction. After all, even if he were truly an immortal cultivator, he would not be afraid of the pathetic pistol. The monk adds that his knowledge can do little to harm people. The maximum that he can do is make forecasts, fight evil, and simply entertain a crowd of onlookers. Su decides to clarify why the monk wanted to grab the girl's spirit so much. The monk, pointing at the spirit, says that he decided to take the spirit out of curiosity for study. It seemed strange to him how the girl's spirit looked. According to his information, they should look like a clot of energy. But this look looked absolutely like a living person, which interested him. Su, looking at the girl's spirit, adds that he also found it strange. The spirit, shedding tears, asks Su not to give her to this Taoist for experiments, because he will cut her into pieces and conduct experiments. Su assures that he did not plan to give her to this monk for experiments. The girl hugs his legs and calls Su her master. At this moment, the Su girl was behind her with a rather scary grimace. She decides to clarify what kind of relationship he has with this spirit. Su coughs nervously, trying not to turn around. The girl puts her hands on Su's shoulders. He stammers a little and says that he understood everything and he has no more questions for the monk. The monk asks in surprise if Mr. Su is letting him go. Su asks with a smile what the monk expected from him, because he did not plan to invite him to dinner. The monk was preparing for the worst, but he was glad that the great gentleman let him go, thanking him for it. Sue extends his hand to the monk, saying that since he is not a charlatan, they are now colleagues and should work together. The monk, looking at Sue's hand, slightly sheds tears and says that he has a very kind heart. Wiping his tears, the monk tells Sue that the Taoists are going through hard times because they are poor and are not perceived because of charlatans. Sue, holding his head, does not fully understand how he can help them in return by offering 1 million for his colleagues in need. The monk was shocked by such a sum of money. He continues to thank Mr. Sue, adding that his statue will be made in front of the temple. Sue is outraged that people with abilities led rather miserable lives. The guy approaches his girlfriend and invites her to have dinner together, to which he receives a negative answer. Sue cuddled up and hugs the girl, saying not to be so jealous of his spirit. The girl hands Sue the phone, offering to try the dishes in this restaurant. Sue reads on his phone about the great disciple of the king of Cuisine, Chen Fan. The girl adds that this chef has many awards and that he is the best chef. Sue was impressed by this, wanting to visit this restaurant. There was a huge line of people waiting to try the food of the disciple of the kitchen king at the restaurant. Sue, getting out of the car, orders the ghost to stay in the car. Upset, the spirit nevertheless agrees. The girl is excited by such a large queue, realizing that they are unlikely to be able to get through today. Sue takes the girl's hand as he walks to the front of the line, adding that they haven't even tried yet. Approaching the first in line, Sue asks how much they are willing to give up their place for. The guy and the girl were surprised by this statement, explaining that they were not some poor people and were not interested in his measly money. Sue asks to look at the amount of the check before making a final answer. The girl is surprised that he even gives a check and not money. Seeing the number of zeros on the check, the couple cannot believe their eyes. Sue walks into a restaurant hand in hand with his girlfriend. A couple remains at the entrance, taking their leave. The couple standing behind begins to argue that they should have left earlier, and then they would have gotten rich. Sitting down at the table, the girl asks if it's too provocative to pay for a line. Sue says he's trying to be more modest. At this moment, the system sends an alert about the completion of the task. Sue is surprised by this. The system offers to open a secret gift. Sue agrees, suspecting that it is all because of what the monk told the others in the monastery. This contributed to the completion of the task. The system brought out a secret new one in front of Sue's eyes, an increase in charm of 300%. Sue looked at the phone and did not see any differences, suspecting that the skill worked somehow differently. Girl Sue, blushing, says that she began to feel an inexplicable attraction to him. Sue did not understand what she was talking about. The girl under the table lifts her leg, reaching for Sue's leg. Sue suspects that his charm skill works like an aphrodisiac on people. At this time, the waiter came to the table asking what the couple would order. Sue still couldn't stop thinking about the new skill. Taking the menu, Sue begins looking for the establishment's signature dishes, adding that he is planning physical activity in the evening. The waiter invites Sue to try a set dinner from the chef, to which Sue agrees. The girl, embarrassed, asks not to say such things in public. Sue looked questioningly at the girl, saying that she had nothing to do with it, because he still had work to do after the restaurant. The system prompts Sue to take the next weekly identity, which Sue immediately uses. The system successfully retrieves a new identity, calling it King of the Kitchen. This meant that the hero is now a gifted chef, but no one knows his name, calling him the King of the Kitchen. There was a task to open the best restaurant in the whole world in a month. Sue is surprised by this coincidence, mentioning that right now he will have to evaluate the cooking of the famous disciple of the Kitchen King. The waiter gradually places all the dishes on the table, presenting them as a set of dishes from the chef. The man wishes the couple bon appétit. The girl decides to be the first to try, and she was very surprised by the amazing taste. The girl could not stop, calling it the food of the gods, for which she did not feel sorry for any money. Sue, having examined all the dishes, felt that they did not meet his standards. After all, the color, taste, and smell did not match. Standing on the balcony, the chef of the establishment looks at his backside, adding that on this day there are more guests than always. Standing next to him is the manager. He decides to support the chef, considering him much better than the legendary King of the Kitchen. The chef asks not to speak about his teacher like that, because he is just learning. The man adds that although he is still young, he will definitely be called the King of the Kitchen. The chef notices Sue sitting. The guy didn't even touch his food. Sue cuts off a piece of meat and examines it closely. The girl decides to find out why he doesn't eat. Having tasted the meat, the guy immediately spits it out into the trash can. People sitting in a restaurant pay attention to the guy. Wiping his mouth, Sue adds that this is not tasty at all. The guy allows the girl to eat everything herself. People in the hall are outraged by this statement. The chef, seeing this, asks Sue why he said it wasn't tasty. People were surprised that the chef paid attention to the guy. Sue, with a smile, tries to justify himself by saying that the man just heard it and he just has a stomach ache. The chef, laughing, turns to the manager to warn the security not to let in such hillbillies without taste. Calling Sue an idiot, the chef leaves the balcony. At the last moment, Sue asks him to stop, adding that he initially did not want to disgrace him publicly and expressed himself too softly, because in his opinion, the food is pure slop. The people in the room were amazed at such a loud statement. The chef, out of anger, calls him a coward if the guy doesn't want to try again. Sue continues to say that the food prepared must meet the standards, which are violated here. After all, the client comes for the sake of appetizing and provocatively tasty food. Sue adds that he was only able to take a couple of bites. In his opinion, this is no good. The cost of the dish does not correspond to the declared quality. The restaurant manager states that everyone who came before him had only good things to say about the dishes, suggesting that the guy is the problem. Sue calls this success a strategy of hunger marketing because of the long queues. People are ready to eat anything and be happy. People begin to listen to Sue's words, confirming that the food is indeed quite ordinary. The chef calls himself a student of the king of the kitchen and that he will not fall for such cheap tricks. Sue, holding his chin, tries to remember the so-called student. The chef was confused after hearing this. He could not imagine that this was the real king of the kitchen. Sue points his finger at the guy and asks since when he became a student, because they only met once after greeting each other at the hotel. The chef, having made a mistake, asks where he is from. Immediately correcting himself, he knows that this is all slander. The manager, supporting him, shouts in the same way. Sue adds that he assumed that there would be people who would use the name of the king of the kitchen. The manager was indignant. How could Sue say such a thing if he's not the king of the kitchen? The chef supports the manager, saying that he cannot know this, threatening to call the police. Sue says with a calm face that he is the king of the kitchen. All the people in the restaurant were surprised by such a loud statement. Everyone present asked if the guy was really the king of the kitchen, to which Sue assured that it was him. The manager, coming closer, shouted at Sue that he was completely different from the king of the kitchen, calling him a psycho who staged this whole performance. Sue points his finger at the chef and asks him to ask. The chef is starting to get nervous. He recalls how the king of the kitchen was dressed, adding that apparently he was very unlucky. Chen still doubts that this is the king of the kitchen. After all, the king's face was covered and it was difficult to see him. The manager, no longer understanding what is happening, asks the boss if this is really the same king. The chief loudly replies that it is not him, stating that he would recognize his teacher immediately. Sue says, laughing, that he stubbornly stands to the end and that he assumed so. People standing nearby ask him to prove to them that he is truly the king of the kitchen. The chef thinks it over, refuses to believe that this is the king of the kitchen. He does not want to have a battle with the imposter. The chef, after a short pause, declares that he will not trust some rogue, much less allow him into his kitchen. People, understanding the complexity of the situation, agree with Chief Chen's decision. Sue decides to open his own restaurant, inviting Chen to come and evaluate his cooking skills for himself. Secretary Sue is sitting in the office. She was outraged that President Sue did not attend work at all. Director Lee walked past the table with documents. The girl called him. The man, hearing the girl, stops, continuing to read the papers. The girl talks about her worries about the company. In her opinion, this reflects poorly on the company. Director Lee adds that he also thought about it, but a couple of days ago he personally visited the president. He explained that the president has everything under control, adding that if a company cannot operate without his presence, then that company is a failure. The girl is surprised by Su Xiong's foresight. The secretary's phone rang. The call was from Sue. The guy called for an urgent matter. After hanging up, the director clarifies what President Sue called, but the girl didn't know yet and hurries to go to him. The girl says goodbye to the director, heading towards the exit. The director wishes her luck. The girl leaving the office assumes that Sue has been actively working all this time and plans to present a new gigantic project. Sue is standing at the entrance to the restaurant. He was surprised that the girl arrived so quickly. Sue shows the secretary a sign with the name King of the Kitchen. She doesn't quite understand what's going on. The girl, blushing from fatigue, decides to ask why President Sue has been working in the cafe all these days. Sue, thinking that the girl was joking, says that he is preparing the restaurant for its opening soon. The girl, sighing, apologizes for her stupidity. Sue decides to add that before this, he was doing fortune-telling in the aisle. This drives the girl into a stupor. She didn't understand why the president was doing this. Sue invites the secretary to come into the restaurant. He called her to help. The girl immediately says that she doesn't know how to cook. A minute later, his girlfriend and secretary in waitress uniform are standing in front of Chief Sue. They are a little embarrassed. Sue compliments that the girl's uniform suits them. He immediately says that he plans to work in the kitchen, and the girls should take orders to visitors. Girl Sue doesn't understand why he called them if he has a large company and could easily hire waitresses. Sue says that they are needed only for the first time, because hiring takes longer. A rude voice was heard at the entrance. Several men slowly approaching the restaurant were outraged that no one greeted them. They claim that the establishment is open on their territory and no one notified about it. The girls were concerned about the new visitors. Girl Sue suggests calling the security chief of Sue's company. Sue, with a calm face, calls the bandits' clients, inviting them to come to the restaurant and taste his dishes. One of the men says that the restaurant is located on their territory, which is why they are now obliged to pay them for protection. Otherwise, the restaurant will not have time to open. Sue smiles and invites the racketeers to first go to his restaurant and try his dishes, adding that if they don't like the food, then in addition to the money, he will add 20,000 on top. The men were surprised to hear such money, calling Chief Sue stupid. The men sat down at the table. One of them suspected that Sue was stalling for time, not wanting to pay them. The bandit boss, folding his hands in front of him, adds that he should just try. The boss of the company, having looked at it for a long time, adds that he really likes the girls in the establishment. The secretary, not knowing what skills Sue has, decides to ask if he even knows how to cook. Girl Sue assures that no matter how he cooks, the bandits will not do anything to him. The secretary, unable to calm down, still plans to call the company's security service. The girls look into Chef Sue's kitchen. The door is slightly open. Sue is standing in the kitchen. He is cooking something in a cauldron over high heat. After a moment, he quickly slices the fish, ridding it of the bones. The secretary is surprised when she calls President Sue a cook. The boss of the bandits hits the table, unable to wait any longer, threatening that he will now begin to destroy the establishment. At this moment, Chef Sue comes out of the kitchen along with the waitresses, wiping his hands as he presents his dishes. Sue smiles and apologizes for the delay, citing the fact that he hasn't cooked for a long time. The man begins to doubt the quality of the food. After all this was prepared by a newbie. Smelling the smell of food, the bandit boss blushed. The men looked in surprise at everything that Chief Sue had prepared. Sue invites the guests to try his food, adding that it is very important for him to hear their criticism of the dishes. The bandit boss is trying to lie that he doesn't like it at all, and most likely Sue will have to prepare the promised 20,000. At the same moment, the rest of the bandits overturn their plates and begin to eat to their heart's content. The man got up from his chair and was outraged by this. Sue and the girls are surprised by the reaction to his food. Men argue with each other at the table. The boss of the bandits asks him to leave some for him too. The rest are unable to tear themselves away from their plates. Having finished eating, the plates on the table were licked sparklingly clean. The bandits leaned on their backs and discussed how wonderful it was for them. Sue, approaching the table, reasons that seeing their faces, they probably liked his dishes. The men, confused, try to come up with excuses. Sue folds his hands and looks at the bandits seriously. Unable to contain themselves, they thanked Chef Sue for such cooking. Each of them remembered something different in the dish. Sue says goodbye to the men, inviting them to come see him again. Girl Sue was surprised by such generosity from the bandits. A girl comes into a restaurant asking about a waitress vacancy. There is a huge line of people waiting to try the food of the king of Cuisine at the Sue restaurant. The sign says that in 3 days they attracted all the foodies. The Kitchen King's student is outraged that he has a competitor spoiling his business. The phone on the table rang. It was the director of the company. The man greets him with a trembling voice. From a telephone conversation, you can understand that the director of the company is not happy with this turn of events because his business is collapsing and he is losing money. The student of the king of the kitchen assures that this is a charlatan, because the real king of the kitchen is much older than some half-educated student. The director shouts into the phone that his business is collapsing because of this scammer. The man assures that tomorrow he will decide everything and bring him to clean water. The director asks not to disappoint him again by hanging up. The man angrily twirls the knife in his right hand, saying that he no longer cares who is the king of the kitchen or a charlatan, because he is preventing him from making money. Out of anger, the man sticks a knife into a photograph lying on the table, adding that he must die. The photo shows Sushun. There is a huge queue at the King of Kitchen restaurant. Everyone wants to try the divine food. People who just arrived are very surprised, doubting that the restaurant is so tasty that there is such a line to stand in. One of the men standing in the crowd turns to them and asks if they are joking, because now everyone is talking about this restaurant, and the dishes there are first class. The door in front of the line opens, making people incredibly happy. In front of them are 3 waitresses from whom they immediately fall in love. The waitresses pleasantly greeted visitors to the restaurant of the King of Cuisine. The girls, smiling, remind you that the menus are on the tables, and that people can also order food through the terminal. The waitress takes the check from the terminal. Sue is working in the kitchen at incredible speed. At this time, the spirit calls out all the orders for each table. Sue, feeling dizzy from so much information. Sue emphasizes that the waitresses at his restaurant are first-class models, and that he did not expect Yan to come to help him because she is not from a poor family. Sue, having finished his workday, sits at one of the tables drinking tea. The remaining guest is sitting at the next table. The girl emphasizes that as soon as the last client finishes the meal, the working day will be considered over. The man abruptly stands up from the table and moves to the side. Holding his cap, he asks the waitresses where he can wash his hands. The girls, smiling sweetly, tell him where he needs to go. The girls are glad the hard-working day is over. Sue, without letting it show, notices that the visitor is behaving strangely. The next day, an even larger line forms at the restaurant, shouting that they want to taste the dishes of the king of Cuisine. A police car drives up to the restaurant. People turn around in surprise. One of the officers asks to seal the restaurant door. A waitress comes into Sue's office, warning that the police have arrived. Sue, not surprised, says that he was waiting for them yesterday. The girl is surprised that Chief Sue knew in advance that the police would come. Sue smiles and offers to go with him and meet the guests. A journalist is standing outside the restaurant reporting on the incident at the King of Kitchen restaurant. The policeman shows his ID and asks who is in charge of the restaurant. There are several more police officers at the entrance. Girl Sue decides to ask what's going on, offering her help. At this time, Sue comes out of the office. Saying that he is the boss, he decides to listen to what is happening in the restaurant. With a serious face, the police decide to give Sue a chance to confess without formalities. Sue pretends that he doesn't understand what he needs to confess and what he might be suspected of. Sue shows with his hands that he doesn't know what the problem is, suggesting that it could be a false call. The senior police officer waves the officers at the entrance to let the witness through. A student of the King of Kitchen enters the restaurant grinning. At the entrance, the journalist adds in surprise that this is a student of the King of the Kitchen, and they may well have a war between restaurants. Mocking, Sue calls the guy a kid, asking why he only now came to congratulate him on his discovery. The man considers Sue a fraud, adding that his real teacher would never reveal his identity. Sue, grinning, asks why he considers him a scammer, because scammers cannot cook really good food. People outside are outraged by this statement, asking the student to quickly leave and let them enjoy their food in peace. The senior officer asks him to hurry up and tell him where exactly what they came for is located. The man points his finger at the pantry, saying that it is in one of the bags. The waitresses were surprised by this statement. The senior officer orders the others to inspect the premises. Girl Sue still didn't understand what was going on and why the police were there. Sue invites the others to sit down and talk at the table. Sitting down at the table, Sue asks what exactly the police came to look for. Disciple of the King of the Kitchen. Forgive me, don't pretend, because he knows well why they came. The police, having completed the search, return with a strange package. They assured that they found one bag of seasonings in which there was nothing at all. The king's disciple was surprised by this statement and stood up from the table. The man pulls the package out of the police's hands, saying that they don't even know what it should look like. After checking the bag, the man makes sure that the bag is empty. With a smile, Sue asks what his student is trying to find, adding that maybe he can help. Chen, angry, asks Chief Sue to shut up, saying that he will definitely find evidence. The policeman says that they received a tip that poppy straws are being added to food. Sue is surprised to say that this is a serious violation, and that even so, it is difficult to get it. The man, unable to find the poppy straw, angrily accuses Sue that it was he who hid the evidence. Pointing his finger at Sue, he assures that he hid it somewhere in the kitchen. Sue, getting up from the table, suggests in this case that his entire restaurant be searched, but only in the presence of journalists. The man looks at Sue angrily, mumbling to himself that he will show him something else. Sue inviting journalists to the restaurant. He offers to record the search live, to which the journalists immediately agree. The search is in full swing and everyone in the restaurant cannot find anything. The waitress decides to quietly ask Sue if this Chen planted the poppy seed somewhere in the restaurant. Sue assures her that she shouldn't worry. After all, he has everything under control. He knew exactly which bag Chen put the mac in for him. The girl is surprised that Sue knew all this. Sue says the fact is that he has a hidden camera. Chen sits on the kitchen floor, wondering where the hidden poppy could have gone. Chief Sue and a police officer enter the premises. Sue asks if he found the so-called evidence. The man, shouting at Sue, tries to find out how he found the previously hidden bag. Sue, waving it off, declares that he does not know what he is talking about and how he was supposed to hide something that he had not seen before. The police officer declares that giving false testimony is also a violation when inviting the guy to the station. Coming out of the restaurant, people were angry at such a long wait. Most of the crowd shouted at the Kitchen King's disciple. Sue, leaning against the wall, decides to also bring charges against the student for the presence of poppy straw. The Kitchen King's student sends him to hell, claiming that he has never done anything like this. The police officer warns Chief Sue that he must have evidence to press charges. Sue reminds that proof was not needed to mistype his restaurant, so he offers to inspect Chen Fan's restaurant as well. Without hearing the officer's answer, Shei-Fu opens the door of the police car. The policeman was at a loss. Entering the restaurant, Chen immediately began to claim that although Sue managed to get rid of the evidence, his kitchen was clean from the very beginning, and nothing like this had ever happened. Holding his face, Sue calls the guy self-confident. The officer allows Chief Sue to inspect the kitchen, and if he finds something, let him tell them. Sue enters the kitchen not thinking that he will find something forbidden. His interest was more to look around the kitchen and find something useful. Chen calls Sue an idiot, explaining that he is deceiving the police and is simply taking revenge for the inspection of his restaurant. The officer looks at the guy angrily, demanding that he shut up. Looking around, Sue finds something under the sink. Having taken it out, he shows it to the officer, saying that he has never seen anything like this before. The police were very surprised by the discovery. The officer, having examined the evidence, claims that it is a dried poppy flower. Chen, panicking, asks if they are sure of the find. He claims that he has never had such things in his kitchen. Chen, panicking, begins to point his finger at Chief Sue, shouting that it was he who set him up. Waving it off, Sue adds that he has nothing to do with it. After all, they themselves allowed him to look around, and this is what his search led to. The police officer invites several more employees into the kitchen to look for more evidence. The police begin to inspect everything, including all cabinets, bedside tables, and tables. Chen nervously approaches the police officer, claiming that he was framed and that it was all set up by the experienced swindler Sue. One of the police officers, searching another locker, finds a huge safe. He immediately reports the discovery to a police officer. The officer turns to Chen and asks what kind of safe this is and who it belongs to. Smiling, Chen claims that this is his safe, because every respected person has his own secrets that it is better for others not to know, which is why he installed a personal safe in the kitchen. Wiping his nose, Chief Sue hints to the police that the poppy may be in the safe. Chen, angry, calls him a liar, offering to open the safe himself. Opening the safe, the guy states that the poppy could have gotten into the kitchen in any way, because many people pass through it. But his safe is a different matter. Only he knows the password. Having opened the safe, there were securities on the top shelf and a strange bag on the bottom. The guy can't believe what he sees. The police immediately detain the guy and wring his hands. Taking the package from the safe, the police officer states that there is a lot of weight here, which could serve as a real sentence for the guy up to life. The guy fearfully continues to claim that it was not him, suspecting that it was Chief Sue who framed him. The officer refuses to listen to the guy, explaining that he should stop shifting responsibility for what he did to others, because the evidence was found in his personal safe. Sue, thinking about it, realized that his spirit had thrown this bag inside the safe. He adds out loud that this cannot be the work of a higher power. Arriving back at the restaurant, Chef Sue is greeted by a crowd of journalists. They were glad to have the guy back. Journalists immediately began asking various questions. They were interested in why the king of the kitchen had been hiding for so long and only now decided to return. Chef Sue tells everyone that cooking is just a hobby for him and has nothing to do with the main activity of the director of a huge company. The girls listening to Sue shyly praise his charisma and beauty. A long limousine pulls up to the restaurant. A man in a business suit gets out of the car and heads towards the crowd. Approaching Chief Sue, he shows his document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He asks the chef to prepare dinner for the evening for foreign diplomats. Sue, stepping aside with the agent, immediately warns that he is not interested in working in other places. He prefers to cook in his establishment. Chief Sue also adds that he already has a huge queue of starving people, so the diplomats will first have to take a place in the queue. The guy asks to pass them on to the authorities because in his establishment, absolutely any person is welcome, no matter his position in society. The agents left behind were amazed at this answer, not understanding what to do with it. Heading towards the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd shouted their wishes and greetings to the king of the kitchen. Sue notes that his task is to glorify the restaurant throughout the world, and not to hold banquets for every rich person. Unidentified men are sitting at the table in the office. There is a news report about the new haven of the king of Cuisine. All the gourmets of the country have begun to gather in this restaurant, adding that at the moment the queues for the restaurant reach 10 days. One of those sitting at the table turns off the TV. Chairman of the National Culinary Association, Lu Gui, decides to clarify what the steelheads plan to do about it. The guy with glasses declares that they are no longer able to somehow resist this restaurant, because already dozens of foreign ambassadors want to visit Chef Sue. Hitting the table, Lu declares that the Association of National Cuisine is the property of their country. He is not ready to be pathetic in front of some eatery. Another man sitting at the table adds that this chef is the king of the kitchen himself, and he is not an ordinary person, so they will have to accept his greatness. Chairman Lu, thoughtful, says that the man gave him a good idea. Since the king of the kitchen is not an official status, Lu decides to give Chef Sue the opportunity to confirm his status officially. Everyone at the table begins to object to the chairman's proposal. They didn't want Chief Sue to rise above them. Lu explains to those sitting at the table that he is only giving a chance, but it is not necessary to immediately give out the status of the king of the kitchen. Realizing the genius of the plan, the men immediately responded approvingly. After all, in this way Chief Sue can disgrace himself and completely lose his status. Chairman Lu adds that he expects diplomats from Japan in a few days, hinting to invite them to bring the best cook with them and hold a competition for the best cook. The bespectacled man points out that if Su Shun loses this, it will be a blow to the pride of their citizens. This does not stop the chairman. He believes that this is a trifle and their people will survive this. But Chief Su himself will be forever nailed to the board of shame. Crushing an apple in anger, Lu adds that it is he who influences whether Japan wins or loses. Standing in the kitchen, Chef Su sneezes. The spirit decides to ask if he is sick. Su suspects that at the moment, someone is remembering him, and definitely not in a good way. Assuming that it is Chen Fan who remembers him while he is being closed. The waitress standing at the entrance of the restaurant asks everyone to respect the queue. One of the people in the queue is indignant that he's been standing for a long time, suggesting that they expand the restaurant area. A bus arrives at the entrance, and a large number of people in business suits get off. They were glad they were able to get to the restaurant. Several guards run up to the line, demanding everyone to disperse, because all the places for today have been reserved. People start shouting indignantly that they have been standing in line for a long time and are not ready to leave so easily. The waitress asks to call Su Shun, because in her opinion there was a serious showdown on the street. One of the men in a suit warns ordinary people that if they do not want to act in a good way, then he will act in a bad way. People look at him in surprise. The man swings his arms in anger, at which time Chief Su catches his hand. Su looks at the man in the suit with a serious face, asking who he is and why he behaves this way. The guy looks at Su in confusion. The agent, pointing his finger at Su, begins to shout that he did not have the right to raise his hand against a civil servant while on duty. Su, grinning a little, adds that he just put his hand on his shoulder, and the agent himself began to scream like a girl out of fear. The people standing in line begin to mock the agent in unison. The man looks at Chief Su, confused. Su declares that he does not see any civil servant in front of him, but just an arrogant guy who is trying to get ahead of the queue. The crowd begins to support Chef Su. They were glad that they stood up for them, giving them a chance to still get into the restaurant. The man clenches his fists indignantly. Several more people in business suits walk towards him from behind. The agent immediately explains himself for his wrongdoing, believing that he did the right thing. After all, they had booked all the seats and he needed to disperse the entire crowd. Chairman Lu slaps him in the face with all his might. He explains to the agent not to communicate with people like that and not to put himself above others, adding that his behavior disgraces everyone. Lu orders the agent to get out of his sight because why should people leave because of some guy? The guy is holding his face and trying to apologize. The waitresses standing aside think the guy's boss is decent. Secretary Su doubts Chairman Lu's integrity. Extending his hand, Lu introduces himself as the chairman of the Culinary Association. People start taking pictures of the chairman because the association itself has come to evaluate the kitchen, the king of the kitchen. Shaking hands, Chairman Lu adds that he apologizes for his subordinates, calling them mediocrities. Su admires the chairman and the way he runs the association. Pointing to the men behind him, the chairman asks to let foreign guests skip the line to appreciate Chef Su's culinary skills. Chief Su immediately objects to this, explaining this in such a way that in his establishment, the rules are the same for everyone. In the end, adding that if there is extra money in the association's budget, then they can offer it to people already in line and buy a place. Smiling, the chairman says that he will convey this to foreign diplomats. People one after another offer to buy their place in line. The man does not react to this and heads towards the bus. Girl Su clarifies why Su drove away such respected people, because he could have offered to book seats for any other day. Chef Su assures that there is no need to worry about the association because they didn't just come to eat. The chairman's face was gloomy. Su adds that they came to devour him. In the evening, foreign diplomats were able to enter the restaurant. They shouted with delight how delicious everything was prepared. The waitresses were perplexed how foreign diplomats spoke Chinese so well even without using translators. Chairman Lu assured that this is normal for foreign embassy employees, adding that they have been in their country for a long time and knowing Chinese is their profession. Embarrassed, the chairman says that he cannot note how beautiful the waitresses are in their establishment. Holding the glass in his hand, Chief Su believes that he is sure the chairman did not come to look at the waitresses, by asking what Chairman Lu really wants. Clapping, the man emphasizes that it was not for nothing that people called Chef Su the king of the kitchen. He was surprised by the guy's intelligence and insight. He adds that he really came for an important matter. Looking down, Su asks why he said among the people, considering that in the highest professional community he is not considered such. The man begins to brush it off, assuring that he did not mean anything like that. Adding, Chairman Lu invites Chef Su to officially confirm his status as the king of the kitchen, considering it unfair to the guy. Girl Su clarifies how exactly Su should confirm his status. Smiling evilly, the man lowers his head, pretending to be thinking about how to help. He adds that there needs to be evidence that Mr. Su has made a major contribution to the development of cooking. Not interested in such a proposal, Su heads to the restroom. warning the chairman that he is not at all interested in this. Lu is amazed that the guy refused such an offer. The man is confused and says that there is another one. But Chief Su closes the door behind him, wanting to go to the toilet. The waitresses apologize for Su's behavior, citing his rude nature. The chairman asks not to apologize for this, citing the guy's youth. In his thoughts, the man wanted to pay for such humiliation, ruining his reputation. In the restroom, a spirit flies up to Su, trying to find out what exactly that man wants. He is the master. Chief Su, going about his business, explains that he understood everything on the street. This man is not who he seems. The girl calls him a bastard. The girl's spirit was already planning to fly away, so Su asks her to return for an errand. The girl asks if Su has come up with a plan. The guy adds that his task is to make the restaurant famous throughout the world, and this man, trying to ruin everything, will give him this chance. Chief Su instructs the girl to keep an eye on the man, and as soon as she finds out something important, she should immediately tell him. The girl politely agrees with the order. Coming out of the restroom, Su waits for the chairman's hand, apologizing for leaving at the wrong time. The guy asks the waitress to call a plumber because there is no water in the toilet and he couldn't wash his hands. Sitting down on the chair, Chief Su takes the last napkin. Wiping his hands, Su clarifies what the second proposed path is. The man was angry that the guy shook his hand and also took the last napkin. Chairman Lu says that in 3 days, diplomats from Japan will arrive, and with them will be the best cook in Japan, Sadako Tsu. He invited Su to fight him in a culinary duel. Chef Su clarifies that isn't Kushisai the best cook. The chairman states that Kosisai passed away 3 months ago, and this is his student who has already surpassed his teacher. With a smile, Lu asks if Chief Su agrees to the duel. Su had one condition before approval. Chairman Lu smiles sarcastically. The man wanted Chief Su to agree, and he planned to ruin the guy's reputation later. The chairman looks questioningly at the guy sitting opposite him. Chef Su with a smile offers to hold the competition in his haven of the king of the kitchen. Panicked, the chairman's face changed. He tries to explain that it will all be live and the venue should be the National Exhibition Center. Su shrugs off the man's words, adding that he understood everything. Getting up from his chair and heading to the kitchen, Su says goodbye to the chairman. Out of despair, the man asks Chef Su to stop, saying that they will spend everything in the haven of the king of the kitchen. Scoffing, Chief Su asks the man whether it will be difficult for them to do this. The chairman waves it off. Holding his head, Chef Su reflects that his establishment is too small for all the guests. Chairman Lu encourages him to think things through. Chief Su takes out his project plan and hands it to the chairman. He says he already has ideas on how to expand, but needs a little financial help. The chairman takes the plan and reads what is written there. The guy looks at the chairman with enthusiasm. He adds that he plans to make his restaurant inside an expensive hotel with a rather expensive interior. The man, covered in sweat, tries to explain to Su that they don't have enough money in the budget. Once again, Chief Su says goodbye to the chairman, which makes him confusedly ask him to stop, because he will find the money. Touched, Chief Su shakes hands with the chairman through tears. The guy explains that he has already organized everything and he only needs 70 million. The man shouts that they agreed on this. The chairman's car leaves. Chief Su says goodbye to the car. The waitresses standing behind were perplexed because Chief Su himself had enough money to pay the expenses. The guy smilingly explains that he wants the chairman's adventure to cost him dearly. Sitting in the car, the chairman angrily types something on his phone. He's worried about asking for such large sums. The chairman calls the unknown person. Holding the earpiece, he begins a dialogue. In the front seat is the spirit of Chief Su, listening to the chairman asking the guy's opponent to prepare better and not disgrace the country. Holding his chin, the chairman understands that he will be able to recapture 70 million in the future. The shot changes to Su Shun's beautiful 3-story mansion. Having scattered all his clothes, the guy is fast asleep on a luxurious bed. Someone is trying to get into his room. Passing by scattered clothes, an unknown person approaches the bed. A girl wearing only a shirt stands over the sleeping Su. The guy is fast asleep without reacting to the girl. The girl reaches out her hand to the face of the sleeping Chief Su. With a serious face, the guy suddenly takes out a knife and swings at the girl. Instantly turning her over, he sits on top of her, warning her not to move. The girl, frightened, cannot say a word. The guy, realizing who is in front of him, puts the knife behind his back. Su clarifies why the girl came to his room. The girl still could not come to her senses. The blushing girl wipes her eyes. She adds that she was scared in the restaurant, so she went to look for an empty room. The girl begins to cry loudly because Su scared her. The guy is trying to calm the girl down. Girl Su runs into the room with indignation that she cannot leave him even for a minute. The guy points his finger in confusion at the girl sitting next to him. He tries to explain that he was sleeping and was not to blame for anything. From the street side, through a closed window, you can see Su's girl hitting him with a towel. At the entrance to the new restaurant of the King of Cuisine, there are a large number of journalists. everyone is trying to record the broadcast of such a cult event. Chairman Lu's car arrives at the restaurant. Smoking a cigar, he looks irritably at the journalists. An unknown man in a white suit gets out of the car. The chairman, distracted by the guy, supports him. All the journalists and people standing at the entrance were excited by the unknown man who came. A guy with a model hairstyle and a luxurious white suit heads to the restaurant. There is a black car in the background. Journalists, without stopping the broadcast, continue to praise the famous chef Sadako Tsu. At this time, Chief Tsu is still sleeping in the bed with both girls lying next to him. The spirit screams at Tsu to wake up, causing him to reluctantly open his eyes. The spirit of the girl stood indignantly next to the bed. Tsu is frightened by the ghost he sees. The guy continues to look at the spirit with frightened eyes. The girls wake up, rubbing their eyes. Covering her mouth with laughter, the girl's spirit mocks that Tsu sleeps with the employees. Chief Tsu begins to wave his hands. Tsu's gaze changes, looking at the spirit. He does not understand why the girl stopped following Lu Guyi. The spirit does not understand what this question is about. Tsu's face becomes frightened at what he heard. Sadako, having changed into a chef's uniform, is already standing at her table. Chief Tsu's desk is still empty. The jury and the public are wondering where Chief Tsu has gone and whether he will come at all. Chairman Lu was glad that Chief Tsu might be late. The host of the event is at a loss as to why Sushun still hasn't shown up, because there's only a minute left. One of the journalists points at the entrance and notices that Chief Tsu is coming. The guy, accompanied by several security guards, heads to his workplace. Sadako grins at what he sees, amused by it. The presenter approaches Tsu's table and brings him a microphone for his introductory remarks. The guy grinning explains that he just overslept. The people behind the fence are surprised by what they hear. After thinking about what was said, all the journalists notice the hidden meaning in Chief Tsu's words supporting him. The guy, laughing, waves it off because that's not what he meant. People continue to support him. Sadako, clenching his fist tightly, was outraged by such impudence. Rising from his chair, Chairman Lu asks the audience to calm down and not interfere with the competition. Sadako looks at Chief Tsu angrily. Tsu does not react to his opponent in any way, looking only at the jury. After the journalist's words, Chief Tsu's guards look around in confusion. The waitresses also don't know what they need to do. At this time, Chief Tsu did not react at all to the preparation, only yawning at this time. People look questioningly at the actions of the great king of the kitchen. Sadako's assistant brings in a huge tray covered with a yellow tablecloth. The assistant removes the tablecloth. Sadako watches her actions with folded hands. Luxurious lakidra lies in ice on a tray. One of the jury looks at the fish in surprise. He realizes that this is an incredibly rare fish. The host turns her attention to Chef Tsu. She doesn't understand why Tsu still hasn't shown his ingredients. Chief Tsu slowly approaches his opponent Sadako's desk. The guy looks at Tsu's actions in bewilderment. Tsu approaches the lakidra, bending over and examining it. Pointing his finger at the fish, Tsu asks to share the lakidra with him. Sadako looks at Chief Tsu indignantly. Chef Tsu, with a stupid smile, asks to share such a huge fish with him. Sadako shouts at him angrily. Tsu indignantly leaves the opponent's table. Sadako laughs at the guy. The presenter, with misunderstanding, tries to voice everything that is happening. She suggests that this is a psychological trick. Sadako angrily sharpens the knife while looking at Chief Tsu's actions. Tsu waves to his waitresses. They look at him in bewilderment. The smiling girls are thinking about what they should do now. On Chef Tsu's table, there are not the freshest vegetables and ordinary small fish. The girls ask in confusion whether this is enough for the boss. The guy, smiling, asks them to return to their seats. Sadako smiles maliciously at what he sees. He's sure that he will win. Chef Tsu takes a bite of the carrot, noting that the audience will be closer to seeing the cooking of everyone's familiar food. The journalists sitting in the hall support Chief Tsu. All the other viewers watching on TV also shout out words of support for the guy. Sadako looks angrily at the guy while holding a knife. He is bothered by Chef Tsu's attitude towards cooking. The presenter announces the start of the competition. With all the skill, Sadako cuts the fish into thin pieces, removing absolutely all the bones. Chef Tsu does the same thing, but with his fish. Everyone notices the skill of the chefs. The jury is surprised by such skill and how much they fight on equal terms. Chairman Lu smiles while holding his chin, happy that his plan is working as he planned. Sadako finishes cooking and shows an amazingly beautiful fish lying on a pile of ice. Assistant Sadako presents the dish by bringing it closer to the jury. The men were surprised by such skill. One of the men notices how beautifully the dish is executed. Using chopsticks, take a small piece. The jury was pleased with such an unusual dish. All the judges raised their plaques with the highest score. The host of the culinary competition told the guests that all the jury members put Sadako Tsu maximum mark. The Japanese cook smugly stated Susunya, folding his hands on his chest, which would easily win in the competition. The young man slowly wiped his hands with a towel and said that it was too early to rejoice. The jury has not yet tried his dishes. Susun asked to pass the samples of his food to the jury to his food. Sadako Tsu laughed. This will not lead to anything. Jing took the tray on which stood tanks with food and asked if it was worth worrying about the reputation of the institution. The waitresses smashed pots with food on the tables. Su-sun told the judges that he prepared for them a homemade fish soup from carp. As soon as they removed the lid from the first pot, a strong aroma hit the guests in the nose. The young man suggested trying his dish. Sadako Tsu laughed triumphantly. No one in the competition is preparing ordinary soup. He himself is ashamed of his opponent. Su-sun was not at all embarrassed and only asked him to shut up at least a little. The cook barely restrained himself so as not to rude the enemy. The presenter supported Sadako Tsu. She believed that homemade food should not be prepared at such events. The jury decided to give in to the young man and tried his dish. There were no emotions on their faces. The chairman of the Association of Culinary, Lu Guyi, was barely able to restrain his surprise. The dish really turned out to be good. Su-sun mockingly asked why the judges were still silent. He suggested that they did not like the food. One of the jury members could not stand it and roared. He admitted that ordinary mortals do not have the right to evaluate divine food. The presenter exclaimed that the case took an unexpected turn. The jury is ready to admit Susunya as the king of cooking. Seeing a sign in the judge's hand, the girl said that nevertheless, one of the jury members put only 9 points to the young man. This man was Lu Guyi. He grimaced displeasedly and said that the taste could be better. Sadako Tsu laughed and exclaimed triumphantly that now the victory is certainly behind him. The young man would have to leave. The presenter said that the situation was very strange. Everyone was sure that the chairman would play along with the compatriot. Lu Guyi took a microphone from the girl and said that he was primarily a cook, so he evaluated the contestants with an impartial way. The loud applause of the young man forced the chairman to shut up. He looked perplexed at the culinary. Continuing to clap, Su-sun said that he was delighted with high moral qualities and an unbiased man's assessment. He thoughtfully scratched his chin and asked how the jury could know that Lu Guyi did not conspire with Sadako Tsu in advance. The chairman laughed madly. It even sounds strange. The man vowed that he had not met with the Japanese until this day. Su-sun asked to comment on the video and showed the tablet. In the frame, the chairman talked with the Japanese and asked him to win. Lu Guyi turned pale. He was sure that this meeting was a secret and no one would even know about it. All those present were able to make sure that Lu Guyi poisoned Kosisai and now forces Sadako Tsu to serve him. The presenter exclaimed that it was just incredible. The chairman entered into a criminal conspiracy and was involved in the murder. Sadako Tsu angrily slapped his palm on the table, spewing curses. He realized that this means the end of his career. The man knew that there was nothing to lose, and attacked his competitor with a huge knife. Su-sun felt a movement behind his back. The presenter cried out when she saw an embittered cook with a knife. She thought that the young man did not notice mortal danger and warned him. Sadako Tsu was already very close. He brought his hand with a knife, screaming that Su-sun himself signed a death sentence. The young man turned lazily and frowned at the sharp blade, which was already ready to stick into him. Suo-shun clamped the knife with 2 fingers with an elusive movement. The culinary exclaimed that it was simply impossible. The presenter gasped enthusiastically, telling all those present that Su-sun stopped the knife with only 2 fingers. The young man continued to surprise the audience. Clutching the knife between the fingers even stronger, he simply broke the blade in half. Sadako Tsu shook with fear and suggested that he was not dealing with a person, but with a demon. It is impossible to get a knife. Su-sun, instead of an answer, hit the enemy on the left cheek. The Japanese cook has a stain on the cheekbone, began to have a bugron in flight. Sadako Tsu, with a roar, landed right in front of the lenses of the cameras of journalists. Each guest of a culinary show saw his shame. The young man frowned at the defeated opponent and said that in this way he answered his question. Zavaki discussed the damage to Sadako Tsu with might and main. It turned out that the cook had an overhead torso so that everyone saw the athlete in it. As soon as Su-sun moved to the table with the judges, one of the jury members hurriedly jumped out of there. Lu Guyi depressedly bowed his head. The young man in displeasure asked the chairman of the Culinary Association if he wants to say anything. The man gloatingly said that this would not change anything. Thanks to his connections, he will return to work 2 days later. Su-sun looked thoughtfully at the secretary. Apparently he told the truth, and for a long time in the police station will not linger. The man went into the attack and shouted angrily that Su-sun could not defend his girlfriends around the clock. Knowing that the camera was right behind him, Lu Guyi provoked a young man to hit him in order to give reporters another sensation. The secretary reveled in his impunity. He did not suspect that some operators had already turned off the video. Lu Guyi felt no worse than the mayor of the city. The man knew that no one would dare to touch him with his finger. Su-sun slowly rushed his fists. He admitted that he was not going to touch the secretary, but he began to threaten him. Lu Guyi realized that he had smells fried and reminded the law in a stabbing voice. He tried to reduce everything to a joke. The young man could no longer be stopped. After the first blow, the man fell off his chair. A minute later, a thick cloud of dust formed at that place. Soo-sun became a star. All city television screens were broadcasting about his victory on a culinary show. Now the whole city knew him as a king of the kitchen. When the young man arrived in his country mansion, the evening has already come. On the upper floors, light burned. Having taken the shower, Soo-sun climbed under the blanket. He was glad that the video spread so quickly. Soon a reward for a task will come. Suddenly, the door to his bedroom opened. Zijin asked if he was sleeping. The young man asked in surprise what was the matter. The girlfriend stepped a couple more steps, laughing embarrassedly, and admitted that they decided to reward him for victory. Soo-sun joyfully jumped out of the bed, exclaiming that this was great news. Today the girl herself came to him. Suddenly, he realized that Zijin said in the plural, and blushed, starting to guess. On the threshold appeared embarrassed Yu-jo. Like her girlfriend, she was wrapped only in a towel. Zijin said that Soo-sun could guess. In the early morning, the young man began to wake up. On both sides of him were girls. Soo-sun decided that this was just a dream. He pinched his cheek and nearly cried with pain. The sensations were too real, and his girlfriends did not disappear anywhere. His lips stretched out into a smug smile to his ears. Soo-sun realized that he had not dreamed of anything. The guy carefully crawled out from under the blanket, leaving the girls, and joyfully thought that he was very lucky with them. Zijin stood out of bed with displeasure, rubbing her sleepy eyes with his fist. She asked where he was going. The young man replied that he was going to cook breakfast. Soo-sun went up to her and stroked his cheek, admitting that he did not understand why she did this. Zijin replied perplexedly, a little embarrassed that there was nothing strange about it. He honestly earned his prize. The young man smiled and said that he would not refuse another gratitude for that matter. Zijin raised her head in surprise. She angrily threw a pillow into him, saying that she was hungry. Soo-sun giggled quietly, substituting his elbow. Zijin smiled warmly after the young man. Next to him, she felt truly protected. The girl looked at Yu-jo. She did not even move her ear during a conversation and continued to sleep sweetly, smiling embarrassedly. Zijin leaned toward her girlfriend and began to slow down, saying that it was not necessary to pretend. Yu-jo has not been sleeping for a long time. She bashfully covered her face with a blanket and admitted that she didn't know how to behave. She feels the third superfluous. Zijin hugged the girl, telling that many son much like. She put up with this and decided to choose his girlfriends herself. Zijin's warmth smiled warmly and stated that Yu-jo could now consider her sister. The girl pulled out a blanket in surprise from her face and said that she agreed to do what she was told. She hinted that the secretary of the young man, Liao Yu, was also not indifferent to him and asked what to do with her. Zijin blushed. Soo-sun was engaged in cooking in the kitchen, not suspecting the conversation of girls. The mood was good. He sang songs. Noticing that the spirit of the deceased girl Chinju angrily rushes around the kitchen, the young man asked what was the matter. She exclaimed indignantly that it was unfair. He won the competition thanks to her, but pays attention to others. Soo-sun grinned and asked that she was not satisfied. He suggested that Chinju also claims to be his bed. Tears appeared in front of an embarrassed girl. She turned away, muttering that this was not the point at all. The young man ran a hand through her body and stated that they could never be together, because they belonged to different worlds. Chinju froze. Without restraining her tears, the girl exclaimed resentfully that Soo-sun considers her unworthy because of the spiritual essence. Chinju angrily flew to the door. The young man belatedly tried to stop her and exclaimed that he had in mind not. Soo-sun thoughtfully scratched his head. It was very difficult with her. This ghost possessed the thinking of a stubborn teenager. The system sent a new notice. As a reward, the participant was awarded the skill of cooking Chinese cuisine dishes. The young man decided that this was too little and demanded to extract the next person. He hoped that the next time he would be more lucky. A new personality was associated with paranormal phenomena. As a detective, he had to reveal 3 cases. The young man grinned. Soo-sun never heard about paranormal detectives, but he liked this phrase. In those days, the investigation department of the city of Jianan had to work until late. There were too many things. Each employee had evidence of eyewitnesses and protocols. They are so tired that they tiredly grabbed their heads. The deputy chief of Chen Yu put his hands on the interrogation protocol and firmly said that he could not continue. It was necessary to carefully review the case. One of the employees was worried that there were no surveillance cameras or evidence at the crime scene. The officer Liu raised his head and offered not to waste time in vain. They should turn to professionals. The guy turned to him perplexedly, reminding that even their special group could not find a criminal in a week. The officer moved his glasses to his nose and asked if the rest had heard the legend of the detective who could hear the dead. His interlocutor started up in surprise, almost falling from his chair. He immediately realized that we were talking about a paranormal detective. The rest of the employees began to quietly discuss the legend of that man. The young man angrily stated that this could not be. The officer Liu corrected his glasses and admitted that he really saw this detective many years ago. He helped to investigate the matter. The guy smiled condescendingly and said that he believes in him as a real person. He asked where they were going to look for him. The man smiled, saying that he would take it on himself. He told the rest that the detective lived in their city all this time. The next day, a white car drove up to the office of Kinun. Deputy Director Chen Yu and Officer Liu came out of him. A huge skyscraper towered over neighboring buildings. Chen Yu was surprised that the detective was working here. Near the entrance of visitors met a guard in uniform. He politely asked who they were looking for. The officer Liu presented his official certificate and asked to tell the management that they wanted to talk to the president of the company. The guard studied the certificate. After making sure that it was real, the man asked to wait a bit. When the guard went inside, Chen Yu turned to the officer and angrily said that it was a bad idea. He asked not to panic ahead of time. At this time, Su Sun sat in the office with his girlfriends and studied the news. Liao Yu poured him a cup of tea. Yu Zhou quietly whispered to the neighbor that she was talking about this. Zi Jin angrily replied that she had not noticed before how the secretary was looking at the young man. She called on a girlfriend to active actions. You cannot allow Liao Yu to defeat this battle. Su Sun calmly drank tea, reading the news on the phone. He was so busy that he did not notice anything. The girls froze in front of him in such defiant poses that the young man almost choked on tea. To the question of Zi Jin, he replied in bewilderment that he was not tired. Su Sun felt that the atmosphere in the office is heating up. Zi Jin settled behind to massage his shoulders. Yu Zhou knelt down to massage her legs. The secretary realized that she was clearly superfluous here and said that she should leave. She will come if it needs something. As soon as Liao Yu opened the door, a stifled scream rang out from there. The security chief reported that there was a problem. The secretary stepped aside in surprise. Liu Hu burst into the premises and reported, out of breath, that the police had come to the president. Su Sun did not even move. He asked in surprise why the police were here. His girlfriends also looked perplexed at the bodyguard. Liu Hu grabbed the boss's hand, crying out that he needed to leave. Su Sun asked not to panic. He is clean before the law. Having run out of the office, the young man turned and shouted to the secretary to place police officers in the guest hall. Officer Liu was sitting on the couch. Chen Yu impatiently walked around the room, lamenting that they would not succeed. He angrily recalled that the paranormal detective has not participated in investigations for many years. It was not worth coming to his boss. The man briskly raised his hand, asking the chief to calm down. He promised that the situation would be explained soon. Glass double doors opened. Su Sun with the secretary appeared on the threshold. The young man apologized for a long wait. Chen Yu firmly shook his hand to the interlocutor. Su Sun asked what brought a police investigation into his office. The gaze of this guy was so hard that the deputy director forgot why he came and could not let go of his hand. The position saved the officer Liu. He got up from the couch and exclaimed that it was simply incredible. Su Sun did not change at all. Chen Yu froze in surprise. His hand hung in the air. He began to understand that this is the same detective. The interlocutors comfortably settled down at the table, putting cases with documents on it. Liu recalled the case that occurred 13 years ago. The man admitted that he recently saw a detective on TV and found out that he was the president of the corporation and the king of the kitchen. Liao Yu added that the young man is also a soothsayer. Sui Shun laughed. He has a lot of hobbies. The guy asked that the police needed him. Chen Yu decided to check the young man and asked if he had heard about the triple murder that could not reveal. Su Sun said in surprise that he first hears about it. Liu handed him a package of documents for familiarization. The deputy director spoke in detail about the murder of a family with a small child and robbery of the house. Hearing this, Liao Yu in horror closed her mouth so as not to scream. Su Sun angrily said that these are no longer people but animals. The officer Liu, in his hearts, hit his armchair armrest with his fist and admitted that the police had an investigation. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in the remote village. In addition, it rained and washed away all the evidence, so they have no clutch. Su Sun returned the officer's folder and asked if they needed help with the investigation. Liu said they would be grateful. The young man got up from his chair and asked to begin with, to show him the bodies of the dead. The secretary was so impressed that she could not budge. After half an hour, 3 men arrived at the Central City Morgue, warning its director in advance. Before entering the room, they were asked to put on protective masks. Liu asked if he should call a forensic doctor. Su Sun said that this should not be done. He carefully threw back the white canvas, opening the man's face. Chen Yu was surprised that the guy refused the services of the coroner. Liu turned to him and called for silence. The young man really knew what he was doing. He closed his eyes and demanded the system to activate the ability to hear the dead. Su Sun touched the forehead of the deceased. Cold fluids appeared in the air. The detective asked to tell the man everything he knows. The story with a triple murder and robbery was so impressed by the young man that he involuntarily jerked. Chen Yu skeptically watched the guy. He, in bewilderment, asked Liu how he could help, simply touching the corpse. The officer asked if he needed to touch other victims. The young man's face darkened. He answered in a fallen voice that this was not needed. Su-sun straightened up and stated that he received key information, so he would like to go to the crime scene. Without waiting for an answer, the young man left the room. Chen Yu could not believe that the detective would do nothing else. Su-sun vowed to the deceased that none of the 4 killers would be able to get away from fair punishment. The men arrived in the village and stopped at the cabbage beds between the houses. Liu said that the murder happened in this place. He offered to inspect the house inside. Su-shun leaned over the bed, absent-minding him that this was not needed. The police looked at him in surprise. The young man explained that he was going to look around in this place. The officer Liu readily said that the prints on the site were blurred by rain. Other evidence could not be found. Without listening to him, Su-sun moved to the wall through the garden. The man shouted that the site was too dirty. The young man leaned over the ground with a small white scarf. Chen Yu, in surprise, asked what he was going to find there. The guy enthusiastically stated that he had already found what he was looking for. Su-sun himself did not fully believe that he could do it. The officer Liu looked with interest from his back and saw that there was a small cigarette butt in the scarf. Su-sun said that these were quite expensive cigarettes. Chen Yu recalled that the deceased did not really smoke at all. The young man neatly shifted evidence to a cellophane package substituted by an officer Liu. He was sure that DNA can be removed from the filter. The man left the yard, waving the driver, and asked him to start the engine. They returned to the city. Chen Yu asked how the young man managed to find evidence. He admitted that the deceased spoke about the leash, which they tried to trample into the ground. The deputy director said in surprise that those rumors about the paranormal abilities of the detective were true. 5 days have passed. Su-sun was engaged in walking on a treadmill. Chin-ju flew up to him, holding a ringing phone in his hands. The young man leisurely got off the treadmill and wiped his face with a towel and then answered the call. Officer Liu said that evidence helped to reach criminals. He invited the guy to take part in their capture. Su-sun smiled and asked the address. He replied that he would be happy to take part in a combat operation. Chin-ju flew up to the dumbbells, bewildered in bewilderment what it was. The young man asked the ghost to follow him. When they took a place in the car, the girl joyfully suggested that they were going to have fun. Su-sun replied that the matter was quite serious. Without taking his eyes off the road, the young man replied that he needed some help from Chin-ju. She looked at the driver perplexedly. The white sedan stopped in the parking lot opposite the 5-story building near 2 sports cars. The officer Liu long ago waited a young man and greeted him, leaning through the passenger window. Su-sun suggested that the killers were hiding in that building. The man admitted that he was outwitted. The bandits found surveillance and took a hostage. Now they do not know what to do. The young man got out of the car and asked the interlocutor to remain calm. They will definitely find a way out. Several police crews blocked the entrance. The officer with megaphone called on the attackers to surrender to justice. Chen Yu angrily reported the officers for betraying themselves. Liu carefully said that Su-sun arrived at the place. The deputy director shook his hand tightly, apologizing for the oversight. He said that they took the 8-year-old girl with a hostage. Su-sun asked what kind of criminals settled on. Chen Yu said that they took refuge on the 5th floor. The young man said that he intends to personally get up for negotiations with attackers and free the girl. The officers looked at the interlocutor in surprise. They could not believe that the detective is ready to voluntarily provide himself as a hostage. Chen Yu waved his hands and said that it was too dangerous. This should be done by the police, not civilians. Su-sun did not answer and silently headed for the building. Both interlocutors watched the guy in bewilderment. The young man simultaneously hit a low brick fence with his fist. The officers noticed how the wreckage of the wall flew in all directions. The officer Liu looked at the break in the wall and was confusedly asked the boss whether to send the guy to the bandits. Chen Yu looked thoughtfully at the 5th floor, answering that a person who broke a brick wall with a fist is unlikely to be in danger. He recalled that Su-sun could even talk to the dead. If someone needs to worry about his life, then definitely not him. The young man climbed the stairs behind the capture group. Due to the open door, screams of criminals requiring a car were heard. Su-sun friendly slapped the first attack aircraft on the shoulder and asked not to climb. He himself would cope with the criminals. The detective stepped a few steps with his hands, smiling amiably. He thanked that the girl was not left unattended. One of the thugs held a knife near the neck of a roaring girl. He asked the guest who he was displeased. Su-sun slowly came closer, not lowering his hands, and said in surprise that they had to recognize him. He called himself. The bandit with a black bandage in the eye whistled in surprise. The man on the couch quickly checked the information and confirmed the guy's words. A man with a scar on her cheek holding a girl angrily asked why he had come to them at all. The girl unsuccessfully tried to weaken the grip of the healthy man. Susun lied that she had a relative to him. The young man lowered his right hand and smiled, asking if the kidnappers would let the baby be released in 5 million yuan. Thunderer shouted angrily, hugging with a T-sack, that there was a police around. If he really wants to, he can take the place of the girl. Sushun nodded dutifully. He agreed to become a hostage if the baby was immediately released home. All 4 criminals froze in surprise. No one thought that this guy would immediately agree to their conditions. The young man took the place of the girl, allowing him to press a sharp knife to his throat. Thunder's wrist was so big that he could not wrap him with his fingers. Susun mockingly said that it was better to have a billionaire hostage than a small girl. A joyful girl ran out of the apartment and rushed to her mother in her arms, not holding her tears. The attack aircraft helped her rise. Ambal suspected that something was wrong here. He angrily asked a new hostage what he was planning. The young man smiled and replied that he wanted to speak without unnecessary witnesses. He asked Chinju to close the door. All 4 were very surprised when the door slammed loudly. They did not understand who could close her. Bramila angrily stated that he did not like such jokes and pressed the knife stronger. He vowed that he would cut a hostage. Sushun grinned gloatingly and offered to try to do it. Thunder's hand trembled. He could no longer endure it. The big man rushed with a knife at the hostage, but the young man expected this and slipped out. Tessak cut the empty space. Gramila realized her mistake only when he received a blow to the left cheek and fell, hipping blood. The other 3 shouted on the hostage, waving knives. He signed his death sentence. Having evading the first blow, Susun quietly said that he was applying the first blow to the murder of a 5-year-old child. A man with an eye knocked out by surprise to catch the victim, but the young man noticed a lunge and stepped back. He counterattacked one of the bandits with a blow to his chin, knocking him a tooth, and said that this is a murdered woman. Turning around, Susun hit a man in a black suit with his knee in the face. It was revenge for her murdered husband. The 4th criminal stood and shook with fear. Having stammered, he said that there were 3 victims, so he was safe. The young man slowly went to him, clenching his fists. He said in displeasure that he did not intend to leave him without punishment. Grabbing the punk by the hair, Susun inflicted a crushing blow to him as retaliation for the abduction of a little girl. The young man cast a stern gaze of his victims and pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the stained hands. The last of the criminals asked in dismay, holding his bloodied head and crawling back who he was. Susun sat down beside him and with a smile replied that he was simply engaged in what the police could not do. The bandits began to gradually recover. Grimala vowed that they would blow his corporation when they left prison. The young man turned to the offender and looked at him intently. He understood that this was not an empty threat. Thunder laughed, saying that the guy could kill them right now, but then he would sit in the bars himself. Susun headed for the exit, answering that death would be too easy punishment. He asked the ghost to do criminals. The young man left the apartment, slamming the door behind him. He knew that Chinju would not let down and do everything as expected. The captain of the assault detachment asked if they could be captured. Susun smiled and asked to wait a bit. Left alone, the criminals looked at each other perplexedly. They did not understand why their offender suddenly left. A strange sound was heard in the air. Chinju began to show her essence. The criminals raised their heads. Punk felt a trembling in his body and frightenedly stated that a chill had run on his back. In fact, the ghost of the girl did it. Flying from the back to the man, she gained more air and exhaled in the back to the attacker. Susun stood under the door and did not even move when screams were heard in the apartment. The attack aircraft looked at each other in surprise. In the evening news report, they showed how the killers are taken to the hospital. They constantly shouted something about the ghost. Chen Yu in an interview suggested that the criminals tortured his conscience. The police will try to return mental health to them and betray the court. Susun in surprise told himself that he would never have believed it if someone else told about it, and not the police chief. The embarrassed Chinju landed on her knees and said that she had fully completed her task. He smiled warmly for the girl, admitting that she really tried with the killers for glory. Chinju said, stunning even more, that in this case, she wants to immediately get the assigned reward. The girl tilted her face even closer and demanded to do this as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would stop talking to him. Susun pressed his lips. Nevertheless, he decided to fulfill the request of the ghost and kissed her, sincerely hoping that after that, he would survive. Chinju turned out to be few. She pushed the young man in the chest. Susun fell on his back, cried out indignantly. The young man did not understand what was on her mind. He wanted to believe that she does not achieve physical contact. By the face of the ghost, one could understand that she wanted exactly this. Sushun blushed. Sweat flowed across his face. Chinju began to undress him unceremoniously, indignantly exclaiming that he wanted to have fun, like his girlfriends. Fortunately, at that moment Liao Yu called. The ringing phone was a very successful reason to slip away from the ghost. Susun jumped out of bed. shouting that he had to answer the call. The annoyed Chinju was angrily waited for him to talk. The young man admitted to the secretary that she called very on time and literally saved her boss' life. To his surprise, a stifled scream rang out in the tube. It turned out that Liao Yu and he needs help. That evening, the girl hastily went out of work, steadily looking around and holding a yellow handbag on her shoulder. The secretary felt a little uncomfortable when she realized that a man in a dark uniform followed. It was completely useless to call for help at such a time, so Liao Yu ran into the city park. The man leisurely followed his victim, knowing very well that there is nowhere to go to the girl, he will catch her. Liao Yu hastily walked around the park, trying to stay closer to street lamps. She did not know that the pursuer was already very close. When the distance between them decreased to several meters, the man corrected the cap and climbed into his pocket. Turning around, the secretary realized with horror that he would not have time to run away. The maniac with a handkerchief was very close. He made a capture from behind and pulled the girl to him. Liao Yu tried to take off the man's hand from her neck and called for help. The maniac pressed a scarf with chloroform to her nose and clamped his mouth. Suddenly, bright light illuminated the sight. Several cars seemed to be in their way. Liao Yu has already begun to lose consciousness. Su Sun said in displeasure that this year too many bad people appeared in the city. He added that he would cruelly punish every person who dares to cause evil to his people. The rapist quickly pulled out the knife and put it to the victim's throat. He demanded to stay away. Suddenly, some unknown force knocked out a dagger from the hands of a surprised man. He never understood what happened. Su Sun deftly caught a deadly weapon and squeezed it in his hand. The maniac clasped his teeth with anger. Everything went completely wrong. The man angrily asked the savior who he was. Seeing the dagger in the guy's hand, he frightenedly stepped back. The rapist was tied up and delivered to an abandoned warehouse. Su Sun and the chief of security were already waiting for him there. The young man ordered the man to kneel down. One of the guards kicked him with his knee in the back. He obediently sank to his knee. The security chief reported that chloroform was discovered on the scarf. Su Sun asked, playing with a knife, why the owner needed this. He made an attempt to laugh and said that he was going through bad times. He was going to rob the girl. The young man threw a dagger with such force that he nailed the prisoner to the floor. A puddle of blood appeared on the boot. The man roared in pain. Tears poured with streams. Now he could not even move. Su Sun said that he gave the last chance to tell the truth and went to the prisoner. He shook with fear. Under pressure, the rapist was forced to admit that he was about to drag the girl into a secluded place when she loses consciousness. The young man frowned and menacingly asked how many times the man attacked defenseless victims. He cried out that he did it 6 times. He begged to spare his soul and vowed to surrender to the police. The security chief said that the news recently talked about 6 women. Apparently, this is their client. Su Shun crouched nearby and said that the appearance with a confession would not compensate for 6 lives. The man scaredly asked what was waiting for him. The young man said that for the suffering of 6 innocent women, the rapist will be punished in full. He trembled. The guards put the man on his knees. Su Sun asked the security chief to find 6 strong guys. The captive howled and asked to let him go. Even when the young man was on the street near his car, he came to the cries of a man imploring mercy. Liao Yu was still trembling in a car. Su Sun said she was safe now. The secretary only nodded in response. The young man understood that Liao Yu was still very worried she could not be taken to an empty apartment. Turning to the girl, Su Sun said that he would take her to his home. There she would feel calmer. The girls did not suspect the guest. When they saw a couple together, Yujo froze on the couch with a piece of watermelon in his hand. Zijin was also surprised, unbelving attention to his girlfriends. Su Sun led the secretary by the hand through the hall and asked her to look under her feet. The young man was seated by Liao Yu on the bed in the guest bedroom and said that he would sleep in the next room. The secretary jumped out of bed to him and hugged him tightly behind her, asking not to leave. She was very scared to be alone. Since the day turned out to be difficult, Su Shun allowed himself to sleep longer than usual and woke up when the sun had already risen. He leisurely went into the kitchen, continuing to stretch and yawn sweetly. The young man's eyes were still closed. When a butcher's knife whistled in the air, he immediately woke up and stepped back. It turned out that Zijin drives them flies. Having shot down one of them, the girl stupidly stomped her. The young man thought puzzled that he had not yet heard about the hunting for flies with T-sacks. The shout of Yujo made him turn around. At that very moment, the girl threw a pot of hot water on him. Su Shun shouted indignantly, wondering what was happening. Yujo, as if nothing had happened, was coldly explained that she simply poured excess water. The young man indignantly exclaimed that it was boiling water. In addition, excess water is usually poured into the sink. Zijin crept up to him from behind and insinuatingly asked why he brought the girl home. He already had 2. Su Shun shuddered in surprise. The young man backed back and fell. Juijo played with displeasure with a cook, and behind his lover a knife blade shone. The cries and screams woke Liao Yu. Until that moment she slept sweetly, feeling safe. Susun decided to talk about everything alone with an angry girl, and came to the end of her classes at the university. 3 girlfriends chatted cheerfully, leaving the building. Suddenly, Zijin's smile drooped. Right behind the university gate, there was a man whom she did not want to see. Susun stood near a gray car with a huge bouquet of red roses and affably waved his hand. When Sujin came closer, the young man carefully asked if she was tired in the classroom. She defiantly passed by without even looking in his direction. The guy's smile drooped. He sadly told himself, looking after his beloved, that all women are the same. Forever what they would come up with. Zijin muttered an apology that he was not going to take an apology, only because he brought some kind of broom. She was so evil that she did not notice how Susun crept behind and grabbed her by the arms. The girl cried out in surprise. The young man deftly took her in his arms and said that it was time for them to go. Zijin angrily asked what he was planning. Students who became witnesses to this scene enviously discussed the beautiful and strong guy Zijin. They did not know that in fact the girl was desperately trying to break out of his arms and demanded to immediately let her go. In the restaurant, the young man noticed that Zijin turned away. For all his questions, she only snorted dismissively. Susun hooked a piece of meat with a fork and handed it to the girl. She proudly stated that she was not hungry yet. The man stated in bewilderment that in fact there was nothing between him and the secretary. Zijin should trust him. She immediately blushed and closed her ears with her hands, exclaiming that she no longer wanted to hear anything about it. Liu Hu left a gray Audi in such a way that it was convenient for him to watch the boss. He was perplexed to his partner that their boss was learning to his girlfriend. He was busy watching the phone and said that this was not their business. Liu Hu turned to the interlocutor, stating in surprise that he had previously had a more modern phone. He smiled and admitted that it was a phone of yesterday's maniac. He decided to examine him before throwing him into the river. The security chief angrily grabbed the phone out of his hand, shouting that the police could track the number. He exclaimed that he himself wanted to throw him away. The man looked at the phone screen and shuddered. He realized that a real hunt is just beginning. Susun patiently explained that he should take care of his employees. At that moment, the security chief ran into the restaurant. Out of breath, the man ran to the table and showed the phone of the deceased. Susun looked at the screen perplexedly. One could forget about a pleasant dinner. When men went outside, Liu Hu reported that his people were already combing the area. Unfortunately, the stranger was not able to find. The man suggested that he ran away immediately after receiving the picture. On the screen were captured by Sushun and Zin in a restaurant. Someone, a nickname Rat, reported in a group of 6 people that he found a new goal. Susun was still hoping to find an attacker in hot pursuit and led the companion along the parking lot, hugging her shoulder. Zijin turned frightened. The young man quietly asked her not to look around and just walk nearby. Behind the fence from the bushes, Liu Hu's head emerged. He was reported by the radio that they did not find suspicious persons within a radius of 200 meters. The man displeasedly turned off the radio. He could not forgive himself that he allowed the stranger to hide. When everyone returned to the house, Susun thoughtfully sat on the sofa. The security chief vowed to personally ensure security. The young man once again looked at the message. He realized that the rest of the 5 still did not know about the death of his partner. Su Shun grinned gloatingly and exclaimed that the gods themselves decided to send him such a wonderful opportunity. The security chief proposed sending a message to that group, but the young man said that it was not worth doing this so as not to frighten the bandits. The man angrily clapped his fist in the palm of his hand, remembering that their boyfriend yesterday was too careful and deleted all the messages. Su Sun asked if they could find his corpse. He replied in bewilderment that the man was dropped in a cage into the river. The young man rose from the couch, asking him to deliver him to his place. The security chief replied that the maniac was already searched and found nothing. Su Sun eagerly said that he did not need clues. He only needs to talk with that guy. Dark in the evening, a gray car drove up to a cliff. 24 guys pulled a cage with a drowned man. When they lifted a cage with flowing water, Liu Hu noticed that there were a lot of algae on the rods. Clutching his nose so as not to suffocate, he exclaimed that he was already bearing a rot from the maniac. He did not like this idea. Su Sun leaned in interest to the cage with the dead man, muttering that it did not bother him at all. The young man took the hand of the drowned man hanging through the cage rods, activating the ability to communicate with the dead. This gave him the opportunity to penetrate the consciousness of the man and take advantage of his last memories. Susun realized that the attackers used animal masks, so they could not recognize them. Having received all the necessary information from the drowned man, Susun casually threw off his hand. He wiped his palm with a damp cloth, thoughtfully telling the security chief that 6 guys do not know each other. He asked what unites them. The young man opened the rear door of the car, saying that those criminals go to business in masks and know each other only by nicknames. Susun looked at the telephone screen and said that he understood everything. Those 5 are silent because they are waiting for a message from him. He wrote in the group that he found another goal in the cottage village of Qingmu. Tomorrow they go to visit. 5 messages appeared in response instantly. The participants were glad that the man finally made himself felt. Soo-sun angrily threw the phone to the seat, saying that tomorrow they would be awaiting a very interesting surprise. The security chief put his edge to his throat, offering them to simply eliminate them. The young man replied that the bandits should answer everything before the law. In fact, the reason was not only this. He had to reveal 2 more things, and these 5 turned up very helpful. In the late evening, the attackers entered the villa. On the 2nd floor, light burned. A female silhouette was visible in the window. 4 people in an animal mask sat down in the bushes. A masculus of a pig's mask asked if the address was correct. Nearby, the 6th accomplice appeared in the rat mask. He waved his hand, beckoning his partners behind him. A man in a bull's mask laughed and quietly patted in his palm, anticipating another entertainment. A man in a rat mask carefully led the partners to the steps to the 2nd floor and climbed first, asking him to keep up with him. He carefully opened the door and looked around. A man in a bull mask followed him, making it clear that everything was in order. A man in a mask of a horse suspected the unclean and whispered to the accomplices that the light was burning in this room a minute ago. Suddenly, he felt that 2 pistols had been put to his head and shuddered with horror. At that very moment, the room flooded the bright light. 5 accomplices stood against the wall. Several people held them on the sight. On the couch sat Liu Hu, casually playing the female figure with a plywood silhouette. He grinned, saying that the guys had chosen the wrong house. All 5 were thrown back to the floor with their backs to each other. The man ordered the captives to lead the boss. The attackers were taken to the same abandoned warehouse where their accomplice was interrogated yesterday. Masks of maniacs lay on the floor, and they themselves were reliably attached to the bar. They tried to pretend to be thieves. One of the bandits rightly noted that there were only 5 of them and the rat. Apparently, he handed them over. His partner was not sure of that. The man screamed irritably that it was simpler. "There are only 5 of them here. There can be no other options." Suddenly, the accomplices heard a loud sound and turned to the door. The man opened both of their sash. 2 strong bodyguards dragged a stranger behind whom a bloody trail stretched. In the hand of one guy was a rat mask. The young man was casually thrown to the floor. The man kicked the rat's mask, pushing her to the beaten owner. The attackers shook with fear. One of them scaredly asked why he was so cruelly beaten. The security chief went into the premises, puffing with a cigar. He noticed that sooner or later animals would have to be paid. The bandit exclaimed in confusion that those guys interrogated the rat. That is why he was not there. Liu Hu, for eating persuasiveness, kicked the 6th captive in the inguinal region, saying that he would not stand on ceremony with them. One of the guys noticed that their accomplice did not even move and screamed that he was dealing with real killers. The security chief angrily pointed a finger at the suspended villains, exclaiming that they were actually killers. The man said that before his death, the guy managed to participate in the murder of 6 women. The same fate awaits them. The security chief added that he could not kill more than 5 people a year, so I agree to leave the righteous of them alive. One of the bandits immediately shouted that he only looked and did not even touch any of those victims with his finger. 2 accomplices shouted unanimously that it was a lie. He participated in all 6 episodes. Another man shouted that he was to blame for less than the rest. Everyone was raped by women except him. The first accomplice turned to him, yelling that this was not true. Before their acquaintance, he managed to kill 2 victims. The man realized that now he would not wait for mercy. From indignation, he took his spirit. He could not even swear. The rest of the accomplices began to expose each other in chorus. The security boss could only remember their atrocities. What they did was even horrified. The man understood perfectly well that death would be too easy to get rid of the killers. Having pleased, 5 accomplices hung tiredly on their ropes. The bandits breathed heavily. Their hands were numb. Liu Hu casually asked, opening a bottle of beer for himself, whether anyone else wants to tell about comrades. One of the killers asked to stop to torment them. He had long guessed that no one would be able to leave from here alive. The man got up from his chair and was surprised to answer that he was subordinate to the laws. He did not think to kill anyone. The warehouse doors opened. Soo-sun invited the deputy chief of the police inside and asked if there was enough what was said for retaliation. Chen Yu with hatred looked at accomplices and viciously said that each of them could receive 800 death sentences. Outside, the police were waiting for orders. The officer ordered to return the corpse to the morgue and deliver the rest to the station. The next day, Soo-sun and Jin went to visit the girl's parents. The news showed a press conference. The deputy chief of the police reported that they managed to seize an organized group of criminals. He vowed that no one would escape severe punishment. Young people carefully watched his performance. Jin asked if they really did not know each other. The young man hugged her shoulder and told her everything he found out about the gang. When Li Shi went into the living room and said that they were clearly hungry, the young people immediately turned away from each other. The woman showed large packages from the store, promising to cook fish. The young man admitted that he wanted to invite everyone to a restaurant. Lee X answered in surprise that home food is much tastier. After the wedding, they will not be able to eat only in the restaurant. Zijin embarrassedly turned to her mother and exclaimed that she was still small. It's too early to think about the wedding. The woman said that she would still have to grow up someday. She asked her daughter to help in the kitchen. Zijin showed her mother a language, saying that instead of helping in the kitchen, Suyusuna would better show her room. Jianyun tried to sit on the sofa, but Li Shi angrily called the guy and forced him to wash the fish. He froze in place. Having risen to herself, Zijin snapped the lock of the front door. Su-sun uncertainly said that he had already seen her room. He turned to the girl and asked with a smile if she wanted to go down and a little help her mother in the kitchen. Zijin pushed the surprised young man onto the bed, saying that he was trying to drive her out of his own room. The girl crushed his chest, preventing him from getting out of bed, and stated that it was better not to angry her. After some time, Su-sun went down into the living room, picking out the remains of food with a toothpick. Jian-yun sat on the couch, propping his cheek with his fist. He lazily asked if they ended their games. He turned around displeasedly and reproached the young man that it was not good to engage in such things. Koga on the ground floor were sitting relatives of the girl. Su-sun laughed and hastily asked that he was looking. Jian-yun with an acidic mind turned away to the TV. A minute later, he shouted angrily that the same type was released. The announcer just talked about a man named Chen Tian. Jian-yun did not hold back his emotions and said with hatred, frowning that they simply bought judges. Su-sun sat next to him and asked what his fault was. The guy said that the wife of his subordinate changed with Tian. This led to his suicide. The young man asked why he was so sure of this. Jian-yun, through his teeth, explained that they have common acquaintances. Chen Tian himself approached the microphones. Without hiding his joy, he stated that justice triumphed. One of the spectators did not spare a rotten egg. An accurately launched shell forced the man to move away from the microphone. The guards took the woman under the arms of a woman who laid out about her son, who honestly worked for her boss for many years. A young girl approached the man and wiped her face with a handkerchief. He advised not to defeat the name of an honest person without evidence. Chen Tian crouched near the woman who was put to his knees, and agreed to pay compensation for the loss of the breadwinner. Hugging a tall girl by the waist, the man with a joyful laugh headed for his dark car. Jian-yun angrily poked a finger towards the TV, outraged that no one could find a counsel on Tian. Su-sun frowned. A thought began to ripen in his head. The young man felt that this business should be the third in his career of the detective. The next day, Su-sun went to the office of Chin-yun in the morning to quickly deal with business. After lunch, the secretary entered the office and brought the deputy chief of the police. Together with him was another man. The young man invited the guests conveniently to get on the couch. Chen-yu apologized for not mentioning the name of the detective during the investigation. Su-shun smiled warmly and replied that he was even glad of this and was ready to help the police on anonymity. The man introduced his companion. It was Wu Jing, the chief of the police of the city of Jiandun. He nodded to the young man. Su-sun suggested that Wu Jing arrived in their city due to the fact that Chen Tian was released so quickly. The man did not hide his surprise, and in amazement asked how the young man managed to find out about it so quickly and accurately. The young man laughed and replied that the police chief outraged official justice, so he turned to the detective. Wu Jing squeezed his fists angrily. He admitted that the whole site was indignant. They want a man to be rightly punished. Su-sun said that he wanted the same and asked him to introduce him to the course of business. The police chief agreed to tell everything he knew. He showed a wedding photograph of the deceased with the bride. Lan Yang worked in the sales department. Lai Man was a beauty. Wu Jing said that 6 months ago, the leadership began to send a man on foreign business trips. On that ill-fated day, the flight Lan was postponed, so he returned from the airport home and froze in the doorway with surprise. His wife had fun with Chen Tian, so the man realized that his business trips were just an excuse to get rid of him. Lan Yang was so angry that he burst into the office and began to destroy everything in a row, demanding fair retaliation. After that, no one saw a man for a long time until the police stumbled upon his corpse in the forest on a thick branch. Su-sun suggested that Chen Tian, in this case the main suspect, he had a motive. Possibilities too. Wu Jing slapped his knee with his palm. He said that this is precisely about this. Everything indicates the involvement of the owner of the corporation. Suddenly his phone rang. The face of the police chief skewed. It turned out that the mother of the deceased shot down a car. Su-sun immediately remembered the woman from the news, which the guards were in full view of everyone on his knees. Chen Yu touched his colleague's shoulder and asked if the driver was caught. It turned out that the car was found in the river, but the offender was not found. Su-sun realized that it makes no sense to wait longer. He jerked up from his seat, asking the secretary to go. As soon as Liao Yu went into the office, the young man asked to book a number in the city of Jiang. He has a meeting there in 2 hours. Hearing this, Wu Jing asked the young man in surprise, and reminded that he could not reach the city in less than 5 hours. Su Shun looked angrily at the interlocutor and admitted that he was overwhelmed by anger. He does not intend to endure for so long. Wu Jing understood everything only a few minutes later, when they climbed to the roof and flew out by helicopter. Su Sun asked Liao Yu whether she contacted Taiyan's company. The girl replied that she called the secretary Taiyan. Both police chefs were shyly silent. They perfectly understood that the methods of the guy's work are much more effective than the work of the police. The secretary asked if Chen Tian himself would want to meet with them. The young man smiled. He knew how to convince a man. At this time, Secretary Taiyan Chin reported to boss that the question with the driver was closed. No one will get to him now. The man imperiously laid his hand on her knee, thanking her work, and promised to reward. The girl asked not to touch her. Chin embarrassedly took out the phone and said that they had just been called from Qingyun Corporation. Chen Taiyan started, eagerly absorbing the information. The secretary added that their president asks for a personal meeting at the hotel. The man was warily asked the secretary, where it suddenly was the president of the company Qingyun decided to meet. He said that it seems that they have no reason for meeting except for commercial offers. Chin playfully lowered the stocking and offered to simply ignore that guy. They have something to do. Chen Tian angrily clapped his palm on the table, screaming that the company would not last long if Su Sun was refused. The secretary drooped and apologized for her words. She really did not think about the possible consequences. The man got up from his chair and began to walk uneasily around the office, simultaneously trying to find the reason for the meeting. Chen Tian admitted that he did not want to go, but he would have to. In addition, Su Sun can offer him a joint project. The young man's team was already sitting at a table in a restaurant. Chen Yu was not sure that the man would come to the meeting. Su Sun smiled, reminding that Chen Tian would clearly see new opportunities in this meeting and will appear in a restaurant. The young man was right. A few minutes later, they knocked on the door. Su Sun shouted that you could enter. The bodyguard opened the door. Chen Tian entered 2 packages, joyfully saying that he had grabbed his best wine. Su Sun did not even look at him and stared at the telephone screen, answering lazily that he was not interested in alcohol. The man put the cases on the table, readily stating that he expected a similar answer. He understands that the guy has other values. Chen Tian shouted that you could enter. Behind the door, there was a knock of heels. A tall girl appeared on the threshold. On Chin, there was a tight-fitting outfit of black latex. The visitor playfully greeted the young man, holding a bottle of champagne in her hand. The man leaned closer to the interlocutor and offered the girl as a gift, saying that she was very smart and affectionate. Su Sun laughed. His secretary is much better. He asked Liao Yu to show what a secretary should be. The girl nodded embarrassedly and dutifully got up from her seat. At first glance, there was nothing unusual in it, but she shot her eyes so enthusiastically, straightening her hairstyle, that Chen Tian was speechless for a few seconds. He looked in surprise at Liao Yu, as if he had never seen beautiful girls in his life. He liked her immediately. Chen was also amazed. This girl looked much more attractive even in a business suit. Chen Tian laughed. He realized that the young man no longer needs a secretary. The man took the kettle and offered tea to the interlocutor. Before he had time to tilt the kettle, Sun turned his cup with a quick gesture, showing a refusal. The man froze in surprise with a teapot in his hand. He could not understand why the young man behaved so strangely. Chen Yu looked boastfully at the detective. He was glad to see how cleverly the guy offends his interlocutor. Chen Tian turned red with anger and angrily put the kettle on the table, demanding to explain what this means. Su Sun grinned and said that he would not drink his drinks so as not to finish like the unfortunate mother of Lan Zhan. The man immediately changed his face and politely asked what was being discussed. He does not understand the guy. Su Shun got up from the table and answered, increasing the tone, which could explain in another way, if nothing is clear. He slapped the man on the shoulder, saying that Chen Tian could kill him, as he made with his mother's mother. He turned pale and stepped back. In fact, Su Sun specifically hit the interlocutor on the shoulder in order to gain access to his thoughts. Chen Tian took a step back, carefully recalling that he should not be scattered by unfounded accusations against him. The young man mockingly said that the man had a good reaction, but he had enough of those few seconds. He bent 3 fingers and said that there were only 2 options. Chen Tian can become bankrupt or voluntarily surrender to the police. The man was seriously surprised when he heard about the police. His power allowed not to worry about such trifles. Wu Jing displeasedly asked Chen Tian whether he must provide his official certificate. He collapsed into his chair with a laugh, admitting that he was hoping to cooperate with the guy, but he just substituted him. He poured himself red wine, and Chin demanded to immediately apologize. Otherwise, Su Sun would deal with their lawyers. The young man frowned and asked the girl in displeasure why she allows herself to teach others. The secretary shuddered, catching his fierce gaze, and frightenedly tried to justify herself, which was not meant. Looking at her boss, Su-sun demanded that she be silent and not interfere. Chen Taeyan turned red, finishing the wine. He angrily shouted to the young man that he should choose expressions. He is used to controlling his subordinates. Su-sun was not going to continue to listen to the interlocutor. He put on a tian on his left cheek. The man fell with a swollen face. Both police chefs stood in surprise from their seats. They could not understand what kind of strange methods the detective has. Su-sun reproaches said Chen Tiani that he could not even control himself, but is taking up his subordinates. The man rose from the floor, screaming viciously that Su-sun was now in his city and may not get out of here alive. The young man squeezed his fists angrily and replied that Chen Tian was doing well with his subordinates. He had fun with their wives in his office. This phrase found a man by surprise. He feverishly began to sort out the options as the interlocutor found out about the office. Su-sun leaned closer and stated that Chen Tian forced Lan Zhan to commit suicide, threatening to kill his mother and child. Wu Jing only now realized why it looks like suicide. The man simply had no other way out. The young man reminded of the linden tender for the construction of the bridge, and how the thugs of Chen Tian forced one family to sign the agreement on the demolition of the house. The man shouted angrily that this was all slander from the first to the last word. He had no evidence. Su-shun grinned gloatingly and called a 6-digit figure, rejoicing in the effect. Chen Tian shuddered. The young man continued to advance and stated that it was a password for a man's personal safe. Chen Tian collapsed to his knees. He admitted that everything was so. Qin's secretary in horror covered his mouth with her hand. Wu Jing could not believe his eyes. For decades, they could not put a man in prison who now fell to his knees. Su-sun scornfully turned away. Chen Tian begged to spare him. He was even ready to become a personal dog of a young man. He angrily stated that Chen Tian was worse than a dog. The police will continue the conversation with him. The man clasped his teeth with anger. Let it be so. He honestly tried to solve the issue peacefully, but Su-sun himself asked. Quickly rising from his knees, Chen Tian attacked a young man with a knife, exclaiming that he had nothing to lose. The police chefs cried out worriedly, rising from the table. Everything happened too fast. They did not manage to do anything. Su-sun easily evaded the attack and put a retaliatory in the face along the cheek already swollen from the first blow. Chen Tian fell in the corner, forming a crack in the wall with his back. The young man sat down at the table, saying that now you can eat calmly. An ambulance crew drove up to the hotel. 2 orderlies quickly carried a man on a stretcher. One of the onlookers looked at the mutilated face and suggested that the car was knocked down. He was replied that this was a trace of a slap in the face. Wu Jing shook his hand tightly and thanked for assistance. Su-shun smiled warmly and said that the rest was providing them. The police chief promised to conduct a thorough investigation. They will certainly detain all those involved in the crime. This time the award pleased the young man. The system has provided the skill of reading thoughts on an ongoing basis. A few hours later, Su-sunya landed on the helicopter site of one of the buildings near the office. The security chief was already waiting for the boss and readily opened the car door. A minute later, Gray BMW left the underground parking. Su-sun reached out in the back seat, saying that he was tired after the flight and would not refuse massage. Chin-ju seemed to have not heard him. She enthusiastically played on the tablet, commenting on the dishonest behavior of the players. The security chief looked in the rear view mirror at the boss and offered to make him a relaxing massage. Su-sun dismissed displeasedly. He can tolerate. The young man asked to quickly deliver him home. Closing his eyes, he demanded to extract a new person. This time the system suggested that the young man become the king of mercenaries. On the frames provided for familiarization, Su-sun saw a detachment of 4 people bravely fighting under a hail of bullets. Suddenly everything was lit up with a bright light. Only one silhouette remained on the earth glowing from explosions. The young man thought puzzled that he had recently been the king of the killers. The new task already implies participation in the hostilities. The security chief looked in the mirror on the left and was surprisingly noticed that 2 large SUVs follow them. Having activated the transmitter, Lihu asked a person from the escort group to find out who pursues them. Su-sun and puzzled asked what was happening. The driver said that those jeeps are traveling after them from the office itself. A man from a gray Mercedes reported that he would try to detain them. The SUVs were already very close. The pursuers did not hide their intentions. A thug leaned out of the brown jeep and began to shoot from a car gun. One of the bullets hit the rear wheel of the car. The driver lost control. Mercedes went left to the chipper. Su-shun turned around and with horror saw that the escort car had moved out of the road. He cried out in surprise. The security chief said that these people are not like ordinary robbers. They are more interested in Su-sun. The Mercedes driver finally managed to return to the road. He maneuvered between the bullets, blocking the path to SUVs. Liu Hu called Shitu and demanded urgently to cause reinforcements on the eastern road Hunjiang. Su-sun tore the ghost from entertainment and angrily said that it was time for her to get to work. The girl exclaimed in displeasure that she had almost completed a triple murder. The young man said that there are real enemies with small arms from behind. It would be more interesting to play with them. Chinju thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up with delight. Having clasped her teeth, the girl promised to deal with those losers. The driver of the brown SUV shouted displeasedly to the passenger in the front seat, which needs to be shot more precisely. He was very surprised to see a ghost of a girl instead of his partner. A friendly wave of his hand. The situation scared the man so much that he himself lost control. With fear, he did not understand where he was going. The brown car crashed into a concrete pillar at full speed, which fell on the hood of the Jeep. The driver of the gray SUV looked in surprise at the brown Jeep covered by the flame passing by. He angrily said that there were continuous mediocrity in that car. Even the pillar on the side of the road was shot down. A man with a grenade launcher crawled through the hatch on the roof, saying that he would cope with his task without them. Su-sun turned around and exclaimed in displeasure that he angered enemies. They aimed at RPGs into the car. A man on the roof of an SUV just caught a gray car into the sight and was preparing to press the descent. He shouted gloatingly that it was time to die. The crossbar of the grenade launcher stopped on the trunk of gray BMW. The shooter shouted joyfully that he would send the guy to hell. Suddenly, Chinju appeared in the sight. She began to grumble and put her fingers to her head, simulating her horns. The grenade launcher was so scared that he deviated back. His glasses flew on his forehead, and the shot went high into the sky. The man followed the trajectory of the reactive shell displeasedly. The driver angrily asked where he shot at all. Suddenly, the shell changed his trajectory and began to decline, while deviating far to the side. The grenade launcher in horror realized that the reactive grenade released by him was rushing directly to the SUV. Su-sun hugged Chinju by the shoulder, thanking her for the well-done work. The girl laughed embarrassedly. When the police chief found out about the incident, several crews rushed to the parking lot near the young man's cottage. Chen Yu shook the young man tightly and said that he had already sent people in search. One of the police officers stood at the entrance to the living room. Pointing to him, the police chief promised to ensure round-the-clock safety. Su-sun said that this should not be done. Li Hu gloomy said that his people are always nearby. A few police officers are enough. The police chief turned in surprise to the man, asking displeasedly if he was going to start a war in the city. Su-sun irritably asked the bodyguard why he would get into someone else's conversation and demanded to leave the room. Li Hu obeyed the order of the boss. The young man promised the police chief that the staff would no longer disturb him. Chen Yu said that he still intends to stay in the villa until this issue is resolved. Because of the closed door, the voice of the girls, loudly calling Su-sun, was heard. Men turned their heads perplexedly. The roaring girlfriends managed to run past a policeman who shouted after them that you could not go there. Zijin and Yu-jo simultaneously rushed to the young man's neck in front of the surprised chief of the police. Su-sun asked not to do this in front of the police. Zijin answered through tears that she did not care. Chen Yu embarrassedly turned away and said that he had to go to the meeting. The girl understood the hint and assured that she would leave now. Having calmed down a little, Zijin asked why they attacked the young man. He admitted that he himself does not understand anything. The girlfriends grabbed the guy by the hands, saying that they would not let him go anywhere. Su-sun asked what they were going to do. The girls dragged him into the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. The young man hit his back painfully and cried out in surprise. The embarrassed Zijin began to undress, explaining that there is only one way to force him to stay in the house. Yu-jo followed her example. Zijin knelt opposite Susunya and leaned closer, telling that she would keep him in the bedroom. The young man blushed, starting to understand. He thought perplexedly that today it seems that there was no holiday. When both girlfriends bent over the guy, the phone rang. Susun asked in surprise who could call him. It turned out that the challenge came from his secretary Liao Yu. It was rather strange. He did not even pay attention to the courtship of girls. Susun was sure that Liao Yu was getting intimacy with him, and embarrassedly said that all three girls act too straightforwardly. Zijin asked the young man in surprise what three girls he talked about. Susun realized that he had grown. Continuing to keep the phone, the guy embarrassedly said that she was heard. In fact, he urgently needs to call. The begging moans of the secretary came from the tube. By the voice of Liao Yu, the man realized that the girl was in trouble. He angrily told the kidnappers that it was better for them to leave the secretary alone. Otherwise, they themselves will have bad. Liao Yu was tied to a chair. One of the attackers warned the young man that he would be waiting in the office for only 20 minutes. The secretary scared that it was a trap. She begged the boss in no case to come for her. The kidnapper immediately closed her mouth with her hand. Su-sun could no longer hear a word. The annoyed young man jumped out of bed and headed for the exit from the bedroom. Zijin asked what happened. Li Hu asked what orders would be. Su-sun demanded to stay in the house and protect the girls. The security chef said worried that it is better for a young man to take more people himself for a trip to the office. Soo-sun turned around and warned, pointing to the bedroom that he was responsible for the safety of girlfriend's Lee. The security chief straightened up and saluted the boss, barked that he would do everything as it should. Girls are in complete safety. Soo-sun rushed to the office, not paying attention to the signals of the traffic light. A few minutes later, he was already by the building. The building seemed empty. On the 12th floor, the young man also did not meet anyone at the elevator. Soo-sun habitually pulled the handle of the door of his office. To his surprise, the door was blocked. Liao Yu cried out, immediately realizing that the boss had come to the rescue. The mandala agent slowly headed for the door. As soon as the door opened, the kidnapper looked out with a massive gun. She was very surprised to see that there was no one in the corridor. The girl knew very well that she could not hear. The mandala noticed the danger too late. Soo-sun was hiding from above and jumped, dodging her boot. Thunder, who followed Liao Yu, was amazed, noting that his partner flew into the room at high speed. The agent fell on the back without signs of life. The man angrily rushed at the enemy, exclaiming that he would kill him. Thunder did not suspect that the young man would be stronger. Soo-sun just put his palm and stopped him. Everything happened so quickly that the man did not even understand how the opponent was able to draw a palm over his head. After a few seconds, Soo-sun turned out to be behind Verzila. The man groaned, feeling that he had broken his hand behind his back. The girl at this point had already managed to wake up and put a gun on the young man, but it was already too late. Thunder was kneeling and wheezed in pain. He said in a weak voice that he could no longer endure. They surrender. Soo-sun impatiently pressed a man on his back with a knee. He asked his partner to lower the weapon. The girl grinned, telling the young man that they underestimated him. Recently, bodyguards have done everything for him. Soo-sun released the man, saying that he had lost his skills a little, but that's enough to cope with two opponents. The young man asked what they needed here. Liao Yu could not understand what was happening. She realized that all three have long been familiar. Soo-sun recalled the day when the three of them stood in military uniforms at the silver SUV. He recalled that there was never an agreement between them to never meet regardless of the reason. Soo-sun only now remembered that his secretary was still sitting tied to a chair and wiped the girl's tears with a napkin. When he began to untie Liao Yu, the secretary asked what kind of people they were. The young man assured that they should not be afraid of them. The mandala agent comfortably settled in a chair and introduced herself, calling herself the mistress of Susunya. He shuddered in surprise. Liao Yu blushed, quietly repeating her words. Soo-sun took her hand and smiled. The mandala simply joked. He released the secretary from the office, asking the girl to rest well. The young man said that he would call if something is needed. Soo-sun slammed the cabinet door and closed to the lock. His smile immediately disappeared. A harsh man looked at the guests. He asked what the soldiers needed this time. Soo-sun suggested writing out a check if you need money. The thug, who had previously stood against the wall, took a step towards the young man and folded his arms over his chest. He said that he would not waste time for such a little thing. Soo-sun sat in a chair and was surprised to hear that guests have information about a man who betrayed them 4 years ago. The mandala added that the matter is not only in the dead. She herself underwent a serious operation and just should take revenge. The young man frowned and asked if the mandala was sure that their informant could be trusted 100%. Thunder said that there could be no doubt. He reproached the interlocutor that he got rich and did not want to have anything in common with them. Soo-sun thoughtfully intertwined his fingers into the castle and asked when the operation was taking place. The mandala immediately started up. The agent joyfully suggested that the young man agreed to go with them. Soo-sun said nothing, pondering their proposal. He angrily hit the table with his fist, reminding that 4 years ago he had lost his friends. The culprit must pay blood. The girl in joy jumped from the table right to the knees of Susunya, throwing him to the floor along with a massive chair. The young man raised the girl from the floor, urging her to calm down. He asked to return to business and tell the details. Surviving, the mandala stroked Susunya on the cheek and admitted that he was very sweet. She would not mind getting along with him right now. Thunder said that the operation was scheduled for tomorrow. Before it starts, you need to complete the escort mission. Soo-sun recalled that only the 3 of them remained of the team. He asked if anyone else would participate. Mandala said that their group was hired by a princess from the Eastern Trading Company. She will share the name of the traitor as a board. She reported that she would tell about the rest tomorrow. Soo-sun shouted at an embarrassed girl to get off the table. Thunder went out the door, but even from the corridor he continued to hear the impatient cries of the mandala and the resisting guy. At the table nearby, the man saw Liao Yu. Meeting her eyes with her tormentor, the girl shuddered and hugged herself by the shoulders. The big man tried to smile as affectionately as possible to the secretary and apologized for treating her so much. Liao Yu realized that she was no longer threatened and replied that everything was fine. Her voice treacherously trembled. The next day, the 3 fighters headed for one of the best hotels in the city where the princess settled. Calling the elevator, the young man asked why they placed the princess here. The mandala replied that the city was safe. Su-sun objected. He was attacked yesterday and announced a 10 million award. It would be nice to find out the name of the customer. When the elevator doors opened, the young man froze in surprise in place. At first it seemed to him that this was no longer a hotel. Armed people lined up along the corridor along the walls. One of them juggled daggers out of boredom. Passing them, Su-sun asked the mandala why so much guard. Gromila answered instead of her that the princess cordoned off the entire floor. He busily went to the door, on which there was a golden plate with 4 sixes, and said that the princess was there. As soon as the big man was about to knock, one of the bodyguards shouted irritably that it was impossible to go there. Su-sun turned in surprise. Several sports physique went hastily to them. Brimala also did not understand what was the matter, and calmly explained that he had brought a person whom he asked to find their boss. The man angrily said that it is impossible to enter everyone who wants. The guy first needs to be carefully searched. Su-sun grinned and asked if he knew at all who was dealing with. He does not want to be searched. Jones shouted angrily that he was less concerned. He will search the guy, even if he turns out to be God or Satan. The mandala smiled, folding her arms over her chest. She said she was really so. In front of him is the king of mercenaries. Realizing too late that Satan himself faces him, the man instinctively stepped back and turned pale. Unfortunately, he was not alone here and could not afford to lose authority before his subordinates. Su-sun demanded that the thunder knock on the princess. She must explain what is happening here. Jones asked to wait a bit, and mockingly told the rest that the team of this guy was lost. The young man immediately turned around and displeasedly asked to repeat what he said. His eyes burned with unkind green lights. The man grabbed the gun and directed it to Su-sun, saying that he was in vain chosen the leader of the group. The loss of people was expected. The guy grabbed a pistol from Jones's hand so fast that he did not even have time to understand anything and looked in amazement at an empty fist. Su-sun put his pistol to the forehead of the man. He scaredly deviated back. One of the fighters moved towards them. Several people took the young man on the sight, ordering him to put the gun on the floor and not move. Su-sun looked angrily at the fighters, clarifying if they were sure that he should direct the weapon to him. He said this in such a confident tone that the whole group uncertainly froze in place. Nobody wanted to feel fate. From behind the door, finally heard the voice of the princess. She asked the guests from the detachment a mortal blow. Thunder pointed to the door and told the young man that there was no time for showdowns. They were already called to meet. Su-sun raised the gun up and laughed, saying that bodyguards could not even keep track of their own weapons. He made some elusive movement, after which the pistol broke up right in the air into spare parts. The fighters were surprised to see the main part of the pistol fell on the floor with a ringing. A store and a spring landed behind it. Trinity guests with a calm view turned to the door. The owner of the pistol was frightenedly settled on the floor. The rest of the fighters quietly discussed among themselves how the guy was able to disassemble the gun with one hand in a few seconds. A man with a scar on his cheek no longer had words. He looked perplexedly at his disassembled gun. Thunder went to the princess first and introduced his companion. This is the captain of Satan that they talked about. Su-sun looked at the inhabitant of the room and froze in surprise. Princess Kelly was a charming girl. A long-legged brunette leafed through her diary, comfortably settling on a wide bed. Turning away from her lesson, Kelly greeted the guest affectionately and said that she had heard a lot about him. 3 guests are located on the couch. The princess postponed her notes aside and said that she hoped for the captain. Throwing one leg to the other, Kelly suggested that she would be safe under the protection of mercenaries. Su-sun asked whether she knew the name of the man whose fault his detachment died 4 years ago. The girl pulled out a short dress and said that she would report detailed information when they arrived in place. The young man grinned slyly and asked how they could be sure that the princess would provide truthful information. Kelly said that one of the attacking him yesterday belonged to the group of wild wolves. She asked to consider it a gift for their acquaintance. Su-sun in surprise asked his companion. Mandala said that she heard about them. This group has a rich patron. Kelly nodded. The Wilson family was involved in this. She cunningly said that she found out something else. The king of the killers and Satan is the same person. The young man immediately remembered his enemy Caleb Wilson. He could not believe such a coincidence and asked the princess. The Mandala and Gromila were surprised at how quickly Su-sun understood the hint and calculated the potential customer. Kelly smiled warmly and asked if this information was enough to start their fruitful cooperation. The young man quietly patted the princess. This information was simply invaluable for him. He thanked Kelly for the tip. The girl waved her hands as if fighting off compliments and stated that first of all she needed protection. Su-sun asked if she could name the name of her enemy. He could not imagine the man who crossed Kelly the road. Closing her eyes, the princess was silent a little, and then admitted that she had problems with her older brother. The young man stared at Kelly, trying to guess what was in her soul. He decided that some kind of family drama was to blame. Without opening her eyes, the girl suggested that she was too successful and poses a threat to her brother. So she wants to protect herself. The interlocutors took a step towards each other, shaking their hands tightly. Soo-sun promised that his detachment would do everything possible. The young man left the number a little puzzled. It seemed to him that Princess Kelly was trying to flirt with him. When all the details of the operation were agreed, the participants flew out on a private jet aircraft. Chinju yawned sweetly, muttering displeasedly that there was no need to fly so early. Soo-sun did not pay attention to her. He sat behind a laptop, putting on a body armor. There was a parachute behind his back. Both agents approached the young man's table. Grimilla reported that the plane would arrive at the landing site in 20 minutes. Continuing to observe the terrain through the laptop screen, Soo-sun assured that everything would be fine. They will ensure Kelly. The mandala grinned and said that the princess has been engaged in special training since childhood. A parachute jump for her is a common thing. Chinju turned back from boredom and began to lazily examine the interior of the aircraft. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. She leaned toward the young man and whispered that they were looking at him suspiciously. Soo-sun asked to describe a person in more detail. Turning back, the ghost said that that man had brown hair and a scar on his left cheek. The fourth participant in the operation did not hide his dissatisfaction and sat angrily with his arms over his chest. Soo-sun slammed the lid of the laptop, barely smiling, and answered the ghost that not all participants in the operation trust him. Steps were heard from behind. Turning around, the young man noticed that a princess with glasses of water on a tray approached the table. Putting the tray on the table, Kelly smiled warmly and asked exactly who Soo-sun had in mind. Instead of an answer, the young man stated that the princess is very on this blue dress. It reflects folk beauty. She embarrassedly pressed her fingers to the mouth, admitting that such compliments are very nice to hear. Seeing how joyfully young people clink their glasses for the success of the upcoming operation, Jones turned red. Before that, he could not forgive the young man yesterday's trick with his gun. Kelly's warm attitude towards the guy annoyed the man. In the speakers, there was a pilot's voice. He asked everyone to prepare for a jump. The plane flies to the landing site. Soo-sun placed the glass on the table and told the princess that he should go. Kelly cordially smiled. A minute later, several snow-white domes opened under a reactive aircraft flying into the distance. Soo-sun landed first and began to fold the parachute. The rest of the participants still descended between the trees. Disassembling the slings of the parachute, the young man activated the negotiation device and asked how Kelly was doing. The mandala replied that everything was fine with her. Behind the agent, a little behind, were 4 more participants in the operation. Soo-sun crouched with a tablet near one of the fighters and told him that he needed to wait for the convoy that Kelly would take. The mandala impatiently asked Jones where the promised convoy. He replied that he could not catch a signal for communication yet. Soo-sun activated the transmitter and asked Grimilla whether he saw a convoy. The man could not answer confidently. Kelly began to take off her flight overalls, remaining in the dress. Mandala noticed that a red point of the sight appeared on her chest. She realized that there was no time left. Their detachment was simply lured into a trap. The princess has not yet suspected anything. The agent of the mandala rushed at Kelly, throwing the girl to the ground. She screamed in fright. Soo-sun noticed the arrow between the trees and ordered the others to hide. The fighters hid behind the hills. The agent pressed Kelly's neck to the ground, ordering her not to move. The princess could barely breathe. Thunder carefully leaned out from behind the hill and shot at the bushes, where the enemy was noticed a few seconds ago. Soo-sun, because of his shelter, watched the flash from the explosion in the bushes, after which screams and moans were heard. He ordered the group to retreat, but decided to act for sure and threw a couple of grenades into the bushes. One of the bullets struck a fighter. The mandala agent ran away, pulling the princess along and firing on the go. The remaining participants in the operation were fleeing. They understood that in the open space they could not stretch for a long time. The princess fled without analyzing the road. She did not look under her feet, so she caught on the large root of the tree. The mandala agent grabbed the girl by the elbow in time and asked her to carefully monitor the terrain. Having caught her breath, Kelly in bewilderment asked how they could be ambushed if the limited circle of people knew about the place of landing. Soo-sun frowned that everything is explained very simply. There is a traitor among them. The mandala released the princess's hand in surprise. Kelly was horrified, realizing that everything was so. She turned to Jones, suggesting that this was a traitor. A man with a scar on his cheek was ahead of the princess and brought the sight of the machine gun on Soo-sunya. Jones hastily left the bushes to the rest, ordering the young man not to move. He obediently raised his hands up. The princess asked with resentment how a man could go to it after she trusted him for so many years. Jones grinned, saying that over the long years of service, she had never looked into his eyes and did not offer a glass of water. Soo-sun said in bewilderment that he could provide him with at least 2 tons of water. He angrily commanded the guy to shut up. Jones aimed at the young man and viciously said that he and Satan had not seen each other for a long time. Now is the time to say goodbye to him. Suddenly, the man saw a girl's irritated ghost in front of him. Chinju angrily asked who he decided to send to the next world. Jones was scared and shouted that he was a ghost. His body trembled. The man could not control himself. The agent of the mandala immediately realized that a shot would have now occurred, and quickly crouched, pulling Kelly. Su-sun was ready for the inadequate behavior of Jones, and ahead of the man, throwing a fighting dagger into him. Sharp weapons pierced the palm of the fighter. He screamed in fright, releasing firearms from his hand. The pain was so strong that Jones sat down on the ground. The worst was that he lost the advantage over the enemy. Su-sun did not intend to forgive the insult, and with pleasure kicked the man on the left cheek. He fell to the ground, breaking his nose. The young man gloomily asked Jones how many people are involved in this operation, and where exactly they are arranged. A man with a scar took a fighting rack, screaming that he would not tell anything. He invited the guy to fight with him. Su-shun brought his gun to Jones and sternly asked how he dares to call him a duel. He fell to his knees and raised his hands, begging him to leave him alive. The man spoke about the number of fighters and the location of the base. The young man turned to the princess and said that Jones was her bodyguard. She must decide his fate. A man with a scar with hope raised his head and smiled at the princess, hoping that in many years of service she would forgive him. Kelly's hand did not flinch. An accurately released bullet passed through the forehead and went through the back of the head of the traitor. Returning the gun to the holster, the princess angrily stated that she hates traitors. All of them deserve death. Su-sun grinned barely noticeably. The heiress of the largest world corporation could not do otherwise. Grimilla ran to the group, exclaiming that the district was full of mercenaries, and in surprise he saw a man's corpse in blood. Su-shun looked up and said that their position was saving a dense forest. There is where to hide. He approached the princess with a dagger, saying that Kelly's outfit was not suitable for flight. The girl looked at the young man perplexedly. Su-shun unceremoniously snapped decent 30 centimeters with a knife, turning the dress into a short one. Kelly blushed thickly and tried to pull the dress down at least a little. It seemed to her that the young man had overdid it. Su-sun calmly explained that in this way the princess would not be confused in a long dress, fewer reasons for excitement. The girl was forced to admit that he was right. The young man asked the mandala to look after the princess. Grimilla was unhappy that everything turned around by an upper ambush. He exclaimed angrily, clasping his teeth that would go for reconnaissance. Su-sun quietly called the ghost. He asked Chinju to explore the situation in the camp, which Jones mentioned. The young man's face darkened. He, with an onslaught, told the girl that she herself knows very well what needs to be done next. By evening, the group was convinced that a serious adversary was opposing them. 3 pickups with machine guns lit the forest with powerful spotlights. The agent of the mandala and Gromala slipped out of the bushes when the cars swept past and the danger passed. With a sigh, the girl noticed that the patrol began to appear more often. Most likely, the enemy managed to reduce the search area. The man turned to Susuna and offered to take advantage of the darkness to escape. In the morning, it may be too late. The young man calmly sat under a tree with his eyes closed, chewing the stem of the plant. He serene answered that he should not run. The princess spoke about another traitor named Fernandelis. He used to enter the council of her company. Both agents looked at Kelly in surprise. They both knew a man well and would never have thought of him. Kelly recalled that he was removed from the leadership of the center. The offended Delis decided to take revenge on the group. Su-sun asked why the princess was talking about this now. He remembered perfectly that Kelly promised to tell about the customer in a safe place. Hugging her knees with her hands, the girl said in a broken voice that she would only be a burden for the group. It is better for them to leave without her. The mandala agent looked at the princess in surprise. She realized that Kelly was ready to sacrifice herself for the success of the operation. The girl could not stand it and burst into tears. Through tears, she admitted that she only wanted to ask her parents for forgiveness. Su-sun gently wiped her tears with his index finger and promised to fulfill his part of their contract. Kelly asked perplexedly why he did not want to run. Until that moment, the girl believed that such a decision was made only because of her. The young man grinning gloatingly, reminding the group that he intends to destroy the enemies. He does not need to run away from them. The agents looked at each other in surprise. The mandala admitted that the 3 of them would never cope with a detachment of 300 people. Chinju returned and said that everything was ready. Su-sun thanked her. Kelly looked perplexedly at the guy who spoke to himself. The princess asked whom the young man was talking to. Su-sun rose, offering Kelly to follow him. Meanwhile, the search group returned to the camp. Several armed people stood at the entrance to the tent. Puffing a cigar, Wilson did not hide his indignation and angrily slapped on the map on the table. One of the men said that infrared sensors stand along the perimeter of the forest. The fugitives simply hide nearby. Wilson clenched his fist, angrily stating that he would destroy Satan with his own hands as his personal enemy. The man on the guard tower lazily peered into the beam of the spotlight. He knew that no one would dare to come here. The last thing a fighter felt was a bullet that fell into the temple. The man fell, releasing the machine from his hands. As soon as the observer fell, Susun and Gromila ran out of the bushes and headed straight to the camp. One of the fighters was surprised to notice the eyes of two strangers when he lazily struck a lighter. Having spit out a cigarette, he turned with a gun to strangers and demanded to call himself. Susun realized that there was no need to hide, and opened a fugitive fire. Having received 3 through wounds, the man fell dead. Hearing a powerful explosion and pickup flew into the air, Caleb Wilson angrily asked what was happening. In surprise, he released a cigar from his mouth. The bodyguard ran into the tent out of breath. He scaredly shouted that Satan's detachment attacked the camp. Wilson again had a cigar from his mouth. The man could not believe that Susun dared to attack his people. The bodyguards ran out to meet the attackers, but did not have time to take a few steps, as they fell ridiculous. Susun and Gromila burst into the enemy camp, finding the fighters by surprise. Enemies fell to the ground with dozens. Meanwhile, a group of elite fighters came out of a long tent. Their captain ordered to prepare for battle. The man took a step forward. Hearing a strange crunch, he stopped. The subordinates looked perplexedly at the leader, not understanding what happened. A deafening explosion measured a group of tens of meters. A huge cloud of dust was located on the site of the tent. Wilson turned displeasedly to one of the survivors, who stood in torn clothes, and asked how an explosion occurred. Having shut up his wound on his hand with his fingers, the fighter reported in a weak voice that the camp was mined. The man indignantly asked how this could happen. Having hiding behind a pickup with a large caliber machine gun, Wilson demanded to open fire to defeat. Armored vehicles drove towards the attackers' detachment, quickly turning the guns in their direction. The shooter caught the fights of the fighters who fought their backs to their backs, and gloatingly shouted that they did not have long left. To his surprise, the shot did not happen. The man could not know that the muzzle of the machine gun was densely clogged with adhesive material. A powerful explosion that turned the sight and rotary mechanism of the gun threw the arrow several meters ago. One of the fighters looked at the pickup in bewilderment, not understanding why he was not shooting. The man did not notice how the store unfastened from his machine gun. Immediately after that, the rest of the mercenaries realized that they could no longer shoot due to the loss of stores. One of them stepped back in horror, seeing how, after hitting his temple, his neighbor fell dead. He ordered everyone to go to the ground, shouting that a sniper was working in the group, and himself fell near the dead man. The Mandala agent watched what was happening through an optical sight. She grinned and stated that it was too late to hide. The girl made another shot from a sniper rifle. Kelly asked why they did not shoot, watching through binoculars. The Mandela smiled and said that she herself did not know. Susun may well be a sorcerer who is described. One of the bullets broke the glass of the car above Wilson's head. He shouted angrily that he had a sniper in a hill. The rustle in the grass alerted a man. He turned his head in perplexedly and with horror saw a grenade at his feet. A powerful explosion raised a massive armored pickup into the air. The cloud of fire shot up to heaven. When the dust settled, Wilson saw that next to him were the burning out the remains of the car and at least a dozen fighters. Based on a bloodied hand, the man tried to crawl away. Half of the face was in the blood. The right hand did not obey at all. Suddenly, in the face of Wilson, someone's leg was. The man worried his head, starting to understand who was standing in front of him. The trunk of the machine gun in the hand of his worst enemy was directed directly in the face. Susun gloatingly asked how far he was going. Wilson exhausted his head to the ground. There was nowhere to go. He asked in a hoarse voice how this could happen. The young man suggested that the man guess himself. After a second, the deadly shell headed right on the target. The headquarters of the trading company was a complex of several buildings. That evening, an important conversation took place in one of them. When the man was reported to the man that Princess Kelly was still alive, he angrily threw the bottle of wine to the floor and shouted that he was the end. The young man indignantly turned to the interlocutor and vowed that he would die himself if he could not complete the task. The man in a gray suit politely bowed and assured the boss that he would do everything. He will bring the mission to the end. Choosing one of the intact cars, the group of Susunya left the enemy camp. Kelly dawned on the young man in questioning how they managed to destroy the enemy and why Jones looked so strange before his death. Susun said that he could say only 3 words. The princess moved closer with curiosity. The young man whispered in his companion's ear that this was secret information. The princess instantly flared up. She moved away with displeasure and said that Susun was just mocking. The mandala only snorted jealously, continuing to drive the car. Gromila noticed that there was little gasoline. He asked if they will refuel or go on foot. Susun intercepted Kelly's hands, who jokingly tried to hit him and offered to call on the way to the city of Biker. The princess took advantage of the young man distracted and bit him by the wrist. Susun cried out in surprise. He indignantly asked why it was to bite. Blinding, Kelly said she did it as a punishment. The inhabitants of the slum poured out of their modest houses to look at a wide SUV passing along a narrow street. The mandala quietly suggested that enemies could be everywhere. Most likely, they will want to attack the city. Su Shun checked with a card loaded on the phone and said that they would definitely be attacked here. The city is on the way to the base. The mandala asked why they are still here. Su Sun suggested not hiding, but to accept the battle right in the city. The agent started the engine and slowly started off. A few minutes later, they arrived at the local gas station. A dark-skinned, healthy man in a motley Hawaiian shirt immediately came out to meet them. He praised Gromila for his athletic appearance. He did not answer. The mandala agent angrily stated that they need to refuel as quickly as possible. Eluding the gun from behind, Tom said that he could refuel for free if such a beauty drinks with him. Continuing to stare at the phone, Susan lazily said that that girl could shoot her head. Verzila looked at the young man perplexedly. Tom went to the door and pointed a gun on Susan, saying that his company could not leave alive if the guy touches him with a finger at least. The man was so angry that he did not immediately notice the beauty in a light blue dress sitting near the insolent. He leaned over the door and held out his hand to Kelly. The princess moved to her door, and Su Sun grabbed the stranger by the hand, throwing the phone to the side. The next second, the young man caught his phone and hit Tom with his free hand, recalling that he had warned him. The man fell to the 5th point near the column, grabbing his swollen cheek. He shouted angrily that he would gladly help to die. At the signal of the healthy man, several people armed with batons and cold weapons approached the car. The mandala neighbor grabbed a machine gun and shot several bullets, directing the weapon vertically. He transferred a machine gun to fighters shaking with fear, and sternly asked which of them dares to come closer. Su Sun waved his hands displeasedly, saying that he would not want to die from the explosion at the gas station. Kelly sat, frozen in horror. Tom put his palms forward, recognizing the guy's right. They do not need to use firearms at a gas station. Su Shun turned to him angrily and ordered him to shut up immediately. The young man demanded to take him to Tony. The man raised his head in surprise. He could not even think that this strange stranger was familiar with the boss. In the casino of the city of Biker that evening, it was lively. The waitresses in black outfits carried orders between tables. Tony was sitting on a soft sofa with a cigarette in his teeth. He lazily watched the situation, holding a glass of red wine between his fingers. Suddenly, a breathless guard ran up to the man. The owner asked displeasedly what was stuck this time. The bodyguard whispered in his ear that Tom brought some people. Hearing about the Dragon Kingdom, Tony asked him in surprise. He quickly got up from the couch and grabbed his interlocutor with his 2 fingers by his nose, exclaiming that he hates the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom. There was a quiet laughter from behind. Su Sun mockingly asked the man why he was acting so aggressively. Tony flinched. He had already heard this voice before and will not confuse him with any other. The man began to turn in fright. Su Sun calmly went through the crowd of bodyguards and said with a smile that Tony was well settled here. The man cried out in surprise. Satan himself showed up to them. The subordinate asked in surprise what was still for Satan. Su Sun hugged Tony's neck and invited him to smile at least a little. He looks as if he saw a ghost. Several bodyguards ran to the stranger, demanding that they immediately release their boss. The young man asked in surprise why they behaved so aggressively. Tony angrily commanded the guards to get out of his eyes. All 5 bodyguards leaned in front of the boss, asking for an apology for their improper behavior. Having seated the guest on the sofa, Tony poured him wine and stated that he was missing him. Su Sun said that he heard his statement about the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom. Tony turned pale and said that this could not be. He stated that he was ready to prove his loyalty to boss. The young man drank a little wine and said that this was an amazing coincidence. He just wanted to ask him about the service. When the sun began to sit on the city, the next ambush on Princess Kelly was already ready. The group commander in the body armor leaned out of the gray SUV and demanded to hide cars. They will go to the building on both sides. On his team, 20 armed fighters scattered in different directions. Several people remained at the car. The leader of the group leader with the headlights turned off at a dead end between the houses, so no one will notice them. The driver showed the man a scheme on the tablet and said that the princess's group will have nowhere to run. He nodded commendably. Anticipating a quick victory, the captain bifurcated his head depressedly and said that the princess in the next life was better not to fight for power. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions occurred. The flame shot up to the sky. Nothing was visible. The captain looked out of the window. The driver gave an order for the radio to return back immediately. One of the surviving fighters with a bloodied head ran up to the car. He reported that the premises were mined. As soon as the man uttered the phrase, the automatic line spoke his back. The fighter fell, releasing the machine from the hands. The captain grabbed the walkie-talkie and demanded that everyone return to him. It was urgent to regroup. Hearing the commander's order, the survivors ran to the car under a hail of bullets. Some of them fell dead. The man who fled first fell after a gunshot hit on the forehead. The rest opened a runaway fire. The princess and Su-sun were watching what was happening from the restaurant. Kelly warned that the people of Phelan had not yet proved to be in full force. The young man smiled. His acquaintances do not recognize any rules. He mysteriously told the companion that the cavalry would arrive soon. 5 massive SUVs were adjusted to the narrow alley. Having hidden behind them, the attackers could shoot back. The captain of the detachments encouraged the fighters, assuring that there was still a little more. Reinforcement is already on the way. Through a dense flame, the man could not see that the enemy managed to roll out a couple of tanks on the battlefield. Seeing a column of gray cars, the captain joyfully exclaimed that reinforcements had arrived. Victory would be behind them. The man relaxed and set fire to a cigar. He knew that he was now in complete safety. When the column tried to leave the district, the first car exploded. The column was forced to stop. The captain scaredly extended his hand forward, releasing a cigar from his mouth. He suggested that the car exploded on me. The fighters took refuge behind the SUV and prepared for the battle. Suddenly they heard a strong roar and did not understand what it was. When the smoke scattered, a tank left the ruins of the house. Seeing a combat vehicle, the captain cried out in fright. Kelly asked the young man in surprise what this means. Su-sun calmly explained that without power in this country, even a gangster could not become. The princess asked in bewilderment how he became so powerful. Su-sun sipped the wine and told how he intercepted the convoy. Then he left only Tony alive in exchange for his friendship. Kelly scaredly asked if it was correct. One of the tanks shot at a column of SUVs. The captain gave the order to immediately attack the enemy. The second shot from the tank turned the house nearby into ruins. Fragments of a brick wall sprinkled on cars. One of the tanks hit the column right, lifting several cars into the air and scattering passengers. The captain of the detachment was caught and knelt, having previously tied his hands behind the man. Suyu and Princess Tony, who approached, calmly said that his people got a suspicious old man out of the sewer. Kelly was enough only a fleeting gaze to find out a man. The girl cried out with hatred that this was their leader. The young man asked if she knew the old man. Kelly said that this is her brother's personal assistant. Su-sun looked at the prisoner and thoughtfully said that he had lost. The man turned pale with fear. The butler raised his head with a prayer, begging Kelly to leave him alive. He promised to tell everything about his boss. Tony handed the young man a tablet which was found at the prisoner. Su-shun grinned mildly, saying that he was no longer interested in recognition. The man realized that he had the last chance. Almost crying, he begged for mercy. The old man was even ready to become a slave to the princess. Kelly angrily extracted a holster pistol and angrily told the old man that she did not want to deal with such scoundrels anymore. The princess slowly aimed the prisoner in the head, saying that her brother treated him too well. The girl calmly shot the old man in her forehead. His eyes immediately rolled. His body fell on his side. Emotions overwhelmed Kelly. She could barely stand on her feet. Su-sun grabbed the princess and put it on his feet. He said that with the murder of the old man, everything ended. The girl could return home. Kelly did not utter a word. The voice of Tony was heard from behind. The man asked to pay him a minute of attention. Young people turned around perplexedly. Tony imperiously patted the tank's armor and asked the young man how his strength increased. The bodyguard grinned nearby. The princess could not understand what he was talking about. Su-shun asked displeasedly with what he should compare the power of the interlocutor. Tony smiled gloatingly, answering that this was a simple question. He means the day when the young man destroyed his group. Su-sun stared in surprise at the man. He pretended not to understand what Tony was talking about. He angrily lifted the gun, aiming at the interlocutor in the head. Kelly scaredly hid behind the young man. Tony said irritably that before the guy appeared, he had an excellent business, but now he barely makes ends meet. Su-sun did not even flinch. Smiling, he reminded the man that he left him alive for one reason. The bodyguard noticed a point from the laser sight on the boss's forehead, and scaredly said that not everything was in order with his face. Tony asked irritably what was the matter. The man answered scaredly, stammering that he was holding a sniper on the sight. Su-sun laughed and raised his finger up, specifying the features of an infrared sniper rifle. Hearing about the howitzer, the fighters rushed at the scatter. Tony remained in place, angrily saying that he should not scare him. The agent of the mandala and Gramila carefully monitored the goal. The man admitted that Su-sun acted visionarily, leaving snipers in ambush. The young man raised his hands, offering Tony to make sure he was not lying. He behaved so confidently that the man's hand began to tremble. Tony's hand weakened. The fingers themselves released the gun from the hands. A weapon with a dull sound fell to the ground. The man made an attempt to laugh politely. Trying to rectify the situation, he said that he was just joking. Su-sun sat down nearby, saying that he liked the joke. Tony fell to his knees, asking to forgive the fool. The young man said that he gives him life in exchange for one service. The man exclaimed joyfully that he would do everything. Susun asked the bodyguards to take a place next to the boss and smile, and he took a picture on the phone. 5 men felt embarrassed in women's bathing suits. The young man did not stop and took a couple of photos. Susun handed over Kelly's phone and asked in case of problems to contact Tony. He will not want his photographs to fly around the whole world. Saying goodbye to the mercenaries, the young man left. 5 men in bathing suits looked after him for a long time. Agents took their places in the back seat. The mandala asked why Susun solved problems that were not yet. The young man admitted that he actually wanted to have a little annoying those guys. Kelly looked at the driver in surprise. Thunder cunningly said that in fact, Sushunya liked Kelly. The mandala grinned, and the princess blushed thickly. The agent said that the driver will become the rich son of the owner of the trading company. Kelly asked everyone to calm down and stop talking on this topic. By evening, the group got to the headquarters of the Middle Eastern International Trade Company, which was located in Torley. At the entrance to the mandala complex, she wailedly said that there were no problems along the way. Thunder admitted that he had a bad foreboding. Kelly smiled and reassured the rest. Inside the building, she will be in complete safety. Susun was not sure of that. After a little pause, the young man said that he would really like to hope for it. At this time, the elder brother of the princess fell to his father, begging not to deprive his inheritance. Niles shot down Ash from a cigar, angrily stating that he should not hold him for a fool. He is aware of all the latest events. The leader added displeasedly that Felon was not worth the finger of his sister. He very much disappointed him. Aiming at his son from a pistol, the man frowned and said that his insignificant existence would simply break off. When 4 satellites walked along the red carpet, the bodyguard blocked their way and admitted that Kelly tried well. He transmitted the instructions of the boss. Niles insisted that his daughter carefully rest after her adventures. The princess exclaimed angrily that she had to immediately meet her father. The bodyguard replied that the conversation was already irrelevant about Felon. Kelly froze with horror, learning from a man that her older brother died 5 minutes ago. The mandala turned Sunya to the side, hugging him by the shoulder. The young man followed her gaze perplexedly. From the door of a cargo elevator, 2 orderlies took a bed on rollers with a body covered with white matter. During movement, the hand of the deceased slipped down, exposing a red tattoo in the form of a 6-pointed star in a circle. Kelly scared her mouth with her hand, holding back a scream. She immediately recognized the tattoo of her older brother. Grimula admitted perplexedly that he did not understand anything. The leader of the corporation decided to intervene in the showdown of his children. Susun quietly explained that Felon lost the battle with his sister. Niles had to kill him so that the partners would not despise. When the princess came to their senses a little, the young man informed the agents that they could continue their way. Kelly could not restrain her tears. Susun gently patted her on the shoulder, saying that Felon had made his choice. At the door, bodyguards blocked his satellites. The mandala agent angrily asked what was the matter. The man bowed respectfully, saying that the princess could go further, and Mr. Niles wants to see Satan. Thunder said displeasedly that Miss Kelly served, not Niles. He is not obliged to comply with his orders. Susun smiled and said that he himself was interested in looking at the big boss who shot his son. The young man lazily waved his hand to his companions, confidently saying that everything would be in order with him, and followed the bodyguard. Kelly looked sadly at her savior. She was very worried that her father could kill him. Opening the cabinet door, the bodyguard reported to Nilsu that Satan had arrived. Sushun smiled politely. The man stood his back to them, turning to the window. He admitted that the interlocutor looks too young. The bodyguard turned to the exit. Sushun smiled warmly and said that he was actually more than 50 years old. Niles turned to him and offered to sit down on the sofa, noticing a smile without a shadow that he appreciated the joke of the young man. Susun comfortably got a job on the couch and offered to immediately go to business. He was clearly called not for jokes. Niles admitted that he was forced to kill his son due to the appearance of the king of the mercenaries. It would really sad him. The young man smiled and said that he could leave if Niels really believes that this is his fault. The man squeezed 2 glass balls in his hand. He stated that in compensation, Susun will work for him for 5 years. He immediately stopped smiling and answered displeasedly that he did not like threats. His words can be interpreted just like that. Niles laughed for the first time at their meeting, offering the guy to guess himself whether this is a threat or not. A lot of dots from laser sights appeared on the young man's body. The leader asked him to do without sudden movements. Susun smiled gloatingly and asked the owner of the office if he was afraid to die from his hand. Niles calmly turned his balls in his palms. The man laughed and told the interlocutor that the guard was tested and did not find any weapon. Seeing that the black ashtray from the table itself rose into the air, Niles cried out in surprise. The man jumped out in surprise from the table, cried out with worried that some kind of devilry was going on here. Susun indifferently waved his palm down and up. The young man calmly explained to Niels that there are many things in the world that he had not even heard of. The man could not see Chinju, who had fun with his ashtray and shouted angrily that this was an ordinary focus. Su-sun smiled. The interlocutor did not want to recognize the obvious things. He raised his finger up, giving a sign to the ghost. After a few seconds, a massive ashtray crashed into fragments, hitting Nilsa on an outstretched arm. Su-sun instantly noticed that he was trying to behave with restraint. The man brought a weapon on him and provoked aggression. Niles was surprised more and more. Before his eyes, the Peru cigar opened by itself, and the cigar with a lighter took off over the table. The young man caught a cigar with 2 fingers. The light of the lighter approached her. Su-sun invited the owner to sit down. It is not necessary to stand. Sweat flowed across Nilsa's face. The guy mockingly said that the room was too hot. The interlocutor had already sweated. Puffing a cigar, Su-shun suggested cooling a little. Chinju moved to her victim, saying that she realized the order. Raising his hand, the ghost of the girl brought down an ice wave to the leader of the corporation. Several ice flows froze on her hands. In front of the eyes of the surprised Niels, the cabinet quickly transformed. A lot of icicles appeared on the ceiling and walls. The man sat in fright on the ground, trembling with the cold. These sensations were too real. The focus here did not smell. Su-sun mockingly asked why such a powerful owner of the empire could not even rise from the floor. Niles fell to his knees and crawled to his interlocutor, begging to excuse him for the wrong command. He said that he was ready to atone for his guilt. The man crawled to the boot of the young man, exclaiming that he could become his faithful servant. Su-sun condescendingly stated that Niles could not fulfill his duties. At that moment, the cabinet door swung open. Kelly finally managed to push the guard. She begged her father not to touch the guest. The girl found a very strange scene, her father kneeling in front of Su-sun, whose cigar smoked in her hands. The young man was the first to find and raised Niels, explaining that the man was looking for something. He said worried that he could not find a coin. The princess looked incredulously at both men, asking for a coin. As far as she knew, her father was not interested in numismatics. Niles suddenly understood from the sincere smile of the guy that Kelly he likes. He could not afford to be together. Carelessly shaking the ashes from cigar to the floor of the office, Su-sun said that he would not interfere with the conversation. He said goodbye to the princess and Niels. The man shouted angrily at her daughter to conduct a respected guest. She replied in surprise that she herself hired him. Kelly ran out of the office, slammed the door. She had heard the cries of her father, begging to keep the young man in any way for a long time. That evening, 3 guests were settled in the best penthouse with a large jacuzzi in the center of the complex. The Mandala agent relaxedly stretched out on a deck chair in a swimsuit, saying that Kelly asked to stay for a couple of days. Grimula also did not waste time in vain and was engaged in dumbbells, sitting on the couch. He offered to go for Delis. Su-sun could not tear himself away from playing on the phone. He absent-mindedly replied that he wants to first get into the United States. Suddenly behind him, a timid voice of the princess rang out. All 3 turned their heads to the door. Kelly stood in a light evening dress. In embarrassed head, she asked if she could invite a young man to dinner. The man did not have to persuade for a long time. It turned out that in his name, a table on the upper terrace of the restaurant was already booked. The table was scored by various fruits and meat delicacies. Kelly said she was very tasty here. Su-sun cut off a small piece of steak and tried. He said with pleasure that the meat is really very tender. Raising a glass of red wine, the young man was surprised to realize that Kelly was sitting with a sour expression on his face. The princess looked embarrassedly at her companion, absent, mindedly rotating the glass with wine around her axis. Su-sun asked what happened. The girl hastily replied that everything was in order and brought a glass to her mouth. Having taken a small sip, Kelly put a glass on the table. Blinking even more, she asked if they could meet again. The young man in surprise suggested that it was time to leave the companion. Kelly muttered that he was very nice. Su-sun laughed, thanking the princess for the compliment. The man admitted that he already has a girlfriend. The princess was blushing and raised a glass of wine, saying that she had not at all a marriage with him. The young man froze in surprise. Kelly sadly explained that she had no right to get married. Otherwise, she would have to lose family property. The girl playfully touched the satellite's leg with a shoe, offering to go to her. Kelly immediately said that she would not pester him. Behind the guy appeared angry Chinju. The ghost girl indignantly stated that Kelly could not compare with her. Su-sun clamped an empty plate between his fingers, asking if the princess needs to consult with his parents. She looked at him in surprise. The young man silently threw a plate into the bushes. From there came a stifled moan. Kelly rose, angrily asking who was hiding there. Due to a small fence, Niles got out. Smiling, he said that Su-sun was able to find him. Kelly was surprised by the appearance of his father. The young man invited a man to sit down with them at the table. He waved his hand, explaining that he only wanted to convey something to his daughter. Taking a small item, Kelly asked in bewilderment what it was. Niles said in a whisper that he struck a hole, Everything will pass as expected. Raising his thumb up, the man admitted that he was ready to give the guy all the property if Kelly wants to be with him so. Niles waved his hand, saying goodbye to the young man. The princess angrily shouted to her father after he forced her. Kelly confusedly apologized for the behavior of a man. She did not even suspect that Niles was following them. Sobbing, the princess said that Suyuna is not good enough for Susun, that they should never be together. The young man hugged her shoulders and gently took her hand, asking not to roar. Susun stated that she was behaving stupid. He offered Kelly home if they finished with dinner. The man added that it was quite cold outside. The princess immediately stopped roaring. The world for her began to play with new colors. The girl decided that not everything was lost yet. Niles followed Kelly all this time. When young people entered the princess's house, a black car stopped at the entrance to the cottage. Niles patiently expected his future son, in-law, in the back seat, and gloatingly thought that this time the guy could not turn away. Suddenly, Susun appeared near his window and asked what he brought this time. The man scaredly replied that he had over gasoline. The young man smiled and showed 2 fingers, explaining that he was just about to ask him for 2 things. The Wilson family occupied a strong position in society. They owned an international financial building in the city center. When an Audi black car drove from the tunnel, all the employees in dark costumes bowed in front of him along the road. Picking a cigar, Entwistle Wilson shouted in a telephone pipe with displeasure that their mission was very simple. The man screamed irritably, which gives another 10 days. If the guy is not found during this time, he personally eliminates the entire group. Wilson angrily threw the phone to the floor, saying that he was tired of dealing with round idiots. The secretary closed the man, asking him not to be angry. When she offered to cool the ardor, the man smiled lustfully. Burning with impatience, Wilson bent down to the girl and said that he would do it right now. The girl blushed embarrassedly. The driver stopped the car without warning. The boss and secretary shouted from sitting to the floor. The girl stood on all fours, sobbing in pain. Wilson shouted indignantly to the driver that he could lose his head for this. The driver scaredly showed the boss on the road. A man stood right in front of them, so he slowed down. Entwistle Wilson looked angrily. Some strange type really stood with his back right on the axial line. He ordered to go forward and knock down that abnormal guy. There is enough money so as not to sit down for the murder. As soon as Audi gained speed, a massive brown van crashed into it at full speed. The secretary cried out in pain, almost roaring. Wilson himself painfully hit his head on the roof of the car as a result of a collision. At the wheel of the armored van was smashed. Despite the damage to the vehicle, he was pleased that he caught Wilson. The man felt the back of his head with displeasure and screamed angrily that no one had the right to touch his car. Susun even heard loud, boastful cries from the road. Wilson was sure that even the tank would not destroy his car. The man immediately called the guard. A column of black armored Mercedes left him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard near the first car. The rest had to slow down and move to the side of the road. In less than a few seconds, 4 more cars exploded. The track became like a military training ground. Seeing the burning wheel that rolled near the car, the fighter scaredly asked what was happening. They answered him from another car that a sniper was working. There was a mandala with a grenade launcher on the roof of the building. She reported that Wilson's building was completely blocked. Wilson's driver called the guard by phone. The man triumphantly barked into the space that the attacking was soon the end. Upon learning that the path for protection was completely blocked by fire, Wilson turned pale. The case took a nasty turnover. The agent left the van with a shotgun, mockingly saying that the man was no longer laughing. Pedestrians rushed it all. Entwistle Wilson tried to scare the pursuers and shouted angrily that losers could not get to him. The agent approached the rear door of the car and shot it point blank. The man instinctively twitched. The glass did not even crack. The passenger joyfully showed the agent the middle finger. This glass cannot be broken. The agent's face was distorted with anger. He already wanted to turn the car. The young man's quiet voice was heard from behind. Having removed the agent with a powerful gesture, Susun warned Wilson that he did not intend to play hide-and-seek with him. The man has only 30 seconds to voluntarily leave the car and give up. Wilson clawed his teeth angrily. The young man slowly went to the passenger door, taking the gun on the move with a malevolent smile. When the barrel was poked into impenetrable glass, Entwistle Wilson laughed. He hoped to see a secret weapon, not a lady pistol. After the first shot, nothing happened. The bullet bounced off the glass. The young man smiled when she flew past his neck. Wilson hugged the secretary and laughed, offering to continue to play a cool guy. The girl laughed. Susun was not going to give up. Rounding his knee at the car door, he shot a cartridge behind the cartridge. The young man tried to shoot one point. Despite this, there was not a scratch left on the glass. Suddenly, Wilson with horror noticed that the last bullet was still stuck in the glass. A chat-cowing immediately dispersed from her. The man scaredly covered his face with his hand, as if it could help him. Wilson understood that this was the end. Having received a bullet from a shotgun in the stomach, The man cried out in pain and flew back. The hole in the window has become the size of a head. Susun threw off an empty store and put a new one. He calmly stated that Wilson had 5 seconds left. The man got out through the door from his secretary, calling to help. The young man said that there were 4 seconds left, and V.O. Wilson still did not lose hope of salvation and climbed over the fence into the oncoming lane. When he crossed the road, Susun honestly continued to count seconds. There are only 3 of them. The man did not follow the movement of transport, trying to escape from the killer, and did not notice the massive hood on the right. Entvisel Wilson understood his mistake only a second before his death, only thanks to the roar of Chatson and the dazzling light of the headlights. Susun calmly watched as Ulson's body dragging a yellow body with a yellow body. Everything happened exactly on schedule. The secretary and the driver, who had witnessed the reprisals, and the driver were begging the young man to spare them. They were simply earned. Susun smiled and promised not to touch the innocent. He asked to convey the message to the Wilson. On the same day, the family council was convened. The young man was not interested in who would become the next head of the family. He was ready to meet any of them in battle. The chairman wiped his wet face with a handkerchief and asked to pass through Darknet that the family was ready to give in to the king of the killers. The Mandala at dinner admitted that she would simply demolish the Wilson building. The young man explained that it is more important for him to obtain recognition and not kill all enemies. Both agents turned to him in surprise. It was strange to hear these words from a person whose hands were stained in the blood on his elbows. The Mandala bent down to the young man and slyly asked if he observed precautions, having fun with the princess. Upon learning that Susun was not going to do this, the girl excitedly asked how he could buy for the old man's tricks. The young man drank a little wine and quietly reminded the Mandala one expression that made the girl turn red. Trying to hide her face, she clung to the young man and hugged his hand. Susun asked her to behave decently. Thunder eagerly ate steak from 2 forks at once. At the same time, he managed to make a remark to the girl. The Mandala snorted displeasedly. The young man rang the phone. His face darkened after the first phrase. Susun said he would come soon. He rose from the table, saying that the meal was over. It's time for them to return. The girl asked what happened. Thunder tried to shove a whole steak in his mouth and looked imploringly at the young man, asking him to wait a while. Sushun allowed the man to stay and calmly get everything. They will avenge themselves with Mandala. The agent asked what was the matter. When Gromila heard that Fernandelis would attend the company's meeting, he squeezed his jaw with such force that he had a bite to eat a steak. Near the restaurant it was lively. Girls from the escort did not miss the possibilities and lured them past the passing men. They looked with interest at a large gray SUV which stopped near the institution. The young man with the agents came out. The Mandala asked perplexedly why he stopped, still far from Helios. Several girls flew up to Susuna and surrounded him, hugging his hands. One of them offered a discount of 50%. The guy hugged the reddened Mandala by the shoulders and replied that he already had a girlfriend. The escort Nitsa diverged disappointedly. Susun pointed his finger at Gromila and stated that he was lonely and rich. The man did not immediately understand what happened. The confuses stuck over the agent. Susun went with the Mandala, muttering that he wants a man to have a good rest. When they moved a certain distance, the young man released the shoulders of the agent. He said that it was time to relax a little. Susun only now noticed that the Mandala blushed and asked what happened. She scaredly touched her cheeks and exclaimed that she had a temperature. At the headquarters of the North African Security Company, young people had to behave secretly. Entrance to the territory of the estate was reliably guarded by machine gunners. The Mandala noticed a large group of people in the center of the estate. She realized that this is a great chance to take revenge quickly. Continuing to observe from a tree through binoculars, the girl suggested immediately eliminating their goal. The young man put his hand on her shoulder and replied that it would be too easy death. The breathless thug ran up to them. On his face and neck there were about a dozen lamp prints. The man exclaimed angrily that these were terrible women and nervously wiped his forehead. Susun approvingly raised his thumb up. 40 minutes are not so bad. Gromila muttered that everything was not so. The agent continued to observe the estate. She reported that the banquet began, and asked when they began the operation. At that moment, Niles called the young man. He said that he had fulfilled all his instructions. Susun thanked the man. Having completed the call, the guy said that now you can go. The Mandala asked in surprise what Niles had to do. As soon as 3 young people approached the entrance, the machine gunners blocked their way. One of them severely asked what they needed. Susun smiled good-naturedly, and replied that they had come to the party. Agents behind him retained a neutral expression of faces. The machine gunner said that he had never seen them before. In addition, this is the internal event of the company. Susun smiled condescendingly and told the guards that they did not recognize him, but this is excusable. The guard who had stood before and did not intervene in the conversation screamed in fright as if he remembered something. Putting his hand to the temple, he trumped the young man and greeted him. The second guard looked at his partner perplexedly. Ignoring him, the machine gunner bowed to the guests and let them into the territory of the estate. When they passed, the guard asked who it was. He never met this guy among local officers. He asked his partner if he remembered how their company lost fame. The machine gunner knew that the guilt of this detachment is a deadly blow. The man exclaimed that that detachment was not completely destroyed. 3 managed to survive. Their leader is called Satan. He told a pale partner that that guy is Satan. The machine gunner gave his legs he could not stand. A lot of people gathered at the banquet. The waitress barely managed to offer guests a drink. The young man also took a glass of himself, so as not to attract attention. By this time, the mandala has already managed to evaluate the situation and found the place where Fernandelis is located. It was difficult not to notice him. 3 young girls laughed with might and main at the jokes of 2 successful businessmen. One of the guests in a yellow shirt told his companion of history from life and took a step back with a glass in his hand. Suddenly, he realized that he had encountered a man's shoulder. Wine spilled on a man on the wrist. He turned around angrily and exclaimed that you need to be more careful when you go somewhere. To his surprise, it was the one whom everyone was considered to be dead. He would not confuse this crazy look with anyone. Realizing his oversight, the man threw out the glass and straightened up in front of the officer. He barked loudly and distinctly. This scene attracted the attention of the rest. 2 men were discussing the appearance of Satan at the banquet. Su-sun realized that they could not believe in his return. He smiled condescendingly, saying that he was glad to return. All the mercenaries who were around stood in front of the young man. They shouted a greeting in unison. Fernandelis immediately recognized the person who came to the party. His face darkened. The satellite of the man turned around in surprise. They hugged Suni and Sun. The young man admitted that he was looking for him, but could not find for a long time. The man suggested gathering the best people in his detachment. Su's son suggested that Delis was not happy with his appearance. He mockingly answered, folding his hands on his chest, who does not understand why the deserter who failed the mission came. Su-sun stopped smiling. He looked with hatred at Delis and coldly replied that he was going to kill him. He asked in scared. His companion angrily told the young man that they were not joking with such things. He should apologize. Su-sun pointed to Fernando Delis, saying that 4 years ago a man ambushed for his detachment. He shouted angrily that he, as the head of the company, did not make sense to do this. The man demanded evidence. The audience around quietly began to discuss the behavior of the young man. One of them believed that Satan was mistaken. Delis's interlocutor said displeasedly that it sounds implausible and asked if the guy had evidence. Su-sun defiantly folded his arms over his chest and lazily said that he did not need evidence to kill someone. Fernandelis was angry more and more. This type really decided to spoil his holiday. His companion also did not remain indifferent. He became embittered by Satan's great contribution to the company, but added that you can't kill people just like that. Delis decided to finally finish with the insolent and demanded to arrest the traitor along with his companions. Su's son and the agents immediately took a circular defense. Everyone around put a weapon on the trinity of brave men. The young man looked into the eyes of the closest from the shooters and calmly asked if the guy dared to shoot at him. The machine gunner turned pale. His hands shook. The man apologized in a stabbing voice. He fulfills the task. Satan's face darkened. He attached the phone to his ear and said that he intended to show them all the salute. Hearing the commander's order, the captain of the tank unit reported on complete combat readiness. There were several combat vehicles behind him. At the signal of the captain, the tanks and artillery fired at the estate in which the guests continued to have fun. Some of them noticed many traces of jet shells in the air, but did not immediately understand what it was. The first rocket landed right in the center, spreading colorful tents and tables with food for pieces. Fernandelis fell to the ground, fleeing the shelling. The body of his partner trembled. He closed his head with his hands. Only Su-sun remained standing. One of the bodyguards came running to report the danger at the moment when combat helicopters appeared above the estate. Satan turned to Delis, extending his hand. He recalled that he still wants to kill a man and asked if more evidence was needed. Fernandelis knelt down. His partner got up in surprise, instinctively obscuring his hand from the blow. 2 more men tried to run away from the banquet as quickly as possible. With such power here in a few seconds, everything will turn into ashes. Su-sun took a gun from his bosom and recalled that he did not need evidence for the sake of killing someone. Delis fell in fright to the ground, starting to crawl back. He exclaimed that it was impossible to so easily intimidate people. The man added that Satan would be hated if he shot. At that moment, the bullet flew past his head. A barely noticeable smoke flowed from a young man's pistol. He condescendingly asked what would happen after the shot. The bullet hit Delisa in the edge of the ear. He fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Dews of blood flowed across the face. The man bowed to Satan, begging to spare him. Delis promised to give everything he has. His interlocutor raised his head in surprise. starting to understand that Su-sun was telling the truth about Bossa. Those who were nearby looked at Delis. They could not believe that all this is true. The whole crowd now demanded to kill Fernand Delis. He does not deserve life. Su-sun silently looked at his enemy. He hugged his leg, starting to roar and beg for mercy. Delis recalled how long they served together. The man in a blue suit asked to give time. He will conduct an investigation and give an intelligible answer. The young man's face darkened. He sternly said that his fallen brothers will no longer be useful to intelligible answers. The officer shouted angrily that it was impossible to kill people so simply, and ordered Satan to get out with his partners. Su-sun was not going to obey his orders. He aimed and shot at his enemy. Fernand Delis fell to the ground in front of the affected public. A man in a blue suit took a step back. He was angry more and more. Instead of hinging the matter, he only stirred the anthill, and now everyone knows about it. Su-sun was satisfied. For the successful execution of all points of the mission, the system awarded his driving skills. The young man carelessly threw out the gun and said that he was leaving the estate. Then they will figure it out. The man angrily demanded that Su-sun stop. The young man turned his head perplexedly, asking what else happened. The officer angrily asked if Satan seems to be explained that he needed to explain a lot, and climbed into the inner pocket of his jacket. Su-sun contemptuously turned away from him, calmly answering that he did not think so. The colonel turned red. He aimed at the young man, shouting that you can't just leave. This will mean the declaration of the war of their organization. Su-sun tried to explain that his detachment was much more important than the entire North African company. Without him, they are not a penny. The man shouted angrily that this could not be. He removed the weapon from the fuse and shot. Not a single shot has reached the goal. Su-sun was faster than bullets and calmly evaded them. The young man went to the enemy and grabbed his hand. He cried out from hellish pain piercing his body. Su-sun squeezed his hand so hard that the man dropped the gun. He angrily said that it was not worth shooting at him. The officer scaredly said that the young man still could not live. The king of the killers appeared in the city, so the guy will be eliminated. Su-sun grinned barely noticeably when he heard about himself, and stated that this was rather curious information. The young man leaned towards the man, saying that he would tell him a secret. In fact, he is Satan. In combination, he is a god. The officer was frightened but decided not to give a look. He exclaimed angrily that he would not believe in this nonsense. Su-sun replied that he had no need to lie. If you really want to check, you can contact the Wilson family. 3 fighters slowly moved to the exit. The young man asked to withdraw the mercenaries. The mission has already been completed. The man sat on the ground in surprise. When the agents came closer to the gray car, the mandala pulled out a keychain and turned off the alarm. The headlights obediently flashed. Su-sun was just about to climb the back seat with Gramila, as someone called him. The young man turned to the opponents, opening the door of the SUV, and condescendingly suggested that they wanted to take revenge on Delis. 15 mercenaries lined up in 2 rows. Their commander came forward and said that there would still be few so many fighters. It turned out that they all voluntarily left the North African Security Service and decided to follow Satan. Su-sun smiled and replied that this was not in his competence. The young man was a little disappointed. He hoped for another fight. All the mercenaries unanimously barked loudly that they swear to serve Satan until his death and follow him. Su-sun muttered that it was only a bunch of Bolvanov. The mandala smiled, asking to accept the mercenaries. The young man exclaimed that the state would not allow him to have so many mercenaries. The mandala suggested doing what the heart would tell him. Su-sun sighed heavily and offered the mercenaries to work in a security company since they left the security service. All as one with gratitude lifted up his fists. Several fighters worshipped the new boss with respect. The young man asked the mandala to contact Niels and quickly find a place for a new company. The girl asked in surprise why Su-sun sends both agents and did not go with them. He showed a correspondence with the annoyed Zijin. If he does not return as soon as possible, he will lose his head. He ran away, asking to call if necessary. The mandala said thoughtfully that even the strong have their weaknesses. 2 days have passed. Su-sun returned in a dark evening to his cottage. The light burned in all the windows. Chinju flew after the young men, which was stalked near the wall, and asked in surprise why he did not go through the front door. Su-sun replied that he wanted to make a surprise and tried to open the window. Unfortunately, it also turned out to be closed. The ghost said in displeasure that they never care about him. The young man asked the girl not to whine. She spends the night under his blanket every day. Chinju blushed and admitted that she only hugs him in a dream. Su-sun said this was for the better. He pulled the next window and was surprised to find that it succumbed. It turned out to be a shower window. Su-sun neatly climbed through the window and tipsy on the tiptoe. In the bath, drawn by the curtain, someone splashed. The young man joyfully told himself that he was very lucky. He was wondering which of his girlfriends takes a bath. Suddenly, through the open window, Su-sun heard the voice of both girls. Zijin asked where Yujo saw Svetlyachkov. The young man turned to the window perplexedly. He realized that someone else was taking a bath since both girls outside. The stranger opened the curtain. The room was filled with pair clubs. Su-sun was surprised to see Liao Yu here. The girl blushed instantly. She was very ashamed to appear in front of the boss in naked form. The eyes of Liao Yu were widened with horror. A silent cry froze on her lips. The girl blushed even more. Su-sun immediately moved to the wall, closing his eyes and raising his hands. He vowed to the secretary that he had not seen anything. Suddenly he heard the voices of girlfriends. Zijin asked Yujo why a window opened in a shower. The young man realized that everything was gone. If he is discovered with Liao Yu, nothing will save him from reprisal. Fortunately, the secretary was on the side of the boss. She held out her hand with lightning speed and grabbed him by the scruff, drawing into her bath. Su-sun was very surprised at his salvation. Liao Yu felt embarrassed, so she closed her eyes. The girlfriends immediately approached the window and asked the girl why the shower window was open. Liao Yu looked out from behind the curtain and smiled, explaining that she decided to let in a little fresh air. Su-sun sat either alive nor dead with fear in the bath behind the secretary's feet, and heard every word to his beloved. Zijin closed the window. Yujo reproached their familiar. On her part, it was careless to leave the window on the ground floor open. When the danger passed, the young people sat under the window. Su-sun thanked Liao Yu for helping him. The girl was sitting with a red face with shame. Su-sun asked the secretary how she was in the cottage at all. He remembered that the girl left home. Liao Yu said that the girls invited her to visit, because Su-sunya was gone for a long time. She promised to leave today. The young man waved his hands and explained that the secretary misunderstood everything. He is not going to expel her. Liao Yu asked the boss with hope. She herself did not really want to leave this dear house. Having stumbled, Su-sun said that she could stay. He realized that the atmosphere began to hesitate again. He was better off to leave. Suddenly, Liao Yu rushed to the young man and began to passionately kiss him. Su-sun could not say in surprise. The secretary released the young man and looked into his eyes, panting. The girl blushed after her act. Liao Yu quickly got up and said that she needed to go. Su-sun did not want to let go of the girl and held out his hand. When the secretary had almost passed by the young man, she suddenly felt that he had grabbed her by the wrist. The girl turned to him in surprise. Su-sun explained that this time she took the initiative. The young man got up from the floor, saying that he could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, he would not consider himself a man. That evening, Su-sun never came to Zijin. He was busy with the time with the secretary. When the young man woke up, Liao Yu was sleeping peacefully on his shoulder. Su-sun thoughtfully scratched his head. The young man perfectly understood that the girls would have to talk about this night. Zijin is unlikely to forgive him after that. Having barely woke up, the secretary asked when Su-sun would tell the girls about this. She admitted that she did not want to make her friends painfully and agree to leave if they would not like it. The young man dressed and asked the secretary to keep his mouth on the castle. He himself will talk to the girls and tell them everything. Su-sun slipped out of the girls' bedroom. He knew that the girls were no longer sleeping, and decided to pretend that he had just returned. As soon as the young man turned, he saw Qi-jin standing at the bedroom door. The girl's face darkened. She smiled gloatingly, asking how Su-sun could explain the fact that he had just left Liao Yu's bedroom. Yujo looked out from behind her girlfriend and added that the young man actually returned yesterday. The young man sat on the couch, nervously fingering his fingers. Zijin angrily said that there were few two girlfriends to him. Su-sun sighed depressedly and muttered quietly that he was too carried away. This would not happen again. The girl menacingly asked him to repeat. The young man cried out in dismay when his beloved's leg hit the sofa's back near his shoulder so that everything trembled. Zijin asked to repeat it again. Su-sun hastily shouted that this would never happen again. Yujo spread her arms to the sides, explaining that in fact the girl was angry due to the fact that he spent the night with Liao Yu. The young man rubbed his cheek thoughtfully. He began to guess that no one would kill him today for treason. Zijin sighed. She admitted that she would never have appeared in the house of Yujo if it was not about him. The girl rushed to the young man and furiously shocked him by the shoulders, screaming that tonight would belong to her. Yujo bashfully said that tomorrow there would be her turn. Zijin angrily said that they should have breakfast. Leaving the room, she accidentally hit the door of Liao Yu. The girl cried out in surprise, grabbing her elbow. Bruttered densely. The secretary said that she simply accidentally passed by and did not hear their conversation. Zijin sighed and laid her hand on Liao Yu, asking her sister to call her from that moment. Su-sun could not believe that everything got away with him. Zijin simply accepted the girl into the house and said nothing. Suddenly the young man understood everything. Of course, the beloved cares about him and tries to have more girls. To his misfortune, Zijin heard his thoughts out loud and so hit the chin that the young man dropped a glass of water. A strong wind rose at night, strong rainage interspersed with bright lightning flashes. When Su-sun woke up in the morning, Zijin was still asleep. The young man joyfully thought that one could only dream of such a wife. He remembered that he had not received a quest for a new person for a long time, and demanded that the system extract a new one. Soo-sun received a new task. He had to prove to the world in 5 days that he was worthy to be the king of hackers. The young man grinned. It was much more interesting than getting a ready, made person, as in previous times. Yu-jo entered the room with a glass of berry tea. The young man could not tear himself away from the laptop and asked to leave the drink. The girl put the glass on the edge of the table and asked interestedly what he was busy. Soo-sun did not answer. Yu-jo saw a piece of software code and asked if he could write a code. The young man laughed. This is not quite ordinary code. At this time, the office of a large Starburst Entertainment has a meeting to expand business. The chairman brought the presentation on the screen and suggested that their company could receive 300,000 daily. Suddenly, the image on all 8 screens became blurry. The director suggested that these are just technical problems. On all screens, a silhouette appeared in a dark hood. The meeting participants were very surprised to see the inscription that the king of the hackers visited them. 3 friends in the tram discussed the king of hackers. On all electronic devices, the site gave the same failure. Everywhere there were images of the guy in the hood. When the broadcast was interrupted, the guy said that the stranger had a rather strange nickname. This is clearly a fake. He was wondering how it would end. His girlfriend was reclining on the bed. Everything was the same on her phone. The young man quickly created an account that the king of the hackers demanded and gained access to his page. Soo-sun promised to demonstrate the best hacker techniques, starting from small thefts of numbers to hacking security systems. The young man proudly said that even Starburst Entertainment uses its techniques. The girl was struck by his enchanting voice. Her guy skeptically looked at the screen. He did not believe that the stranger could demonstrate hacking technologies. Most users also did not believe the king of the hackers and offered to at least block someone's account. Soo-sun smiled smugly. If he is so politely asked, you cannot refuse. His fingers ran around the keyboard. Ignoring the mockery in the chat, the young man said that he would now unlock 15 accounts. He fulfilled the promise. The chat was filled with messages from users confirming his words. On the monitors of Starburst Entertainment, an image of a guy drinking water appeared. The chairman asked what was happening. He turned to the equipment, angrily demanding that their old banner of the site instead of this disgrace. The man guiltily began to delve into the laptop, promising to return everything back, and referred to technical problems. The screen remained the same. The chairman again turned to the equipment, angrily asking what the problem was. At the technique, sweat began to flow in the face. He was forced to admit that he could not do anything. Someone changed permission. The chairman angrily slapped his hand over the table and ordered to contact the department. This number must be blocked. The chief administrator just decided to arrange a snack and eagerly dug into a hamburger. At that moment, the phone rang. The man immediately laid out the bitten hamburger on the table and politely replied that the technical department is in touch. As soon as the technician found out that some guy made an attack on their system, he promised to check in surprise. Yu-jo saw that Soo-sun was just sitting and looking at the monitor. To her question, the young man replied that cannon meat was waiting. He grinned and called the girl, inviting her to look at the screen herself. Yu-jo went to the table with interest. Chat users gloated when the moderator appeared. The fingers of Soo-sun frantically ran along the keyboard. He promised to block the moderator. The technician took the unfinished hamburger and laughed. Some celebrities on the web sometimes fantasize too much. Suddenly, a screensaver with the king of hackers and a red inscription with a notice of blocking of the account appeared on his screen. The moderator angrily hit the keyboard with his fist, crying out that this simply cannot be. This news angered the chairman even stronger. He slapped his palm on the table, suggesting that the administrators lost their rights. The secretary came to his office with reports. The girl was worried that that guy is a real professional. The chairman demanded that the programmers immediately return the rights to the administrators. Otherwise, they can all end. Users were surprised that the hacker was still online. It turned out that he really blocked the moderator. Having received several gifts, Soo-sun proudly stated that he did not need them. He can reveal any secrets. Techniques tried to restore access. One of them excitedly said that users have published a list of wishes. 5 men went into the room with a quick step. They demanded everyone to step aside and give the opportunity to work. Employees watched the creators of the site through the window in the corridor. They knew that now you could breathe a sigh of relief. Soo-sun examined the developers with interest. He understood that it would be a little harder to cope with them. To their misfortune, this time the enemy surpasses their strength. Nobody coped with the king of the hackers. All 5 men were sitting behind laptops in a large hall. They were forced to admit that it would be difficult to return access. One of the administrators tiredly put glasses on the table. The chairman asked why his laptop broke. The men's hands were trembling. He quietly admitted that the hacker is too strong and remotely gains access to their computers. The chairman's face darkened, his patience ended. The man demanded that the secretary call the police. Su-sun, meanwhile, lazily leafed through the chat. Users asked the hacker not to do anything illegal. The young man broke away from the monitor and told himself that it was time to get down to business. People need to show their strength. Yujo thoughtfully offered to implement some stateside. There are clearly a lot of secrets. Su-sun admitted that this is a good thought. He smiled barely noticeably and said that he would do it. On that day, the entire building of the Intelligence Service of China tangled the tricks of the king of hackers. When troubles began, 2 employees from the security service rushed along the corridor, demanding that they immediately disconnect from the network. The man ran to the shield door and entered the password. To his surprise, someone blocked access. The director of the department was sitting in the office for a laptop. He received reports on hacked data every minute. In addition, the attacker calmly gained access to the main server and downloaded hundreds of gigabytes of data. Su-sun casually told users that he downloaded several important files to the forum with total access. He was a little tired of playing the king of hackers. The young man turned off the computer to return to real life. Users in a computer club shared their finds. The hacker really posted secret files. Su-sun sat on the sofa and stretched sweetly. Yujo approached him, noticing that she had not noticed before such abilities. The young man took advantage of the moment and grabbed the interlocutor by the hand. He jerked the girl at himself, so Yujo lost her balance. She fell right on the young man. Su-sun hinted that he was free at the moment. They can have fun. As luck would have it, it was at that moment that the young man, lying on the table next to the sofa, rang loudly. Su-sun reached out after him. Yujo was sitting next to her knees, sludge from discontent. The young man angrily asked what was the matter. Lee manager Tao was glad that he was able to get through the first time. He exclaimed excitedly that he had to urgently come to the office. The face of Sushunya darkened. He realized that the fun would have to be postponed. The young man rushed to the office of his company Qingyun, and from the threshold loudly demanded to explain what happened. Li Tao sat on a chair near the boss and said that he wanted to invite a local singer in honor of the decade of the company. He showed a large photograph of Van Tin Feng, captured by the microphone, and said that the contract has already been signed. Unfortunately, the singer cut his finger and was hospitalized. Li Tao closed his eyes and asked if they could transfer the celebration of the anniversary. Su-shun and Yujo froze in surprise. No one will go to the hospital because of the trifling scratch. The man handed the boss the telephone and offered himself to see what happened to their singer. It turned out that Tin Feng really posted a post from the hospital ward with a bandaged finger. Su-sunri read the comments. He could not believe that an ordinary cut was turned into a complex disease. Li Tao said that he contacted the singer's agent. If Tin Feng is injured, they will have to pay extra 200 yuan. The young man laughed, noting that they should break the contract. The singer is paid only for the performance of songs. Su-sun said they would replace the performer. The man, worriedly, said that this is the most famous singer Shining Star Entertainment. The young man dismissed angrily. This company will not do much harm. There is nothing wrong with replacing the contract. Li Tao took the phone to contact the singer agent. Su-sun asked Ma Xiaoping to come to his office. 40 minutes later, a woman with a quick step entered the office, apologizing to Li Tao for being late because of traffic jams on the road. The man got up from his chair and impatiently beckoned the visitor to him. He said that he would like to immediately get down to business. The agent settled on the couch opposite Li Tao. She was convinced that the conversation would be about the increase in the fee singer. Su-sun politely explained that he was misunderstood. In fact, the company wants to break the contract. Xiaoping could not believe it and asked for a stunned way several times whether they really intend to break the contract. From anger, a woman darkened her face. The agent angrily asked whether the young man would have a report. What will be the consequences? Su-sun casually stated that he was not going to carry the company's anniversary because of some artist. Xiaoping smiled and said that Tin Feng was on a good relationship with the chairman of the company. The young man closed his eyes indifferently, thanking the reminder. He is not going to change his decision. The agent angrily rose a jerk from the couch, demanding to prepare the necessary documents and deliver it to it. When Xiaoping had already approached the door, Su-sun asked to linger for a short while. He suggested that the woman misunderstood him. The agent smiled gloatingly. She used to believe that Su-sun was not afraid of their company, but now she realized that this was not so. Ma Xiaoping turned her head with displeasure and replied that she could not waste time. She had a lot to do. The young man recalled that the company itself announced the postponement of the performance. It is impossible to blame him for violation of the contract. Xiaoping turned red. She grinned angrily through her teeth that Susunya learned a lot today and thanks. The woman quickly left the office, almost releasing the bag out of her hand, and exclaimed displeasedly that this was not all. Li Tao said worriedly that they could really have problems. Xiaoping has ties in the company. Su-sun angrily stated that now he had become a little smarter. In this battle with Shining Star, he will win his victory. Xiaoping came to the hospital and said that their contract was broken. Tin Feng exclaimed that he would have to return the money. The young man squeezed his fist angrily, saying that he did not intend to endure it. He demanded that the agent deal with this. The woman suggested telling about Qingyun International on the web. Evil fame will play a role. He hugged Xiaoping and pulled her to him. Having kissed the agent, Tin Feng said that he loves her very much. The girl rose from the chair and hugged the patient, with sadly saying that only love for her alone. Tin Feng smiled and pulled his beloved to him, taking her hand and hugging her waist. Xiaoping had to move to the bunk. Turning the girl on her back, the singer pressed her wrists with his hands and admitted that he missed her. Xiaoping blushed. A few hours later, Liao Yu came running to the boss, concerned that that company laid out another post. The young man, along with friends, got acquainted with the publication. The secretary angrily stated that it was just disgusting. Tin Feng apologized to the fans for the breakdown of the performance due to the dangerous scene of cleansing apples and accused Qin Yun of this company. Jui Zhou asked, bewildered, when the cleaning of apples managed to turn into a dangerous lesson. Zijin was also indignant. Liao Yu suggested responding to the post and clarify everything. If this continues, their reputation may fall even more. Su Sun smiled and told the secretary that he should not rush. Once they decided to play in a large way, he will fight to the end. The young man immediately called Li Suna, who served as director of Shining Star Entertainment. The girls were waiting with interest how it would end. Su Sun introduced himself to the interlocutor. He had a good foreboding. The young man smiled at himself and turned the pencil in his hand. Li Sun was just sitting at a table with two beautiful girls and drank wine. The man suggested that he was called about Tin Feng. The young man said in displeasure that their singer had damaged their reputation. It was time to put him in place. Li Sun smiled gloatingly and politely replied that in that publication, he did not see anything against Qin Yun. Su Sun realized that something was unclean here and asked if Mr. Liu had something against his company. The man stopped smiling and answered angrily that it was impossible to scatter words. There should be evidence to everything. He added displeasedly that, as an exception, he was ready to give a free lesson if he is asked for it. Su Sun did not listen to him and ended the call, and then angrily threw the phone on the table. Zijin asked what the young man would do next. Su Sun said that he seemed suspicious in touch of a major businessman and singer. He activated the console and quickly began to type the program code that would help to find vulnerability on the network. Yu Zhou was the first to guess that Su Sun wanted to hack the phones of Tin Feng and Xiaoping to search for personal information. The singer at that moment just sent a message to Xiaoping and casually threw the phone on the bed. According to the photographs, 4 friends immediately realized what Tin Feng and his agent are connecting. In addition, the guy was sure that her husband was better than her husband. The girls turned red. Zijin indignantly said that they have a solid difference in age. This is unacceptable. Su Sun was glad that the husband of Xiaoping did not suspect anything. It can become a catalyst for conflict. The man at that moment just finished training in the gym and wiped his wet face. A notification came to his phone. Seeing a message from his wife, who offered to look at her with Tin Fan, the annoyed husband immediately called the singer. Zijin smiled and said that it was rather cruel. The young man gloatingly asked why she thinks so. He smiled and said that he did not see anything wrong with people to have fun a little in a narrow circle. The information received about the personal life of Tin Feng was so terrible that the embarrassed Zijin screamed for the whole cottage that he wants to forget this. Su Sun gloomily looked at the screen. Yu Zhou recalled that in some interviews Tin Feng met strange phrases. Now everything has become clear. The frame was the president of ShingStar Entertainment and the singer. They were under the blanket. Su Sun thoughtfully said that this was not only about that. It turned out from the correspondence that Tin Feng tried to seduce several actresses. Seeing the guy's correspondence, Zijin frowned and exclaimed that it was simply outrageous. Liao Yu calmly looked at the laptop screen and asked what boss intended to do with all this. Su Sun said that he could not be a loser and is obliged to share with everyone. He poured all the received data on the server. The young man asked to find reporters who work with Qin Yun and send them to the Tin Feng chamber with equipment. Users were happy with the emerging news that appeared. The brunette cried out in surprise. In another apartment, the guy asked his girlfriend to go to Weibo. Someone has serious problems. Su Sun laid out the same ill-fated frame with 2 men, cutting it in the form of a heart. So the fans of the singer began to turn away from him. Tin Feng himself did not suspect anything about it, and calmly indulged in the joys in his ward with his mistress. Xiaoping embarrassedly pressed against him and reported problems in Qinyun. The singer proudly replied that they themselves were to blame. The woman gently ran her fingers over his chest and admitted that Tin Feng was really a master of her craft. Suddenly, the door of the chamber opened with a roar, almost flew off the hinges after a heavy boot. An angry husband of Xiaoping appeared on the threshold. He ran into the ward, threateningly waving a baseball bat. Both lovers were surprised by such a strange coincidence. Xiaoping asked what he was doing here. The man ran to the hospital bed and shouted that he would kill both of them. The agent frightened her face in fright. Journalists shot everything that was happening through the open door of the chamber. They heard perfectly the pleading cries of lovers. Huge cones immediately grew on their heads. The beaten singer extendfully held out his hand and asked not to beat him in the face anymore. Lee's son at that time was sitting on the couch, hugging the girls. A breathless guy ran into the room and said that they had a problem. The man shouted angrily that there was no need to bother him on trifles. The young man invited him to go to Weibo and see himself. The chairman looked incredulously at the guy and went to the site. All headlines touched Tin Feng and his boss. Lee's son cried out irritably that this was all a lie. Someone deliberately dissolves bad rumors about him. The young man said that this is not all. The public relations department of Qin Yun publicly spoke about the conflict with Tin Fan. The chairman darkened, seeing that all the fans of the singer had now doused his company with mud. When the phone rang, Lee Sun quickly picked up the phone and irritably asked who was calling. Su Sun smiled and called himself. He joyfully said that he learned a lot of interesting things about the company for a small period of time. The chairman shouted into the phone, spraying with saliva that Su Sun was to blame for this. The young man smiled. He asked what would happen now. Lee Sun angrily yelled that he was wandering with a guy as soon as he manages to deal with all this. Su Sun firmly stated that he could not allow him to deal with the scandal. Now he will act straight. The chairman understood that this was not just a threat. He got up from the couch and offered not to destroy his career because of a trifle. Su Sun recalled that he suffered long enough and was extremely polite in communication with representatives of the company. Reading the correspondence of the chairman, he thoughtfully said that he was regarding disrespect for himself as an insult. The young man was breaking his fingers on the table, saying that he had been flattered all his life, so it is not necessary to do this now. Lee Sun took his head when he realized that Su Sun was able to find a lot of compromising materials on him. The young man laughed and said that times are changing rapidly. This time, a newcomer in business is ready to share a free advice. The chairman realized that the interlocutor was simply mocking him and shouted angrily that he would still deal with this. Lee Sun irritably threw the phone on the table, breaking it and overturning 2 glasses with red wine. In the evening, Su Sun took off his t-shirt, preparing for a trip to the shower. Chinju said that the company Lee Suna recognized tax evasion. The young man wrapped himself in a towel, listening to the ghost with curiosity. The girl said that the company agreed to the investigation. Chinju angrily recalled that Qin Yun has not yet received an apology from Shining Star. In addition, the company immediately suspected that the hacker is one of Qin Yun's employees. The girl handed Sunasunya a telephone and said that many users also talk about this on the web. The young man carelessly threw the ghost on his palm and said that this was all nonsense. The company was simply trying to survive. He opened the shower door, saying that tomorrow he would personally go to the Shining Star office with a small gift. Chinju caught up with the guy and hugged, embarrassedly saying that she also wanted a gift. Susun froze in place. The girl hinted that this is the same gift that 3 of his girlfriends have. Susun frightenedly exclaimed that he would never do it. Chinju pushed the guy to the shower, saying that she would go with him. He tried to cling to the door. The girl said not to be shy. Sushun shut his eyes dejectedly. He realized that there was nowhere to go. The next morning, one of the deputies with a report on an attack on the server went to the department director. He said that the hacker was discovered. Director E turned to a young man with an interest. After yesterday, he wanted to catch the offender. The young man handed over the report and said that he was suspected of a connection between King Hackers and the director of Qin Yun. The man fluently flipped through the report, nodding his head thoughtfully, and asked to plan a trip to the office for tomorrow. Director E took the place offered to him at the coffee table opposite Susunya. The men greeted. The guest introduced himself. It was strange to him that the young man did not know about his existence before. Susun cut off his strange speech and asked why Director E grabbed his office. The man said that he wanted to talk about the King of Hackers and asked if it was convenient to talk about it. The young man smiled. He had nothing against it. Director E said that it would be better. They will immediately get down to business. Looking at the interlocutor intently, the man smiled barely noticeably and said that Susun was the king of the hackers. The young man did not betray himself with a gesture or a look. The director could only guess what he was thinking about. Susun asked in surprise where such suspicions come from. That hacker is too cool. He is very far from him. The man patiently said that he received information about the king of hackers. It was hired by Qin Yun. The young man waved his hand understandingly. He realized that the director of E has in mind yesterday's scandal with Shining Star. Susun dejectedly admitted that the conflict really took place. He could not even think that Lee Sun would say so about him. Director equalized why the young man agreed to support the conversation if he was not connected with the king of the hackers. Susun was innocently replied that the director looked confident and wanted to talk about it anyway. The man raised his head in surprise. The young man was really right in this. He came precisely for the conversation about the hacker. Susun said that he could not refuse this topic, otherwise the director of E could have calculated that he was evading from the conversation. The young man added that he is not the king of hackers and has nothing to do with him. He simply answered questions. Susun knew that he had acted correctly. Thus, he took away all the suspicions. Director E thought. He drank a little coffee from a glass and scrolled their conversation in his head. The guy's behavior really seemed sincere. The man decided to ask again if Susun is familiar with the king of hackers. He replied that he did not know such a self-confident person. If the type has invaded Shining Star Entertainment, this is just a fatal coincidence. He is improper to this. Director E sincerely apologized for his ridiculous suspicions and insults. The young man waved his hands. He understands everything perfectly. The man rose from the couch and bowed, saying that in this case he had nothing more to do here. Susun waved a goodbye to the visitor and offered to call him if something else was needed. Chinju slipped around the corner and stated that the Director E could seriously be surprised if his information was confirmed. Susun said that the man would be amazed, like her now. The young man quickly pinched the ghost by the cheek. She cried out angrily. To the surprise of the young man, the girl did not fight, but flew up and kissed him on the cheek. Sushun turned thickly. Hearing that Liao Yu entered the office with a report, both shuddered in fright. The young man did not expect that the secretary would take him by surprise. Chinju flew to the side and screamed angrily, which always interferes at the most inopportune moment. Liao Yu noticed that Susun looks rather strange. The young man turned away and said that everything was fine. He asked how the Shining Star Entertainment is going. The girl said that their directors scold everything. The company is ending. Susun joyfully suggested that in this case, tens of thousands of people can be left without work. He will be able to buy a company for nothing, and at the same time, will help employees with employment. The news spread quickly. One of the residents of the city came running to her friend and boasted the new publication of Qin Yun. She was very glad to find out that Susun was ready to provide the work of all Shining Star Entertainment employees, despite the conflict. Representatives of large companies were indignant, learning that Susun was ready to forget about his offense in order to save employees. A bald man thoughtfully said that the young man successfully foresaw everything. No one will be able to repeat this more. A woman from a large media group warned her colleagues that today they received a lesson. Susunu should not cross the road. Upon learning that Susun openly offered to buy his company, Lee Sun angrily threw a glass of water to the floor. The assistant approached him with a tablet and opened the contract sent, offering a man to see himself. The shoulders of Lee Suna were trembling. He muttered angrily that the young man himself brought the company to such a state, and now he is building himself as a hero. The man could not believe that everyone around began to criticize his leadership and openly thank Susun. Because of all this, Lee Sun became so bad that he began to tear blood. The assistant asked what was shaking. The man angrily replied that Qin Yun would never receive Shining Star, even if you have to declare bankruptcy. At that moment, the doors of his office swung open. 2 police officers appeared on the threshold. Having presented an official certificate, one of them listed Lee Sun to a list of his crimes and asked to follow them. The man dutifully extended his arms forward. Metal bracelets of handcuffs immediately clicked on his wrists. The escorts led the president from the office. Lee Sun realized that it was all over. He could not even declare the company bankrupt. Passing along the corridor, the man lifted his head up and screamed at the top of his voice, "Which curses Susunya?" Dozens of reporters were already waiting for him from the outside and at a dimensional asked about the purchase of the company. It only angered a man even more. Susun was nearby and watched the arrest of a man. He was convinced that Lee Suna could no longer get out of scandals. The young man called Li Tao and asked to quickly complete the process of buying Shining Star. King of the Hackers quickly won the location of the public. One of the local bloggers on his stream was surprised that the hacker does not make itself felt. The man sitting in his office looked absently at the monitor. The King of the Hackers was called the most interesting streamer. Others watched the same broadcast. One of the users suggested that the hacker is involved in the events in Shining Star. The director of E managed to smoke a quarter of a pack of cigarettes during the morning and ordered the assistant to start work as soon as the King of the Hackers. When Susun began to open his eyes, Chinju peacefully slept on his chest with a blissful smile. The young man raised a jerk, dropping a ghost. She cried out in surprise, catching her hand behind his neck. Chinju continued to lie with her eyes closed. Susun smiled barely noticeably and asked not to pretend she no longer sleeps. The girl blushed and turned away, muttering that she was embarrassed. Susun laughed. Yesterday everything was different. Chinju flew up to him and closed her mouth with her hand, angrily demanding not to talk about it. Susun carefully removed her hand and said that it was time to start the broadcast of the King of the Hackers. Chinju smiled understandingly. In one of the apartments, the girl looked at the phone and exclaimed that the hacker was already on the air. Her boyfriend had long been sitting behind a laptop and headphones and waited for this moment. Su-sun thanked everyone for the gifts and showed personal correspondence. One of the users provoked him to hack his country. The young man said that he had nothing against and would make a hack. Chinju stared displeasedly at the screen. A few minutes later, a panic began in the main office of a state-owned company. Techniques could not eliminate copying their data. Su-sun raised his thumb up and casually said that he had put some information on the forum. The girl sitting on the bed asked her friend in surprise how that guy could receive confidential information. The man in the office grabbed his head in horror. If this is really true, his company came to an end. Chinju laughed. She first heard such a funny request. Su-sun smiled and replied that he simply fulfilled the user's desire. At that moment, he received a message from Director E. The man directly invited him to work in Hong Kong to the security service. He bewildered that he contacted him yesterday for the sake of work. Chinju asked in surprise what happened. The young man spoke about her yesterday's conversation with the Director of E. She asked how Su-sun intends to do. He replied that he was going to politely refuse. It is better to be free and not limit yourself to anything. Su-sun quickly sketched the text of the message, but still for a few seconds he doubted whether it was worth sending it. Having received a message, the Director of E nervously lit a cigarette. He did not understand why this guy was satisfied with the status of an ordinary streamer. The assistant showed his laptop. It turned out that the king of the hackers blocked messages. They could not answer him. The man demanded that the administration immediately report this and notify him when the answer appeared. On the same day, the hacker was mentioned in news reports around the world. Millions of users asked him about the services. King Hackers asked not to insult him with money. He can easily get them from any bank in the world. Some students, even in the classroom, enthusiastically monitored the broadcasts of the young man, forgetting where they were. One guy on the sports ground asked if he took a hacker of students to him. He has a couple of girls in mind. Su-sun spread his arms to the sides and said that all the information would be in the public domain while humanitarian aid is supplied to the poor areas. He received a new system notification. For completing the assignment, Su-sun received hacking skills forever. The young man was pleased. The mission was finally fulfilled. Now you can return to other matters. Chat users did not stop sending gifts. Su-sun thanked all users for support. A red rocket flew across the screen. It was a special gift. The young man raised his finger and admitted that this was his last broadcast. 3 guys who were traveling in the tram and holding onto the upper handles asked him to stay and not leave. Su-sun promised to transfer all the money that he received to charity and said goodbye to the audience. Having completed the broadcast, the young man closed the laptop and sighed tiredly. Only now he will be able to relax a bit. Chinju lay her elbows on a laptop and smiled embarrassedly, saying that now they could continue. Su-sun raised his head in surprise. The girl in anticipation licked and began to slowly take off her clothes. The young man mentally begged the ghost to stop. Fortunately, Liao Yu's secretary ran into the room and screamed from the threshold that something was terrible. Chinju angrily fell to her knees, shaking the air with his fists. Liao Yu did not come for the first time at the wrong time. Su-sun made a Chinju sign step aside and suggested that the secretary needs to sign important papers. Liao Yu said that a relative of Yu Zhou was in the house. They are now quarreling on the ground floor of the cottage. The young man rose in surprise from the table and asked what was happening. Yu Zhou never talked about her relatives. Liao Yu grabbed the boss's hand and dragged him, saying that there was no time left for explanations. Su-sun was perplexedly descended the stairs to the first floor. The secretary hastily walked in front of him. On the ground floor, exclamations were really heard. The young man shouted that it was simply unacceptable. Yan Yulin grabbed the girl by the hand, demanding to return with him. Yu Zhou scattered that she would not return. The man commanded to call the villain who fascinated his sister. Su-sun quietly coughed behind him. As soon as the young man saw Su-sunya, he immediately smiled and was politely introduced himself. He arrived here because of the harmful sister. The owner gloatingly repeated his offensive words and suggested that Yulin had in mind his person. He waved his hands good-naturedly and apologized. It turned out by accident. The man added that his sister in this house causes a lot of trouble. Yu Zhou ran to the young man, calling him a master, and offered a glass of water. Yulin froze in surprise. Su-sun thanked the girl and took a cup. The man asked in amazement how Yu Zhou called him. She replied in bewilderment that she called the master and asked her brother that she was embarrassing him. Su-sun hugged the girl by the shoulders. Yulin absent-mindedly replied that everything was fine. In fact, he could not understand why his sister did not offer water or at least sit down. Su-sun seemed to read the man's thoughts and invited him to sit down. The young man asked Yu Zhou to pour water to his brother. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that in fact, Yulin did not want to drink water. The man became furious and shouted angrily, waving his fists that thirst for a long time. Su-sun asked the girl to leave him with a man alone. They need to talk about something. Yu Zhou waved her brother and left. Yulin could not believe that this was the same naughty sister. He asked in surprise how the young man managed to restore her. The man saw that they had mutual sympathy, so there is nothing to do here. Su-sun admitted that he did nothing. Everything that happened on the initiative of the girl herself. Yulin puzzledly scratched his stomach with an index finger. It was little like the behavior of Yu-jo. The interlocutors were sitting opposite. The young man smugly suggested that the whole thing is in his unearthly beauty. Yulin was even more surprised. Yu-jo came to the kitchen to get hot water. Near the cooler, Liao Yu carefully asked the girl if the boss may have problems. She laughed. Yulin himself understands that it is better not to quarrel with the boss of Qinyun, but to make friends with him. Men approached Yu-jo. Yulin was warmly said goodbye to his sister, saying that he did not want to be late on the plane. He asked to carefully monitor health during entertainment so as not to injure. The girl blushed thickly and squeezed her fists. Men said goodbye to each other. Yulin asked Yan's family if their help was needed. The next morning, the young man woke up when the sun began to break through the window. Next to him lay Liao Yu and Yu-jo. Su-shun opened his eyes and remembered that today is the next day of choosing a new personality. The young man demanded that the system extract his new personality. The 8th specialization was the villain. The system provided a frame for familiarization, on which the young man frowned in a bar with karaoke. The next frame was captured by a guy in clothes from a second hand, who bought a house for himself. Having familiarized himself with the requirements of the system, Su-sun smiled. This business was much more interesting than the previous ones. The young man looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. He was to find the protagonist, but the system did not provide any tips. Several dozen journalists were invited to the press conference of Qinyun. Su-sun made a speech, briefly talking about his achievements and plans for the future. The young man asked to ask questions. In the hall, there were applause. From the first row reached out the forest of hands. Su-sun ignored them and suggested first to give the floor to reporters. The reporter thanked for the opportunity to speak and asked if the young man would buy Shining Star Entertainment. Su-sun said that these are different companies. He himself creates films and TV shows. The second corporation is engaged only in actors. The second journalist slyly asked what was connecting the young man and beautiful girls who can often be found next to him. Su-sun recalled that he initially asked not to ask questions that are not related to Shining Star. The man said that the young man avoids an answer. He asked if this means that Su-sun consists with them in obscene relationships. The young man impartially called the guard and asked the journalist to lead the journalist to the exit. Seeing 2 tall men near his table, the reporter hurriedly left for him and missed them. Li Hu and his partner silently dragged the correspondent to the exit. He indignantly exclaimed that the journalist had the right to ask questions. Su-sun apologized to the hall for the inconvenience and said that they could continue the press conference. Immediately, questions rained down. One of the journalists asked how the selection of actors for films and TV shows takes place. The guards dragged the unlucky reporter out into the street and threw him out of the building. The man rose to his knees and threatened, turning around, that he would still show all this company. Li Hu quickly approached him and broke his hand behind his back, demanding to leave his things in the territory. The journalist could not understand what was required of him. Li Hu looked demanding at the intractable correspondent. Pressing the journalist's throat with his left hand, the bodyguard with his left hand grabbed a voice recorder from his pocket. Li Hu broke the device, holding it in a fist, and pushed the correspondent in the back. The man cursed. When the press conference ended, Su-sun called Hu to his office and asked to find out more about that journalist. The young man recalled that until this day he had no clockwork in the search for the main villain. This incident seemed strange to him. Liao Yu suggested that competitors could send this journalist. In any case, their plan was revealed. The young man smiled. He was inclined to the fact that it was a check from the enemy or an attempt to provoke a conflict. He thoughtfully said that he finds it difficult to name at least one enemy to whom such an idea could have occurred. Having scratched his chin, Su-sun said that he was good at everyone. Liao Yu angrily thought that he simply did not remember all his enemies. Li Hu entered the office with a report and said that he was able to get information about the journalist Provocate. The man admitted that he could not continue the investigation. Someone covers the journalist. Su-sun realized that it was not a simple reporter. He asked the bodyguard to tell in more detail about the media group and the leadership of the company Jiangzhou. Li Hu only knew that the head of the company was very powerful, but he suggested that Annie Nantan could tell more. That evening, Su-sun came to the parents of Zijin. The girl angrily stated that he did not remember her for a long time. The head of the family heard a familiar voice and suggested that the young man come in. Zijin had to let the guest let in. The man asked what Su-sun came with. The young man honestly replied that he had come to the girl and asked him about something. The young man asked whether he knew anything about the business association of Zanlun. Nantan was very surprised that the guy was asking about it. He moved to the guest and angrily asked how Su-sun knows about them. He admitted that he quarreled a little with their representative. The man took his head and shouted angrily that Qin Yun could not boast of such a force. Zijin listened with interest to the conversation, passing by. Susun explained that they were the first to start at his press conferences. Nantan thoughtfully said that there may be problems. The young man asked how the Sanlun Association arose in general. Nantan recalled a group of men with elite credit cards of the Golden Dragon. Closing his eyes, he began to talk about them. The man saw that Susun thought, and promised to introduce him to one person to solve the issue. The young man was immediately amused, and suggested that Nantan is familiar with someone from that association personally. The man smiled. The man of his profession quickly overgrows with useful acquaintances. Susun joyfully raised his thumb up. Nantan led the young man to the two-story house of the head of the Tianchen Corporation. Susun realized that Chen Gong is also a member of the association. Before calling the doorbell, the man warned that they came for Li Jiaofeng's birthday. You need to behave courteously. The son-in-law of the head of the corporation, A Feng, immediately opened the door and froze in surprise, seeing the famous person on the threshold. Susun asked whether they introduced them to each other. The guy smiled. Everyone knows the name of Qin Yun. An angry voice asked why Yi Feng opened the door for so long. He invited the guests to go inside. When Yi Feng went a little forward, Nantan quietly said that Yi Feng would marry the second daughter of Chang'un. The man proudly walked forward without waiting for the guests. Nantan said that they do not like this guy here. He lives at the expense of others. Several people were sitting in the living room at the table. A woman in a yellow dress was sitting near A Feng. She turned around with interest. Susun was surprised to recognize in her a schoolteacher, Liu Yun. She also immediately recognized the guest. Changong cordially greeted Nantania and invited him to sit down. The birthday girl said that they would give dinner soon. Turning to the young man, the chairman smiled and exclaimed that he had to immediately recognize the young and talented director of Qin Yun. Xiaofeng said in surprise that she finally met him. Even she heard a lot about the popular personality. Susun thanked the hosts for the warm welcome. He handed the woman a bag and said that he had a small gift. The woman smiled embarrassedly, answering that there was no need to do this. She was already inconvenient to stand next to boss Qin Yun. Daughter Gun Chung asked to open a gift. She said that many would be interested to look at him. Xiaofeng did not know what to do. Susun said that there is nothing special, but you can open it to show the rest. The woman leaned with a bag above the coffee table. Guests surrounded with interest by Xiaofeng. In a small box on red velvet, a jade bracelet shone. The birthday girl said admiringly that it was very beautiful. She joyfully pressed the bracelet to her cheek, dreaming of how Mr. Su could become her son-in-law instead of Darmota Fan. The girl recalled that her mother has a birthday today and asked if he prepared a gift, A Feng. The man did not even turn to her. He calmly drank a little water from a glass, pretending that he did not hear. All guests stared at A Feng. The guy sat in the far corner of the sofa, not paying attention to anyone. Xiaofeng contemptuously stated that she did not expect a gift from him. She angrily demanded to quickly find a job. Susun, from the corner of his eye, noticed a man to his right. He immediately drew attention to a deep, wise look. The young man started up. He had an unexpected thought that this man could be the very main character. One of the sofas was launched closer to the table. A birthday girl and guests were put on him. The girl asked Yifeng why he was silent. She said that it is not necessary to give expensive gifts, like Susun. It is enough just to show a little respect. The young man became uncomfortable that he was compared with Yifeng. He mentally begged not to get him into family affairs. Changong could not stand it and angrily extended his hand, loudly demanding that everyone immediately shut up. A guy with a girl who condemned Yifeng's behavior immediately became quiet. They understood that the father was right. The chairman said in displeasure that it was not worth turning the holiday into a laughing stock just because Yifeng did not bring a gift. The guy put the glass on the table and with a smile asked why they decided that he did not bring a gift. Yifeng got up from the couch. Susun was staring at him, realizing that something would happen now. The guy went to his mother and congratulated her on his birthday, opening a small case with a jade pendant inside. Xiaofeng stunned. She did not expect to get such a beautiful and valuable gift from her son-in-law. The young man was glad that he was able to impress. He stated that the gift is no worse than a jade bracelet. Susun tried to remain calm, but in fact he mentally insulted the guy with obscene gestures. Before that, the girl looked contemptuously at A Feng, folding her arms over her chest. She could not believe that the young man had prepared a gift. Su Shun was closely watching A Feng. It seemed to him that the manner of behavior of the guy is suitable for the hero who needs to be found. Susun decided to find an opportunity to access the memories of Yifeng to make sure of this. The girl shouted indignantly that this could not be. Most likely, this is just a fake. The guests rustled, suggesting that the poor guy could not buy this thing. It was better not to wear it in public. Xiaofeng threw the box in Yifeng with discontent and demanded that he plan to explain immediately. The young man deftly caught a precious case and in a calm tone explained that this was not a fake. Liu Yun looked at him with interest. She demanded to stop putting everyone in the laughingstock. Yifeng, in the same calm tone, asked to believe his words. Su Shun got up from the couch and told the teacher, smiling that he was a little versed in nephritis and can help. He touched the shoulder of Yifeng, activating a clear vision, and asked if he could look at the gift. Su Sun, in the memoirs of the guy, saw his conversation with a subordinate. It turned out that Yifeng was his nephew, Li Sun. Yifeng in that conversation was an assistant that Su Sun was destroying everything. He had a photograph of the enemy on his knees. Having angrily stepped on the photo, the man demanded to contact the Jiangzhou Association and send someone to a press conference. The visions disappeared when Yifeng politely removed the young man's hand from his shoulder. The man said he hopes for a fair assessment. Su Sun held out his hand behind the case. The young man's face darkened when he realized that Yifeng was the president of the Sanglong Association. In addition, now it became clear that the incident at the conference was revenge for the arrest of Li Sun. Yifeng himself is involved in the criminal activity of Shining Star. Su Sun opened the case and saw a jade pendant. He continued to think that he still found the protagonist. The daughter of Chang'un smiled and impatiently asked the young man if he considers a jade pendant to be a real. Su Sun removed the pendant from the case and told the man that it was wrong to give a fake on his part. Yifeng said that Su Sun was mistaken. He gloated in his soul. The head of Qin Yun cannot distinguish a jade pendant from a fake. Su Sun squeezed the pendant in his hand and stated that he could easily break it. This item is definitely fake. Yifeng's voice sounded not so confident. He said that the guest really knows how to joke. He has an ancient jade in his hands. The man said that a person could not break him. At that moment, the pendant in a fist of the young man crumbled into pieces. Xiaofeng looked at the remnants of her gift with horror. Yifeng overwhelmed mixed feelings. He knew perfectly well that breaking his dear gift could not be able to man. Su Sun calmly looked at the opponent. He managed to break the ancient nephritis thanks to the obtained ability of the king of the killers. The young man carelessly turned the cord from the pendant between the fingers. Yifeng looked at the enemy with hatred, clenching his fists. Finally losing his head, the guy screamed angrily that he wished Susunya to death and rushed at him. Xiaofeng jumped off the couch and awarded her son a slap in the face, screaming that this could not be said. A crimson spot appeared on the guy's cheek. The woman angrily stated that Yifeng finally disgraced her. She demanded that the guy collect his things and get away. Yifeng was beside himself with anger. He could not think that Su Sun would be so strong that he would break the jade in his fist. Liu Yun rose from the couch in tears. She exclaimed that she was very disappointed with the behavior of Yifeng. Seeing that the teacher resolutely moved to the exit and opened the door, Su Sun rushed after her. Chang'un angrily asked his son why he was standing still and stated that Yifeng should immediately apologize. A girl with a young man began to joyfully make fun of Yifeng. Chengun potreboval peristat eto delat. He turned to Nan Tanya and asked for forgiveness that he made him become a witness of ugliness. The man calmly drank water and said that everything was fine. Liu Yun near the house sat on a bench, wiping her tears. Su Sun approached her and asked how she feels. The teacher admitted that the whole family mocks her. At that moment, Yifeng ran out of the house. Seeing that Su Sun was standing near his wife, the man demanded that he leave her alone in displeasure. The young man turned to him and explained that he was simply comforting the teacher. Yifeng shouted angrily that his wife did not need to be comforted. He went to Liu Yun and swore that the gift was from a real jade. Su Sun broke him to harm him. The young man displeasedly reminded the teacher that he was studying from her for 2 years. She knows very well that Su Sun will not lie. He added that real jade cannot be broken. Yifeng's face skewed from anger. He saw that no one believes him. Wiping her tears with his fist, Liu Yun sobbed and asked why Yifeng accuses others when his wine has already been proven. She rose from the bench and proudly left with a sad expression on her face. Yifeng asked to listen to him. Su Sun laid a hand on the man on his shoulder, advising not to follow his wife. She will only get angry even more. Yifeng quickly turned back, stepping back, and demanded that Su Sun leave him alone. The young man still had a few seconds to find out that Yifeng is actually an illegitimate son, Etian Luna. On that day, Yifeng was rude to the man and stated that he decided to start life again. He will have his own family. During the last conversation, Tianlun said that Yifeng would stop considering his son if he leaves the house. Su Sun thought a lot and did not notice Nantian. He asked the young man in surprise what he was so stared at. The man admitted that he was uncomfortable to ask Chen Gun because of the incident, and offered to do this later. The young man had to agree. Nantian laid his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was time for them to return. Su Sun asked to leave him alone. He would like to take a walk before going to bed and reflect a little. As soon as the man left, Su Sun called Li Hu and asked to find out the number of Tian Luna. The young man was counting on the help of the head of the family Yi. Yifeng did not lose his hope to justify himself. Having caught up with Liu Yun, he said that he took a fragment of nephritis. He can be given for examination. The woman sadly reported that this does not matter. She honestly endured his antics, but now she intends to divorce. The young man asked in surprise why she wants to divorce. Liu Yun smiled through her tears and crossed him. She stated that Yifeng was sitting at home for days and is not even trying to look for work. He is not worthy to call himself a man. The young man's face darkened. Yifeng asked his wife if he would be much better if he strives for a career. Liu Yun said that it was not necessary to be a successful person. She would like to see more ambitiousness in him. Yifeng gently stroked her cheek and warned that he would not spend the night at home. He said that tomorrow he would show something. Muzchina razvernulsha I ushel. Liu Yun watched her husband in surprise. She had not yet seen him so confident in herself. After making sure that no one was following him, Yifeng called the assistant and demanded that Qin Yun go bankrupt. He thought angrily that he would not allow anyone to contact him like that. Revenge would be very cruel. Tianlun thoughtfully examined the report on his table that evening. From his thoughts, he was torn by a ranging phone. The man asked who was calling. Su Sun called himself and said that he was the head of Qin Yun. Tianlun said that the name of the guy was familiar to him. The man asked the interlocutor what he needed. Taking strawberries from a dish on the couch, Su Sun said that he had heard about his son. Qinju laid her hands on the shoulders of the young man. Throwing a report on the table, Tianlun shouted angrily that he was not a son. That guy only annoyed him. Su Sun insinuatingly suggested teaching the obstinate boy and launched the berry up. The ghostly girl happily caught her mouth. The man suggested that there was a quarrel between them. He stated that he would not harm Yifeng. Qinju put the berry young man in her mouth. Su Sun explained to the interlocutor that he was actually going to save the family Yi. Tianluna was displeased with knuckles of his fingers on the table. He was sure that Su Sun was planning something. The young man smiled, saying that everything was in the hands of Tianmun. It is better for him to renounce everything that connects him with Yifan. Su Sun smiled and held out his hand behind the next berry, and then added the man's number to the blacklist. Qinju asked in surprise why he did it. Su Sun ate another strawberries, explaining that now the man would be puzzled and alarmed. The young man told Qinju that he would have defeated the enemy without the participation of the Yi family, but wants Yifeng to experience real pain. When Su Sun climbed the steps to the second floor, Li Tao was worried about him. The man excitedly said that several companies were taking up arms against him. Some require payment, the rest cling to trifles. Su Sun immediately guessed that this was the Yifeng. He realized that do not underestimate the possibilities of the Sanlun Association. The young man raised the laptop cover, asking the interlocutor not to panic. Let those companies act as they want. Su Sun promised that they would have to give Qin Yun much more. Li Tao immediately calmed down. The young man made a return move by publishing secret information that the king of the hackers is a member of the Qian Chamber of Commerce. Su Shun smiled gloatingly. This time he is not going to concede the enemy and will not calm down until he wins. There were more and more comments. None of the local residents knew about the association. The guy was considered a fantaser. Qinju looked into the laptop and joyfully exclaimed that the information was becoming popular thanks to the name of the King Hackers. The next step was to remove the post itself, so that no one could prove his involvement. Su Sun grinned and said that after that there would be even more noise in the city. Everyone will talk about the King of Hackers. The guy in the computer hall exclaimed in displeasure that the record was deleted. The interlocutor, who was sitting on the contrary, asked what it was discussed there. A young man and a girl at home came to the conclusion that it is like the truth. The record could not be removed for no reason. Qinju finally understood everything. Su Sun wanted to draw public attention to the organization. Zanlun will fall into the field of view of the police. The young man leaned back in his chair and recalled that unofficial organizations do not really like the loon in the country. Su Sun added that he himself does not have much power to cope with the company of Canglun. The official authorities will help in this. Qinju winked with admiringly and understood the thumb up. She immediately realized that it was a great solution to the problem. The news spread quickly. That same evening, the Director Yi convened an urgent meeting in his site. Once upon a stern gaze of subordinates, the man asked how the Zanlun Business Association could appear at all. The man reported to his left that the association created 7 years ago includes the largest enterprises of the city and its provinces. He added that the president of the company is the Yifeng. In addition, he is the head of the foreign company. Director Yi was angrily hit the table with his fist. He suggested that Yifeng actually plans to secretly manage a large business. The man rose from the table, leaning heavily on him with his fists. He demanded to find out everything about the members of the organization of Zanlun. He demanded to document all the illegal actions of the company. 8 people got up from the table and promised to conduct an investigation. Director Yi thought. The King of Hackers did not interest him as much as the activities of the Sanglong Association. The meeting participants were waiting for him to say. Yi demanded to constantly watch President Yifan. Tianlun sat at his table, on which stood a tray with dishes. The man sadly said that he did not know the whole truth about Ifan. The assistant quietly said that after that the police will be interested in the company of Changlun. They will end. The man shouted angrily that Su Sun was right. He should really break his connection with Ifan. Tianlun reasonably remarked that during the investigation they could attribute to the unofficial support of the company of Changlun. He resolutely demanded that Mr. Immediately go to Jiangzhou. He obediently nodded to boss. Su Xun slept sweetly near Qinju for the next morning. When the phone rang, the young man began to wake up with displeasure. He asked in a sleepy voice who was calling. Qinju noticed that Su Sun turned away and laid her knee on his thigh. Yifeng stood at the mirror in a suit. He demanded for 9 o'clock to beg him on his knees. Otherwise, Qin Yun would crash. Without waiting for the response of the interlocutor, Yifeng completed the call. He smiled, deciding that world glory overshadowed the man's head. Today, he will gladly help to look at things sensibly and will gladly show who is the main Jiangzhou. Su Sun angrily put the phone on the nightstand. He said that in the morning only crazy is capable of carrying such nonsense in the morning. The semi-Ton Qinju asked where he was going. The young man slowly continued to dress and said that he had to be present at the show. The ghostly girl joyfully waved her arms and stated that she was also coming. Su Xun asked displeasedly why she was still in bed. At this time, several black cars drove up to the villa of Liu. 5 family members came out to meet them. Chan Gong walked ahead of everyone. Having straightened the sleeve on the jacket, the man in a calm tone asked what was happening. The driver of one of the cars gallantly opened the door from the passenger. Yifeng came out, straightening his tie. Chan Gong and Xiaofeng froze. Liu Yun pressed her mouth with her hand so as not to cry out in surprise. A guy and a girl also could not believe that the same loser Yifeng got out of a chic car. 3 beauties nearby watched the guy. They knew very well that Yifeng was nothing of themselves. Yifeng walked towards his family with a smile. One of the girlfriends admiredly said that this man, having so much power, was all the time modest. Chan Gong now looked differently at his son. In-law. He noticed an interesting coincidence. Yifeng was associated with many members of the Canglong Association. The man went to his wife and reminded Liu Yun that she likes successful men. He promised to reveal his personality. Suddenly, a gray car crashed into a black sedan at full speed, standing in his way. The bodyguards shuddered. Yifeng turned his head perplexedly. They at the same time with their wife asked each other what was happening. Su Sun got out of the gray car and angrily stated that only ill-mannered people leave their transport in the middle of the road. Yifeng smiled smugly, representing the face of the enemy, who would now fall to his knees and would ask for mercy. The young man carelessly raised 2 fingers up, asking to remove cars from the road. A yellow bulldozer appeared behind him. Hearing the roar of powerful engines, Yifeng turned around and immediately understood everything. Smile 4A on the man's face immediately disappeared. One of the bulldozers began to push the last car to the side of the road. 3 more took up the rest. The bodyguards indignantly demanded to stop the disgrace as soon as the black car began to rise to the side. Su Sun calmly sat on the hood of his car. Yifeng shouted indignantly that he had gone crazy at all. The young man jumped to the ground and smiled at the opponent, calmly explaining that several pieces of paper did not make him invulnerable. Yifeng poked in his direction with his index finger and said that Su Sun still did not understand who he was dealing with. He proudly stated that he was the chairman of the Canglong Association and could destroy the guy with one gesture. Chan Gong could not believe that Yifeng really chairman of the association. Everyone else froze in surprise. Liu Yun asked his father how influential the organization of Canglong was. He frowned that representatives of the authorities of Jiangzhou gathered here. The guy and the girl were whispered. They did not treat Yifan. The guy will now take revenge. Xiaofeng began to stumble in surprise. Yifeng smugly thought that now he would not pretend. He honestly took his high post. The man checked with the clock, reminding the young man that he had only 5 minutes left until 9 in the morning. By 9, he should kneel and beg for mercy. Only in this case, Qin Yun will be able to escape. Liu Yun asked not to go so far, and reminded that Su Sun was one of her students. Xiaofeng angrily grabbed her daughter by the hand, advising not to intervene. Liu Yun could not believe that Xiaofeng changed her opinion about my son-in-law so quickly. Yifeng clenched his fist and strained through his teeth that the young man did not understand him. If he does not kneel, Qin Yun will go bankrupt today. Su Sun only smiled and offered his option. Yifeng will come to him and will fall to his knees in return for interesting information. The man bent to him angrily and stated that Su Sun would not have surrendered until he sees the coffin. He nodded mockingly and agreed that he would really do it after he sees the coffin with Yifan. The man shuddered in surprise. Until that moment, he thought that he was controlling the situation, but Su Sun behaved too self-confident. Near the entrance to the territory of the villa, only a gray car remained to stand. About a dozen police crews blocked the exit. Daughter Chan Guna asked in surprise what was happening. Her companion also did not understand where so many police officers came from. One of the officers pulled out a megaphone and demanded that the Sanglong Business Association surrender. They are surrounded. Men quietly began to discuss this among themselves. There is nothing to arrest them for. One of them suggested that this was a mistake. The answer to this question only knew Yifeng. Turning to the young man, he shouted angrily that Susun was set up. The guy smiled barely noticeably and snapped his fingers, making it clear to the interlocutor that he was not mistaken in his guesses. Waving his hand to the officer, Susun introduced himself and reported that they could arrest members of the organization. They were unarmed. Not all entrepreneurs agreed to arrest. One man shouted angrily when handcuffs put on his hands that would deal with them. Nobody answered him. The fat man raised his head in bewilderment to find out who dared to make his arrest. The director of the police station, Jianan, calmly looked at the man, offering to demonstrate his abilities. Upon learning of the director, Zhao, the fat man immediately changed in the person and good. Naturedly explained that he was always an honest entrepreneur. The man incredulously asked how he would explain the illegal demolition of the house with several victims in this case. The entrepreneur's face darkened. He lowered his head. The fat man did not think that someone could unearth this matter. Yifeng approached them and angrily asked what service they represent. He said that he wanted to see the main thing. Dun Qin immediately realized who was standing in front of him. He told the guy what he represents the police. His case is already being considered. Two men from the State Security Service approached Yifeng. Having presented the certificate, the man asked the guy to go to the department with them. Girls watched the development of events with interest. The poor son-in-law quickly turned into an eminent chairman, and then in the prisoner. Behind the state security officers, Sun Sun appeared. He patted loudly in his palm, thanking Yifeng for a great performance. The man's face darkened. His whole body trembled with indignation. This type dared to intervene in his affairs. Su Sun saw that Yifeng barely restrains himself. He smiled barely noticeably, folding his arms over his chest. The man rushed to the enemy bitterly, shouting his name. State security officers blocked the way. Yifeng was so annoyed that he easily scattered men in different directions and continued to run on. He jumped towards the young man with an elongated fist. Su Sun was not going to retreat, and only dutifully closed his eyes. Suddenly, an agent of the mandala hit Yifeng with a foot, saying that each enemy of the boss must first deal with her. The man carefully felt the wrist of the damaged arm. This incident angered him even more. State security officers ordered the young man to raise their hands, aiming at him. Yifeng was forced to obey. Su Sun mockingly explained that he was afraid of death and walks with bodyguards. He stated that Yifeng should understand him. Seeing the officer with handcuffs in his hands, the guy shouted angrily that he was the heir to the family in the capital. He could not be arrested. Out of breath, the butler's moon ran up to them and said in displeasure that there were no such people in the family. Yifeng was surprised to recognize a man. The butler told the officers that Tianlun had long broke off the connection with the guy. Their family reputation is impeccable. Yifeng fell to his knees, grabbing the butler's hand. He was sure that the man came to save him at the request of his father. Erlun angrily freed his hand, exclaiming loudly that Yifeng was not worthy to wear his name. The man immediately rose from his knees, asking the butler to explain what all this means. Erlun calmly looked at him. Yifeng admitted that he spoke out of anger. He begged to return him to his family and give the opportunity to apologize to his father. The butler explained that Tianlun himself decided to break all the ties with his son and handed it out that he would never take him back. Yifeng was handcuffed. Su Sun stated that the prison would change him. It was not worth being so arrogant. The man shouted that his loss of power in China would not change anything. People abroad will avenge him. Su Sun patted him on the shoulder and said that the company of foreign mercenaries was destroyed by artillery half an hour ago. Yifeng shouted that this was impossible, angrily released. The young man smiled, suggesting that the interlocutor did not believe him. Su Sun took out the phone and said that he would show him the film. As soon as he looked at the screen, Yifeng froze in surprise. The walls of his companies were shaking from permanent explosions. The entire territory was covered by fire. The man realized that no one had survived. Su Sun proudly introduced himself. He is Satan, the king of mercenaries. He is glad to get acquainted with the chairman of the Sanlun Association. Yifeng turned pale. He heard a lot about the cruelty of Satan. It seemed to him that the mercenary from the video was pulling his hands to him. Su Sun suggested telling state security about him. It seemed to Feng that instead of man, he sees a black creature with horns and flaming eyes. The man suspected that this was a trap. If he tells everything about Su Sun, he can put himself on his laughingstock. Yifeng turned to the opponent and recognized his defeat with a sigh. Security officers were closely watched by him. Su Sun watched with a smile as Yifeng was accompanied by a police car. The system reported that the task was completed. Upon learning that he received the ability to mimic, the young man thought with displeasure that this was a useless skill. Xiaofeng approached him and offered to go into the house a little to drink. They are already standing on the street for a long time. Chan Gong pushed his wife, demanding to go to the house. The man in his soul was happy that he was able to avoid the fate of the rest, as he recently became a member of the association. Xiaofeng turned into displeasure. Chan Gun apologized to the young man for his wife and said that they would always do something wrong. Su Sun referred to urgent affairs and said goodbye. The man warmly waved his hand for goodbye. When his car left, Xiaofeng Liu Yun said that this talented guy could become her great couple. The teacher replied in surprise that she had not yet divorced. In addition, Su Sun is her student. Xiaofeng said not to divorce long. She slyly stated that students also sometimes fantasize about their teachers. This should not stop Liu Yun. She frowned that she would not fight for a man with her students. Xiaofeng exclaimed that Liu Yun was just an obstinate girl. She turned to her husband and asked, Su Shun and Liu Yun could live together. Chan Gong angrily stated that no one would get along with such a mother like her. Xiaofeng indignantly exclaimed that she did not care. Liu Yun can marry anyone. The man scornfully turned away. Su Sun opened the car door. Qinju said displeasedly that it all ended before her intervention. The young man slammed the door and told the ghost that they simply had no way out. It is useless to resist the police. The girl folded her hands on her chest, resentfully answering that she had nothing in mind, just spoke out. In the driver's pocket, the phone rang. It turned out to be his deputy, Li Tao. The man congratulated him on a successful operation. Without hiding his joy, Li Tao said that all companies returned their contributions. In addition, they even doubled them. The man was sure that after this, Sinyun Corporation would become even more famous and would take his place at the top. Continuing to lead the car, Susun smiled and thanked the deputy for the work done. The young man completed the bell, fleetingly remembering that this task was quite simple. There are several days left before the next person. Turning to the ghost, Susun began to say that it would be good for a couple of days to relax. He noticed that the girl behaved strangely. Qinju sat on her knees, playfully wrapping curls on her finger. She smiled slyly and asked what was wrong. Susun realized that it was better not to ask the girl's advice. She would begin to offer her options. He hastily said that everything was fine. The young man remembered how in the morning Qinju sat in the same way on the bed and embarrassedly asked him to return as soon as possible. Her eyes simply glowed with devotion. Susun told himself that this should not be repeated. He should find other classes for a few days. That evening, representatives of the media group gathered in one of the restaurants. A bald man angrily said that Susun took all the property of Zanlun. The woman in a red dress was also unhappy. She remembered that Shining Star departed Qinyun's corporations in full. They did not get anything. The man in glasses called on the interlocutors to calm and recalled that Qinyun was originally powerful. The old man, who was silent before, drank a little coffee, saying that only a suicide could challenge Susunya. His neighbor captured a piece of meat for food. He advised the others to join the guy. It is better to maintain a good relationship with him. 3 interlocutors were forced to agree. Difficult times have come for their company. To survive, you need to show Qinyun's devotion. Susun did not even suspect that he caused deep concern among representatives of many companies. That morning, he calmly slept at his home. Having barely woke up, the young man demanded to extract a new person. The system immediately started the operation. As soon as Susun found out that he would now represent an alien defector, he was surprised to sit on the bed. On introductory shots, the starship rushed through the cosmic space to the ground. The deserter fled after an unsuccessful attempt. The next picture depicted a series of explosions. Planet P is covered by a flame of war due to the struggle for power. Therefore, the former subordinates of the starship commander found him on galactic coordinates and are asked to lead their army. In the hands of the captain on the screen, there was a luminous ball with electric discharge. The man received new abilities. Susun exclaimed in surprise that the system endowed him with incredible power. To reveal the potential, participation in the galactic battle is needed.